Chapter 1. The rain drummed against the glass pyramid above their heads in the Musée du Louvre, matching the endless chatter of the guests at the wedding reception. Moriganne sipped her champagne and tried to keep her heart rate from soaring while Andromeda went on about the Delacroix painting in the Denon wing. "Are you even listening?" "Huh. Yeah, I mean no sorry," said Moriganne, hugging her arm to her chest. The bridge had been aching all day. Andromeda stood by her side in a matching lavender bridesmaid dress, not a tattoo or modification in sight, hair dyed black and twisted into bouncy curls. Her sister looked out over the crowd of tuxedos and expensive dresses. "What gives? It's not like it's your first party." Moriganne rubbed her elbow. "Lost in thought, I guess." "Montana's?" "I can't seem to escape it," said Moriganne. "It's only been 5 months," said Andromeda. "You shouldn't be so hard on yourself. Besides, you're doing better than Ivan." As if on cue, they heard his too loud laughter near the bar. Tuxedo shirt half untucked and eyes smudged, he was swaying dangerously near the fountain. The other guests avoided him as if he were contagious. "I don't know if he'll ever be okay," said Moriganne softly. "I wish I'd been there with you," said Andromeda. "No you don't," Moriganne said harshly, then hearing the tone of her voice she said, "I'm sorry. I wish I hadn't been there." Kitty appeared suddenly at her side. The lavender dress hung loosely on her thin frame, and her short-cropped hair had been artfully spiked. There was something different, more dangerous about her since the events in Montana's. Moriganne couldn't place it, but she felt unexpectedly nervous around her younger sister, and not because she thought she was spying on her. "I can't believe Monique married that douchebonnet Magnus Dreadmarsh. If there's a more disgusting old money family, I don't know what it is," said Kitty, holding a glass of champagne that hadn't been touched. "If Ivan were here he'd say that their old granddad butt-fucked a demon or something." "I have heard that," said Andromeda smirking. The newly married couple was touring the reception, arm in arm. Their mother looked resplendent in a pearl-white gown with a train that would have made a peacock jealous. Magnus had peppered grey hair that looked like it had been styled by the gods. He was handsome and fit. "Who are they talking to?" asked Moriganne. Kitty tilted her head. "That's the Princess of Sweden. You met her a few years ago. I think I recall you saying you'd like to punch her in the balls." "Yeah," said Moriganne, trying to ignore the ache in her elbow. The tattoo at least wasn't visible beneath the concealing enchantment, but she felt like it didn't like being hidden and was punishing her for it. "Has anyone figured out when they even met?" asked Andromeda. "Who cares?" said Kitty. "It's old money marrying old money. At least Vic seems to be taking it well." The old man was telling a story to an engaged group that hung on his every word. His circle included Aries, who was never far from their father's side these days. "He'd never let you see if he wasn't," said Moriganne, hating the bitterness in her own voice. "Well, if it isn't Monique's 3 beautiful daughters," said an older man with a strong resemblance to their new stepfather. "Leonidas," said Kitty, offering a handshake, which brought a raised eyebrow as it looked like he was about to lean in for a hug. "Please call me Leo," he said, smiling magnanimously at them. When it was Moriganne's turn to shake his hand, a sharp stab hit her elbow. His eyes creased briefly, but his smile never faltered. "It's nice to meet you. What do you think, ladies? Don't they make a handsome couple?" asked Leo, facing the bride and groom on the level below them. "I'm pleased my younger brother finally found love after all these years. Your mother's a great woman." Moriganne had only been in these circles for a few years, but she knew that was code for "she's an old name just like ours." "She is," said Andromeda, raising a glass. Leo matched her gesture. "You know, I was rather disappointed that you weren't wearing wings or something else interesting for the ceremony. I've heard a lot about the youngest charmer." Andromeda squinted suspiciously. "Monique asked me not to." "What a shame," said Leo with a playful sigh. "These events get rather boring. Same old dance, same old people." Moriganne didn't know what to make of his comment, other than he was trying to ingratiate himself. "How's your father doing?" asked Leo. "He's got more lives than a cat, but this lifestone thing has been rough, I'm sure. A lot of people have bet against him in the past, and he's won that bet every time," said Kitty firmly. Heat churned in Moriganne's belly, burning away the numbness that had been her shroud. It was more than a lifestone thing. A lot of people died. Her sisters glanced to her, worried, while Leo touched his forehead in what she could only interpret as penance. "My apologies for being so flippant about those events. It is a tragedy. It's quite a testament to the family that you were all able to survive those horrid events." His eyes creased. "Of course, no one has really said what happened, other than environmental catastrophe, but in the absence of facts, rumors will grow." No one had a response. Leo let his lips curl upward. "Have a nice reception, ladies. I'm sure I'll see you again soon." "I don't like him," said Andromeda, the words coming out in a growl. "He oozes smugness." "Easy to be smug when you're that rich and that powerful," said Kitty. "I've heard that he and his wife are among the most powerful mages in the halls, their daughter too, and that it didn't come by honest means. Deals with other realms, possibly demonic." "He was right about one thing," said Andromeda. "Vic's in a pickle. Anyone know what he's planning to do with the company?" "Aries won't say," said Kitty. "But I think the financial markets are betting on Celeste to buy it." The shattering of glass on the marble floor brought a sea of heads around. Ivan was holding up his arms, eyes hazy and lids drooping. "My bad," he said loudly, fingers more slick than a lubed-up dong. Kitty grumbled under her breath. "I'll take care of him." Within moments, she'd swept through, leading her twin out of the reception as he tried to scramble back to the bar. Moriganne squeezed her lips tight as she watched them leave. "I worry for him. I've seen that train before. It goes top speed, right over the edge of the cliff," said Moriganne. Andromeda shook her head. "What was she like?" "Strong, intelligent," said Moriganne. "Didn't take his shit. But she was like twice his age." "Yeah," said Moriganne, "but they spent a lot of time together. He seemed happy. Like his real self." The ache in her elbow wasn't going away. She stretched it out and rubbed the muscles around the joints. "What's going on there?" asked Andromeda. "Wish I knew. Hurts." She set her glass on a passing waiter's tray. "Ever since the summer before last, it's been happening more. I swear it was the encounter with the Major that did it. The tattoo is beginning to look freshly drawn. Will the ginger man come back?" She shook her head. "No. That much I'm sure about. But I don't know why or how I know, except maybe through the bridge. It left him for some reason, or part of it did, like it didn't find him worthy." "I'm ready to get back to classes," said Andromeda. "I hate these events." "Me too. Be nice to focus on school for once. Have a normal year." Her younger sister gave her a look, and she knew exactly what it meant. At one time she'd been hell-bent on figuring out what had happened between Victor and her old self, why the brilliant Moriganne had been knocked out of the Merlin trials twice. But after Montana's, mustering the will to continue down that path only brought pain and self-doubt. Maybe she wasn't meant for this world, for opposing the rich and powerful from inside her new body. Lost in thought, Moriganne didn't realize there was someone standing next to her until he'd cleared his throat. A white-gloved attendant handed her a folded card. "What's this?" she asked as Andromeda looked over her shoulder. "A gentleman in the Denon wanted you to have this. I believe he's waiting there for you near the banner." The attendant disappeared. "What's it say?" Moriganne opened the card to find a neat handwritten script. She checked around her before reading it out loud to her sister. "The rat has been caught. Leaf." Chapter 2. The tiny paper weighed heavily in Moriganne's hands. She stared at it as Andromeda peered over her shoulder to read. The rat has been caught. What does that mean? I wish I knew. Oh shit, said Andromeda, grabbing her arm and squeezing. I wonder if this is the investigation from before. You know, the conflict between you and Vic. Moriganne looked out over the well-dressed crowd. I don't think so. That was 4 years ago. What else could it be? Good point, said Moriganne, slipping the paper into her pearl-inlaid clutch purse. Come on, let's go find out. Andromeda clapped her hands rapidly and squealed. Oh, this should be interesting. The den and wing of the Louvre contained its most famous paintings, including the La Gioconda and the banner. They left the reception area, passing through the velvet rope to return to the museum proper, which was filled with tourists and art lovers on the rainy day. They received sideways glances at their lavender bridesmaid dresses, but Moriganne was used to ignoring those public acknowledgments. It was hard to march through the Louvre and not stop and examine the wealth of paintings and sculptures. She could lose herself for days in the museum and had, but the questions that surfaced from the note had her mind churning with possibilities. The La Gioconda, or the Mona Lisa, was mobbed with tourists trying to get a picture of the painting. Moriganne had been surprised many years ago when she first laid eyes upon it at how small it was, compared to its reputation. The banner, or the banishing, was in a room beyond. It was also known as Invictus Triumph. A semicircle crowd viewed the wall-sized painting, which showed the head patron of the 100 Halls banishing a demon with 2 tentacles for arms and backbending knees. Invictus towered over the demon, who was leaning back as if it had been pushed away by his powerful presence. Seeing the demon, even on a painting, made her want to check over her shoulder as if she were back in the Lifestone plant. She leaned into her sister's ear. See anyone that could be named Leaf? Andromeda clutched her arm. No. A voice from behind said, Mori. She turned to find a short, dirty blonde man in his early 30s. He sported a bushy beard that matched his hair and wore a grey suit with white tennis shoes. His brown eyes glittered with greeting, and his cheeks had a rosy glow as he extended his hand. It's been too long, said Leaf. You look fabulous as always, but that's like telling the sun that it's hot. Leaf, said Moriganne, trying to imbue familiarity into the greeting. You look great. The pause in her comment that had been mere calculation brought laughter from him. Leaf patted his belly. Pudgy would be more like it, he said. I spend far too much time reading and enjoying Parisian delights. My exercise regimen since I left the halls has been terrible. His gaze flitted to Andromeda. Do you know my sister? He offered a hand. No, but it's my pleasure. Weird circus, right? We prefer those freaks, but that will do, said Andromeda with her arms crossed. Leaf let out a gut-rumbling laugh that brought frowns from the tourists in the hall. I love that charmer wit. He cleared his throat and leaned forward. I assume since she's here with you that I can speak freely. I'm sorry it took me so long to find you an answer. In retrospect it seems simple. Leaf gestured towards the painting. Like the banner. You know it was painted long before the world knew who Invictus was. Back in the Renaissance. But there's no mistaking him now. That vague Mediterranean background, the beard, the piercing eyes, and of course you can see the power in him. Andromeda made a noise in the back of her throat. Oh yeah, said Leaf, lifting both shoulders. Sorry, I get carried away by art. He stepped away from the crowd and lowered his voice. I found the rat. It took me so long because I was looking in the normal channels. Truth is a fickle concept. I had to recreate the verum locus in my old flat, which is what? We know what it is, said Andromeda. It's your arcanium memory device. His eyes lit up like bright stars. Yes. Verum locus. And then getting the others there to plumb their memories, peer behind the curtains and see what's what. The bribes, the payments, it took some time, but given the generous bank account you set up, it was made possible. Then once I found the name, locating him after 5 years? He was a tough rat to uncover. He'd burrowed into the nooks and crannies of the city. Leaf seemed to catch that he'd been rambling, his eyes darting to them, and he gathered himself. I actually found the name in the spring, but then I heard about Lifeston, and well, I get distracted easily, as you can see. But what a surprise, this morning I read that you were here in Paris for a wedding. What luck! I came right away, well, after a nice croissant and coffee at my favorite cafe on the right, to the point. Leaf dug into a small backpack and handed over a second card with a name on the front in the same neat handwriting. Ollie Rand. He bounced on his heels as if he was expecting congratulations, but Moriganne was too busy trying to figure out the significance. He frequents the Goblin's Romp in the 8th Ward. I know that place, said Andromeda. Seedy bar. Has an undercity entrance, and is known for having ties to a lot of the criminal underground. Something in the way her sister said it suggested that she'd been there. Probably with her other Eastomansea Hall members. This is the rat? Asked Moriganne, hoping the loquacious Leaf would expand. Yep. Anything else? Nope. That's it. I'm sure you know what to do from here. His eyes darted between them. Anyway, I should go. You have a reception to get back to. Congratulations on your new stepfather. Quite a catch, I hear. Not that I know anything about the circles you travel in. But good luck. Leaf gave a little wave and cheerily disappeared into the crowds shifting through the rooms. The rat? Asked Andromeda. Moriganne stared at the card. Could be anything. What are you going to do? I assume it has to do with whatever came between you and Vic. Yeah. Diving back into this will be dangerous, but maybe since it's been years he won't know. What do you think it is? I would ask you that, said Moriganne. Andromeda lifted a shoulder. Shady business stuff. Solstice always thought he pushed the edges too much. Told him to his face a few times, which didn't go well, as you can imagine. He wouldn't like that, said Moriganne, nodding. Are you going to see this rat? If this guy operates out of the Goblin's Romp, it could be anything. Moriganne looked up to the painting of Invictus. She'd never felt drawn to him as a figure of importance when she'd been a singer, but now as a part of the halls and after the events in Montana's, she felt the significance of his act, even if it were only an artist's fanciful idea of the man. It might not be anything, she said, taking the card and ripping it into pieces, then shoving it into a waste receptacle as they left the room. Could be an old grudge. I was known for always getting even. True, said Andromeda, but it doesn't feel like that. No, it doesn't. School starts in a couple of weeks. Moriganne bunched up her lips. I was excited about spending time in Paris, but now I just want to go back. Which will only be suspicious. Right. Moriganne hooked her arm around Andromeda's and squeezed her tight. Then I guess we're gonna have to kill our time here in Paris. Andromeda rolled her eyes. Sounds awful. The price we pay for having a new stepfather. Truly. We'll have to punish ourselves with fine dining and private tours viewing the arts, said Moriganne. I was hoping to visit the nude park here in Paris. I have some new modifications I wanted to show off. In her previous life, the idea of visiting a nude beach would have been terrifying, even in as good of shape as she was, if only because of the potential public backlash. Now, the idea of seeing the other visitors react to Andromeda's modification seemed like a good distraction to keep her from thinking about Montana's. Count me in. Good, said Andromeda. We'll have a few weeks of fun before we return to school. Chapter 3. The restaurant looked out over the Seine and further beyond, the Eiffel Tower lit up against the night sky. The potential investors had left the table minutes ago. Aries stayed quiet as his father stared out the window, occasionally coughing into a handkerchief. Those fucking leeches, said Victor idly, cradling the handkerchief in his lap. Aries could see the specks of blood. They wanted a blowjob before we'd been on our first date. Next thing we know, we'll be tied to the bedposts with a gag in our mouth. There are other investors, offered Aries hopefully. Bullshit. There are other vultures. None of them want the business. They want to tear it apart, sell it off for parts, and kick me to the curb. They don't see it for what it is. They don't understand why I cultivate these relationships. Without me, this company is a dead pigeon. Victor regarded Aries with red-rimmed eyes, his thin lips twitching. Or without you, my boy, soon enough. I can't give it away. Not before you've had a chance to take over. I understand. Victor pounded his fist on the table, rattling the plates and glasses. What about Celeste? Victor grunted. If we get in bed with her, we'd better be wearing a steel codpiece or she's going to chew our balls right off. He gave an approving nod. We might have to talk to her eventually, but I'm not ready yet. Not until I've squeezed the last juice from the VC oranges. I could start putting together an offer package, said Aries. Celeste at least understands the value of what we do. Victor shifted in his seat. A waiter brought a pitcher of water, but the old man glared him off. No. Don't worry about that, said Victor. I have a different task for you. More important than Celeste. Aries didn't buy that since the health of the company was paramount, but his father wasn't above a little hyperbole. Whatever needs to be done. Victor speared him in a knowing gaze, the intensity making Aries' insides curdle. Good. We're going to need that. More than ever, I'm seeing I've made the right choice in naming you my successor. Your sisters are enjoying the city's distractions while you're here at my side. He gave his father a nod. He would have liked to have joined them. On the other hand, too much free time had his mind wandering back to what happened in Montana's. The sleeping elixirs he'd gotten from Ivan weren't working as well as he'd hoped. At least once a week he woke covered in sweat, convinced that the shadows in the sky had swallowed him whole. There's a book I need you to find. Something you'll find quite interesting given your background. Aries startled back to awareness. A book? A tome? Victor stared through him as if he were trying to read his soul. The whispered ones. Hearing the name was a stab to the chest. The tome he'd left in Montana's had been a diary, written by those with demonic heritage. His interest in it had been scholarship, to better understand the realm that bordered and threatened theirs in case of spillover. The name of the tome his father had spoken of, which was also known by the Suzerabbant or the Hamas Minna, depending on which language you preferred to translate from, had no simple erudite benefits. The words and deeds outlined in the book had only one purpose: summonings. No one knows where that book is, said Aries, nor do I understand how it would help us with our current troubles. You trust me, boy? Aries nodded. I wouldn't ask unless it was important, said Victor, settling into his seat and steepling his fingers. Call it a backup plan. Summonings are forbidden, said Aries, leaning forward and placing his hands flat on the white tablecloth, and inherently dangerous. Victor's wrinkled lips curled downward as he waved away his concerns. I'm not interested in using the book. Call it a poker chip, a very unique poker chip, that gets us in a private game. While acquiring a tome of forbidden magic wasn't illegal in itself, just the idea gave Aries indigestion. I wouldn't have the first idea where to find it, said Aries. Victor's rheumatoid eyes creased at the corners. That's not true at all. Aries wished he could retract the words he'd just spoken. He'd said them out of concern, without thinking it through. If there was anyone who had the resources to track this book down, it was him. Between his years at Coterie, being mentored by Professor Sinclair, and being the head of Chroma and Key. I'll get started right away. That's good. Victor dabbed a bit of wetness at the corner of his mouth. That's very good. He threw his napkin onto the table across his half-eaten bloody fillet. You should take the night off. You've worked hard these last few years, my boy. Very hard. Do you have a girlfriend? Anything? The line of questioning made Aries' mouth dry. There hasn't been time beyond a few dates. Mostly for society parties. I'm not Ivan. No, said Victor, shaking his head in complete agreement, not in the least, but you should take some time to enjoy yourself on occasion. You look tense, and after Montana's, it's understandable. His father took out a card from his pocket, slid it across the table. The name on the card was the Rose Bagnio. It's a private club. The ladies are exquisite and willing to do anything you want. I've arranged everything, you only need to show up and let them lead you to your desires. Aries held the card between his fingertips, jawing at the empty air. I'm good, Vic. I can keep working. I enjoy it. Victor leaned forward and curled his fingers around the card. I insist. The fight for survival is going to take a toll. If you start off this tense, you're going to break in half by the end of it. His father tapped on his hands. You've been chewing on your fingernails in your sleep again. I know the signs of stress. I am your father. Yes, I guess I have, said Aries, wanting to hide his traitorous hands as he rose from the table. But I can find someone if I wanted to. It's not about the ability, you're a handsome young man. I know women throw themselves at you, but this is about being on your game for the struggles ahead. A place like this allows you to free your mind, take the weights of your shoulders, and without having to waste time on courtship and the other nonsense of dating. Aries nodded. He couldn't believe he was hearing this from his father. Just tell our driver the name and he'll take you to the place, said Victor. I'll get home on my own. Don't worry. Aries went into the bathroom first, splashing water into his face and leaning on the counter. He wasn't sure what he was more surprised about, the request to find the Whispered One's tome or the prepaid brothel visit. Finding a willing partner had never been an issue for him given his status and looks, but he'd been too busy to even try. The last time had been that Covington girl, Sloane had been her name, after Tameko's party. The card disappeared into his pocket. He didn't fancy himself a person who went to brothels, even if it appeared his father wasn't averse to them. But he was an old man. Switching gears in his head to his father's other request, Aries got turned around when trying to find the elevator. He stepped back onto the restaurant floor, giving him a sight line to his father's table. He was surprised to find a second person seated with him, right in the spot he'd just vacated. His father and his guest were both laughing about something one of them had said. Aries was about to wave it away as a random chance. His father was always running into people he knew all over the world, until he recognized the mane of grey hair. The identity of his father's table guest was confirmed when a waiter appeared, and the gentleman turned to order a drink. Magnus Dreadmarsh. His new stepfather and brother to one of the most powerful mage couples in the world. Aries left the restaurant before he was spotted. His father wouldn't take lightly being spied upon, even if it was accidental. The bigger question was, why was Victor having dinner with his mother's new husband? He'd thought they had headed to their honeymoon, where they'd be cruising on their luxury yacht. It wasn't above his father to make deals with people he didn't like, but the way they were laughing together suggested more familiarity. Maybe this was the poker table that Vic was speaking about. The Dreadmarshes were the oldest of old money, the stories of how they had acquired their riches the stuff of legends and dark rumors. If there was a conspiracy theory on the internet, it mentioned that family's name eventually. Aries found himself in the back of the limo, cradling the card that he'd previously shoved in his pocket. The driver was looking at him through the mirror, waiting for his destination. Aries moved to crumple the card, but at the last moment leaned forward and handed it through the privacy window. A nod later, the limo lurched into motion and Aries leaned back into his seat, while rubbing the gnarled edges of his fingernails with the meat of his thumb. Chapter 4. The Vidavizao or vision vine poison tasted bitter like pure cocoa or coffee grounds. Kitty had mixed it with almond milk to blunt the flavor, but it couldn't mask the slow burn as it hit her stomach, slowly paralyzing her body. She set herself up in a comfortable lounge chair in her private flat in Manhattan as the muscles in her gut seized up, followed by her arms and legs until she felt like she'd been encased in thick mud. Outside the flat, the grey skies of September were heavy with rain. The tourists she'd passed on the way to her high-rise were carrying umbrellas and buttressing themselves against the wind gusts with overcoats and hats. Her chair didn't face the enormous window that had been a big selling point of the salesman who'd sold her the flat. Instead, it faced the blank wall where she stared, waiting for the vision to kick in. "I'm not your errand girl," said Solstice from somewhere to her right. "You can't just dial me up and expect me to dance for you." The poison had turned her jaw into steel. Kitty's mumbled speech sounded like a half-passed-out drunk. "Who kill you?" She'd been waiting for weeks to get back to the States to take the drug again. It had been a pleasant distraction to spend time with her sisters, but the nagging memory of Solstice's reminder was never far from her thoughts. "Come on, Catherine, you know how this works. I'm a figment of your imagination, not a simulacrum of your oldest sister. I don't have any answers that you don't have." Kitty tried to turn her head, but the rods in her neck wouldn't let her. She could cleanse the poison from her system using her imbuement, but that would end the vision prematurely. "Fine," said Solstice, wandering into view. Her sister was wearing a black funeral dress, and her jet black hair was pulled into a ponytail. She threw up her hands. "Is this better?" "Who kill you?" Solstice crossed her arms across her chest. "Don't you have some training from your hall that might help? Or was how to kill people the only thing you really learned?" It was one thing to beat herself up about it, but having her oldest sister, the one she'd looked up to all her young life, remind her that she was no longer an innocent felt like a knife to the gut. "That's right. Miguel and that young Monta were understandable given the circumstances, but you tracked down Mikhail Dresden and murdered him in cold blood. Maybe we shouldn't be worrying about who murdered me, and worrying more about who you're going to kill next." The words came out as mumbles, but it didn't matter since she was talking to a vision that sprung from her own mind. "He was bad person. If you kill all the bad people in the world, you'll be swimming in blood," said Solstice. "Enough to make the Seine look like a trickle." "Please." Solstice lifted her chin, regarding her suspiciously. "You can't erase your sins by finding my murderer. Those never come off, just like your tattoos. Maybe it was a good thing I died when I did, so I didn't have to see how the rest of my family came apart at the seams. You should be protecting your twin. He needs you right now." "Ivan, okay." She knew it wasn't the truth, but she couldn't watch him all the time. He'd returned on the same flight from Paris, and had disappeared almost as soon as they'd landed. He didn't sleep the whole flight, staring out the window even when the stewardess kept asking him to close it so the other first-class guests could sleep. Kitty'd had to explain to them that he'd been through some trauma, and help them rig up a curtain around his seat to keep the light from interfering with the other customers. Ivan faced the cloudy sky as if he'd been turned to stone. Solstice let the lie go unchallenged. "Maybe you should have joined Protectors. Then you'd have the tools to figure it out." The suggestion wasn't a stretch, but Victor would have never let her join that hall. He thought they were too pedestrian, too workmanlike. "Was it Mr. Thule?" Solstice narrowed her gaze, her lopsided smile both repudiation and disappointment. "Why? What did he have to gain by killing the eldest daughter of his business partner?" "You have to set your feelings aside if you're going to figure this out," said Solstice. "Maetrie don't work for free. He has agenda." Solstice lifted a single shoulder. "Everyone has an agenda. Figure that out before you start throwing around accusations. Vic loves you unconditionally, but he'd turn on you in a heartbeat if you tried disrupting his carefully cultivated empire." "Dread marshes?" she asked, thinking of recent events. Rumors of how they got their power aside, Vic hasn't been linked to them until recently. "Vic's enemies. If someone had killed me to get back at our father, don't you think he would have brought the heavens down to avenge me? No one's that stupid, and why would they anyway? He's a businessman. A ruthless practitioner, but he's not delving into the areas that result in murder. I'm beginning to wonder if I was murdered at all. That was the official story. Solstice had been visiting the Undercity solo, and the dangers of the region had caught up to her. An open and shut case. Or at least that's what they'd been told. Why were you in the Undercity? What does Arcanium care about what's down there? Said Kitty as the vision of her sister looked on. You weren't a risk-taker. Not like me and Ivan. You loved your books, staying in your room and reading at all hours of the day and night. It wasn't until Vic started including you in his business workings that you came out of your shell. I would offer that I was always the risk-taker in the family. Or Andromeda. The rest of you always did what Victor wanted. His little puppets dancing along to the tug of his strings, said Solstice. You were always a loner, said Kitty, wanting to frown, but her jaw felt like glass. Not like Moriganne. Night and day the pair of you separated by nearly 4 years. She closed her eyes. I don't remember your friends. After St. Jude's no one came by the suite. Did you have friends at Arcanium? I always assumed so, but I was 13 when you were there. I was too busy hanging out with Ivan and preparing to go to high school. No friends? Come on, Catherine. You know me better than that. I was voted most popular at St. Jude's. Everyone loved me, even the teachers. Moriganne was most popular too, but I think that's because everyone feared her. Solstice chuckled. You were most athletic. Didn't you beat up that punk Connor your freshman year when he grabbed your ass? Knocked him out in one punch, said Kitty, remembering the way the blood pooled around his nose as he lay on the tiles. No one touched her again without her permission, but no one asked her out after that either. Martial arts training paid off. Monique sent you to them because she didn't know what to do with you. Still doesn't, said Kitty. This reminiscing is great, but it doesn't help me with the investigation. Who were your friends in Arcanium? Come on, Catherine. Kitty sent her mind back to those days, probing every nook and cranny for a face or a name. The vaguest memory poked its head up. A South Asian boy with dark hair and a thick accent they'd run into unexpectedly in the second ward near the Glitterdome. Monique had promised her and Ivan that she would take them to the Garbage Kings concert, which she forgot about, but sent Ozanka, the kitchen manager, to oversee them because she had a prior engagement. Tekis. The name came unexpectedly. Solstice nodded, but her lips were flat. Are you sure you want to do this, Catherine? You saw what Vic did to Bug. Squashed her like one. He doesn't want old wounds to be brought up, especially at a time like this. The company is in shambles, his health is failing. To be reminded of his eldest daughter's death would not be kind. Or smart. Solstice was right, or her own subconscious was. Victor had concluded his investigation a year after her death, marking it down as a horrible and tragic accident of hubris. When Moriganne had taken up the cause, it had only caused the family strife. Was she ready for what that brought? Kitty closed her eyes and focused on the imbuement, letting the tattoo burn away the poison in her system. Going forward with the investigation would be risky, but she knew if she didn't, then she'd end up like Ivan, indulging her darkest desires in an attempt to bury her feelings. But unlike her twin, her desire would hurt more than herself. Chapter 5. A man with no right arm below the elbow was passed out near the entrance of the goblin's romp. His brown pants were wet around his crotch and he twitched as if he were trying to wake up. I didn't think this place could look worse than I expected, said Moriganne. Loud music pulsed from inside, which only slightly drowned out the noisy chatter. The neon sign over the door hummed with electricity. It's not so bad, said Andromeda. Her sister's eyes were jet black, not a lick of white showing, and she'd added horns to her forehead, along with a dozen piercing across her face. Maybe I should have let you modify me, said Moriganne. It's about attitude here. Dredge up that old Moriganne, the one who ate grown men for breakfast, and you'll be fine. The idea that her former teenage self could intimidate men far beyond her age was a testament to the force of nature that she was, but that wasn't her. Deep down inside she was still Minerva, a failed pop singer with terrible luck. The best she could do was take on the ambivalent persona that she used when she was in public places and didn't want to be bothered. The stench of stale beer and body odor hit her as soon as they entered the goblin's romp. Dozens of eyes regarded them, but quickly returned to whatever they were doing before. A three-piece band played on a stage surrounded by a chain-link fence, the purpose of which became apparent when a bottle sailed from the back and smashed against the barrier. "Charming," muttered Moriganne as she tried not to wince from the volume emitted from the wall of speakers. The lead singer's hoarse shouting sounded like a recipe for losing one's voice, but she was aware that others could manage the noise without damaging their vocal cords. There was no room at the bar, but Andromeda leveraged herself between two large men in overalls, sticking out her forked cobalt blue tongue when one of them turned to see who had intruded into his space. Moriganne reluctantly fit next to her sister as she wondered which one, or if both men surrounding them were named Bubba. She couldn't hear what Andromeda told the bartender, but moments later a drink that looked like condensed night and smelled like a peat fire was shoved into her hand. "Don't ask," was all her sister said. Moriganne let the glass touch her lips. The liquid inside was unexpectedly creamy smooth, but it hit like an out-of-control freight train. She reminded herself not to have too many sips of the dangerous drink. "What do we do now?" "We don't know what he looks like, or if he's even here," said Moriganne, shouting in her sister's ear. "Let's hang for a bit," said Andromeda, taking a long draw from the black drink, her lips taking on the same color. From their spot at the bar, Moriganne watched the band, which she learned was named Dumpster Fire, play with the idea that volume trumped melody or skill. Despite their questionable talents and maniac play style, the crowd responded rowdily to their energy, occasionally smashing a bottle against the fence, though she could never tell if the act was a compliment or a disagreement. There were two fights while they watched. One tall woman with her head shaved on the sides punched a shorter, pudgy man repeatedly in the head. Moriganne hadn't witnessed the crime, but based on the woman's ferocious response, she had a pretty good idea of what happened. The second skirmish happened near the front of the stage. The glint of a knife was easy to catch as everyone spread out, the band only increased their furious pace. There was one lunge and then a solid figure with ochre skin and a bald pate appeared, quickly disarming the attacker with a strike that broke the man's wrist. Moriganne wasn't sure why she was surprised to see a non-human in the city. She knew they existed, hell, her father employed one in their family suite, but she'd forgotten that the connections to other realms had brought other realm immigrants. Given their legal and social status within society, she shouldn't have been surprised to see them in a seedy bar like the Goblin's Romp, rather than the touristy areas. "Come on," said Andromeda, pulling her into the back of the bar. "I saw someone we might want to talk to." Moriganne stumbled after her sister, checking to find she'd downed most of her drink and her head was spinning. The music wasn't as annoying as it was when she'd first entered, nor did the smells overwhelm her senses. A tall guy wearing a leather vest over his tattooed body was talking to a shorter, muscular man with green hair and two sleeves of tattoos, except some of his glowed like the neon sign outside. A stylistic RZR with a line through the middle of the Z was lit up prominently on his left bicep. Their approach was noted right away, but neither made an obvious gesture towards them. They were on edge, not nervous but like a crossbow pulled taut, waiting to be unleashed in the proper direction. "Go away," said Neon Tattoo with a snarl, "we don't deal with rich girls slumming in our territory." His gaze was firmly planted on Moriganne, who kept up what she hoped was ambivalence, but he could probably see through her act. She tried to remind herself that she'd fought off demons in two realms, but even now those seemed like unfortunate nightmares rather than reality. Andromeda held out her hand, flipped over, fingers curved upward as if she were holding a chalice. Her digits grew an inch while the two men watched. Neither showed signs of being impressed. "Yeah, we know, the weird circus likes to play in our backyard." "Fuck off." We're looking for someone who frequents this bar, said Moriganne, leaning forward. I'll pay for the information. Go buy your party drugs somewhere else, said Neon Tattoo, turning back to the second guy. This isn't about drugs. Don't care, he said with a shrug, then made a show of putting his hand on a knife on his hip. Andromeda tugged on her arm, glancing away from the pair, an apology on her curled lips. Moriganne shook her sister off. There was something familiar about his posture. It reminded her of all the times she'd tried to make deals herself as the talent, but was told that she didn't belong and that they'd only deal with a producer. It didn't matter how many #1 songs she'd had or the fanbase she'd cultivated. She wasn't one of them. She didn't belong. Moriganne put her hand on his upper arm. His bicep was rock solid. The muscle rippled at her touch. I'm looking for someone, said Moriganne. You can choose not to answer, but I'm not going away. Neon Tattoo speared her in his gaze. She knew what he was seeing. Pretty blonde girl wearing a ponytail and trying to dress down, but looking like she was attending a fraternity theme party instead. Probably rich. Definitely entitled. Get your fucking hand. Before he could get the rest of his words out, she made a finger sign in the air between the two men. At the same time she whispered words that snuck past their bristling exteriors, calming them like a full shot of Valium in the arm. Their pulsing jaws relaxed. Moriganne quickly glanced around to make sure her charm hadn't been spotted. She'd hoped the chaos of the seedy bar would hide her enchantment. No one was looking their direction, and she thought she'd done a good job hiding the gestures. Neon Tattoo ground his teeth and glanced around as if he were expecting to see the origin of his discomfort, not understanding it was standing before him wearing a blonde ponytail. We're looking for Ollie Rand. He's known to frequent this bar. She noted the raised eyebrow from Neon Tattoo. Can you tell me about him? Where he is? Fucking mad as a hatter, said Neon Tattoo, still looking for the reason he was being cooperative. His expression suggested that he understood he'd been ensnared, but he couldn't fight through it. His companion stared back with his eyes unfocused and his mouth slipping open. A weak mind would be hit harder by her charms. He used to run with us, the boss liked what he brought, but those worms in his head have eaten through the meat and now there's nothing left. Fucking waste is what it is, said Neon Tattoo. Andromeda leaned in. Where is he at? Neon Tattoo blinked. His mind was resisting the charm. They didn't have long. Saw him a few months ago near Big Dave's town. He was buying up salt by the drums, claiming he'd need them for the end times. Has a hovel somewhere near there. Thank you, she said, patting his arm softly. You've been a big help. Moriganne shoved a fistful of 20s in his hand. Neon Tattoo was blinking furiously as they left him. Better not to be around when the charm wore off. Stronger minds could see through the enchantment and knew they'd been fooled after it was over. Moriganne dragged Andromeda into the brick hallway that led to the bathroom. The walls were covered in graffiti, including the same RZR she'd seen on his arm. Big Dave's. Andromeda pointed downward with her thumb. Undercity. You can get there from here. Have you been? No, said Andromeda, grimacing, they only let certain people through. They can only say no, said Moriganne. A brick archway guarded by a bouncer wearing a leather vest and a Bad Moon Rising badge stepped in their way when they tried to pass. No hey entrada, he said. Moriganne made the rune that she'd used to charm Neon Tattoo. The bouncer reached out and closed his hand over hers and gave her a big grin, revealing 2 gold canines. Run along. I want to go to Big Dave's town. What do I need to do for you to let me pass? He chuckled. Be someone else. You don't belong here. The bouncer pinched the fabric of her shirt. No one wearing tournesol goes through the goblin's romp. That the bouncer knew the brand of haute couture that she was wearing told her that she shouldn't assume she understood the people in the bar. Or why he'd resisted her charm. Moriganne nodded and led her sister away to a less busy corner of the bar. What happened back there? Why'd you give up? He wasn't going to let us through, and my spell didn't work on him. Clearly he was ready for people like us, said Moriganne. So we're not going to find Ollie? Asked Andromeda. We are, but we need to find a reason for him to let us through, or another way to Big Dave's town. She thought back to her second year and snapped her fingers. When Eloise and Silas performed the ritual. It wasn't far from here. We went into the Undercity through the back of that Chinese restaurant. I remember the signs pointing to Big Dave's. Are we going now? No, said Moriganne, let's not rush into danger. Coming here was one thing, but wandering around down there without preparation is another. We don't want to end up like Solstice. Chapter 6. The karaoke bar at the top of the building overlooked the entertainment district of the Second Ward. Aries sat in a private booth with a long-legged blonde sitting on his lap. A girl with rich brown skin covered in glitter sat across from them in a skin-tight dress, and they all watched as Professor Sinclair belted out a popular show tune in fairly good pitch. When he finished, the three of them applauded emphatically. Sinclair returned to the seat next to the glitter-covered girl, and she gave him a peck on the cheek for his song. This place didn't advertise as a spot for prostitution, but Aries imagined that if he inquired, he'd learn that it was. Shall I fetch you some more whiskey? Cooed the girl on his lap. She made sure to brush her lips against his ear, which would have been enticing if he wasn't focused on the professor. Aries patted her on the rear. More whiskey with fresh ice, but give us a few minutes. The girl on his lap collected her companion and the two of them left, winking as they shut the door behind them. You're quite the singer, Professor. The man across from him looked like a high school math teacher in a brown and tan checkerboard sweater vest and bow tie. He licked his lips and took a drink. Come now, Aries, you're no longer a student. Call me Philip. He was sitting at the edge of the seat with good posture. I know when I'm being courted. Your father is more subtle, but I do enjoy the chance to sing for an enthused audience. Have you learned anything from my Montana's notes? Sinclair bobbled his head. Only that I wish you'd been able to bring the tome back. There's so much that's incomplete. It's like having one of those girls rub the outside of your pants for an hour and then leave. The professor's crooked grin broke as he saw the effect of the comment. Not that I don't appreciate the information that you passed along. It will fuel new lines of research and scholarship. It's just that it exposes how little we know of that realm. Aries leaned forward with his elbows on his knees. I agree. When the normal wards didn't work against the Scorpics, I was confused until I considered them not a direct species line that we already understood, but an offshoot. Thankfully, the tome gave me the language to affect them, or things might have turned out differently. Speaking of those nasty critters, congratulations on getting to name a new species. Crescent Scorpius demonium doesn't exactly roll off the tongue, but it's a fair descriptor. The professor squinted, his thin lips disappearing. Are you sure there isn't more to the story about what happened in Montana's? Nothing that might have escaped your notice during the chaos but later has come to mind. The professor was astute. Aries hadn't told him anything about his sister's tattoo, the effect that she'd had on the demons, or that he'd been able to use a protection ward against her in the hallway. Since Montana's, he'd wanted to speak to her more about it, but any opening inquiries had been quickly shut down. Nothing. Nothing at all. Like you said, it was chaotic. My memory of exactly how things happened might not be correct, said Aries. A shame. Hopefully the information confirms what you've been teaching at the obelisk all these years. The professor was lost in thought. His eyes came up, followed by a brief curling of the lips. Ah yes. Even what little you brought confirms that the demonic realm is not a monolith. It's probably much like the other realms, with different locations and cultures. I've petitioned the Patron to open up an expedition to Montanas to find out what happened, but he's thus far turned me down. Too much uncertainty and danger. You could recover the tome if you were able to return, said Aries, sensing an opening. Possibly, said the professor, but if the beast that made you flee remains, then I wouldn't return even if I had the Patron at my side. Do you have an idea of what it was? The professor frowned and shook his head. Not unless you have more details other than a blot against the night sky. It feels like there's so much missing in the literature of our research, said Aries. For good reason, replied the professor. It's a dangerous field. The most dangerous. If rumors are correct, it's the reason that the head patron has gone missing or was killed. Some speculate that he dared to venture there, but since we cannot get into his private residence, we'll never know. Aries cleared his throat as he formulated his question. Do you by chance know of other tomes that might shed more light on the subject? Maybe things owned by private collectors. Sinclair raised an eyebrow. Why the interest? I know you've been too busy working at your father's side for scholarship. Charmer Inc. cares about the demonic realm only so far as that it injured its prospects in Montanas. There's nothing more to be gained unless Victor's looking for a demon lord for VC money. They shared a laugh, after which Aries added, You'd be surprised at how the two worlds intersect. The professor grabbed his nearly empty drink and swirled it around before throwing it back. Seriously though, Philip. Using his former professor and mentor's name lay awkwardly on his tongue. He cleared his throat and continued to hide his discomfort. There's one I've been curious about. I still keep up with some studies in my spare time. As a hobby, you know. The professor glanced towards the door as if he were hoping for the return of the girls. The Suzerabbent. The professor had been idly enjoying his drink, but as soon as Aries spoke the name, he came to full attention. That tome has no use in general study. There's a reason those of us in the industry have agreed that it and others like it should be removed from general access. It's too dangerous. For the reader and more importantly for the world. Someone leaked the ritual for the Stormlord a few years ago, and some foolish aspiring mage nearly let it loose in the city. What? How could that be? Exactly, said Professor Sinclair, his relaxed mood swallowed by disappointment. I saw the video. It was a near thing. Video, said Aries, leaning forward, events from the last few years at Coterie percolating through his mind. Does this have to do with Professor Trebleton's disappearance? Forget I said anything about it, said Professor Sinclair. The answer is no. Please, for the sake of yourself and your family, forget this book that you speak of. Banish it from your mind. It will only bring trouble. So you have it. His upper lip twitched. I never said that. The professor left his glass on the table and stood. I think it's time I returned home. Up until this point, it was a lovely evening. Whatever your reasons for inquiring about this tome, I implore you to forget them. Good luck with your father's company. I truly hope it survives these troubled times. The two ladies poked their heads in, but he waved them away to be alone with his thoughts. Aries cursed himself for being so ham-handed about the request. He wished he'd been in Snake and Tome, so he could have used one of their charms against the professor. Of course he was probably warded against such tactics. As a professor in Coterie, especially an expert in demonology, he always had a target on his back. If the professor wasn't going to help him find the tome, then he'd have to go after it through other means. Aries had a good idea that the professor did not have the tome, but knew who did. There was a good chance the professor would warn the other person about his interest. Surveillance of the professor would be challenging, but his father had placed a high priority on this task. Funds would be available. He didn't want to let Victor down after finally achieving his goal. In the meantime, he could check around some of the shadier dealers in the city. Maybe one of them might know where the tome was located. Aries rubbed the bridge of his nose between his forefinger and thumb. The task was already giving him a headache. He was about to head home until he remembered the button on the table that would summon the girls. His finger hovered over it before he stabbed it down, remembering his father's advice about not being too stressed. A moment later, the door crept open and 2 heads poked through the gap. "Miss us?" Aries leaned back into the cushions and spread his arms across the back. "I did," he said with an easy smile. Chapter 7. The flight to Seattle took 6 hours. Kitty didn't sleep a wink in first class, turning away offers of drinks and food. It wasn't that she didn't want to sleep, the urge weighed on her like a heavy blanket in a cold wintry room, but closing her eyes brought memories of Dresden's final moments. Solstice's repudiation of that cold-blooded killing had awakened the guilt that she'd been able to shove away, telling herself that she'd done the world a favor by removing Dresden from the lands. But her sister was right. It wasn't her right to make that decision. There were 1,000 other ways she could have handled it, but she'd taken her father's straightforward manners to heart. But even he wasn't so rash as to do something like that himself. She was lucky that Dresden's body had never been found. Never would either. Killing Dresden had murdered something inside of her. She knew that now. Miguel and the young Monta, both of those could be considered self-defense, the latter less so, but she could at least convince herself in moments of quiet self-reflection. Not so with Dresden. She'd plotted and executed his murder with the precision of a Swiss watch. She'd thought about speaking to Priyanka or Instructor Allgood about what she'd done, but was afraid of the repercussions. No, it'd have to be a burden she carried alone. Solving Solstice's death wouldn't erase her sins, but at least she would no longer find her sister in her dreams, reminding her of what she'd done. Seattle had a completely different feel than Invictus, and not just because it was on the coast. Almost all other cities did. No other flaunted their connection to sorcery like Invictus. It was hard not to notice the glass gondolas floating across the sky on invisible wires, or the fantastical illusional battles in the Second Ward. The spire itself was a monument to magic, defying the laws of physics as it scraped the sky. In this West Coast city there were few signs of sorcery. Boring container boats lined up in the distance to be unloaded in the port, trains moved on a regular schedule without illusionary signs on their outer shells, the buildings didn't flash with the face of Celeste D'Agostine hawking her latest beauty product. Only the occasional street vendor carrying novelty magical items could have been found on her old streets. The Bibliotheca Restoration Project building was in the Ravenna area of northern Seattle. There was nothing on the outside to signal its purpose. Only when Kitty reached the glass door did she find a simple decal that told her she was in the right location. A bell rang upon entry. No one was behind the counter in the beige room. A poster on the wall had a picture of an ancient library that read, "We Still Grieve," along the top. A mousy woman wearing thick glasses and an oversized lime green sweater appeared from the back room. "Can I help you?" Kitty heard the indecision in the woman's voice. They weren't used to having customers. "I'm looking for Tekkas Kutan. I believe that he works here." The mousy woman's eyebrows both rose. "May I ask the reason?" "You don't have any books with you." "I'm an old friend," said Kitty. "I'll let him know." She disappeared into the back. Kitty drummed her fingers on the counter as she waited. It wasn't a large building, but the woman had been gone for a good minute retrieving Tekkas. Maybe he'd been in the bathroom. She wandered to the front door in time to see a brown-skinned man hurrying to an old VW Beetle. Kitty was standing before his vehicle before he had the engine started. He looked up and cried out in alarm, holding up his hands, saying something she couldn't hear through the glass. She jammed her thumb in the direction of his driver door. Tekkas reluctantly climbed out, looking like he was trying to retract his head into his shirt like a turtle. "Please don't hurt me." "I never said anything," he said in a thick Indian accent. Kitty leaned on the car. "Never said anything about what?" "Oh. I'm Solstice's younger sister, Kitty. You probably don't remember me because I was a little kid when we met you. The twins, he said, his face cracking with relief. You're so old now. It happens. Do you have time to talk? I don't know what happened before, why you're afraid, but you have nothing to worry about from me. I don't know what happened, and I'm trying to find out. Please, I loved Solstice. She was my big sister. He'd looked ready to run until she'd mentioned Solstice. Her name seemed to bolster his resolve. Thickens glanced towards the building. The mousy woman was inside the door with a phone to her ear. He waved her off. I guess I don't need to call the police. No, but I'm curious why you think you should, said Kitty. Can we talk inside? Kitty nodded towards the door. Thickens dropped his keys trying to lock the door, but eventually managed to lead her back to his building. He kept checking over his shoulder and looked like an unexpected firecracker could give him a heart attack. It's okay, he told the mousy woman. This is Kitty and this is Margot. Nice to meet you, Margot. Margot held her phone towards her ear, frowning with disappointment. I can still call if you cause any trouble. I won't be intimidated. I just came to talk to Thickens about my sister. The looks shared between them suggested that Margot knew why Thickens was so jumpy. Let's talk in back, said Thickens. The entry room had the personality of a washing machine. The back area was a mix between a library and a high-tech forensic laboratory. Most of the shelves along the wall had see-through plastic tubs containing individual books or tattered scrolls. A few books were sitting out in the open, but at a glance they looked like modern tomes rather than the ancient books inside the containers. A glass room at the back corner had an airlock that reminded Kitty of the phase infusion room in the Avita plant. This isn't any book restoration business, said Kitty as she read Arithman C on a binding in chipped and faded gold letters through the plastic tub lining. The tome in question looked like it had survived a flood, followed by sitting out in the desert for a month. Yes, said Thickens excitedly, we specialize in magical writings, though occasionally we take on regular books if they have significant historical, arcane or otherwise impact. He tapped on a tub near the one she'd been examining. This scroll fragment came from the Great Library in Alexandria. Kitty stood on her tippy toes to see inside. The fragment looked like a piece of mud, with a few flaky layers in the middle. You can get something from that. The process is challenging, but we're the most successful arcane restorers in the business, said Thickens. Margot had returned to her station, which involved a microscope looking into a glass box with 2 armholes. She'd picked up a pair of tweezers with rubber gloves connected to the holes and was picking at something Kitty couldn't see, trying not to look like she was listening. Why did you freak out when I showed up? What happened before? May I get you a cup of coffee? Sure. Kitty watched him as he poured 2 cups at a station along the wall. His hands shook and he spilled some on the floor, which he cleaned up with a rag. Tastes good, she said after a sip, trying to put him at ease. Thickens swallowed. You know, your other sister talked to me years ago about Solstice. Kitty set the cup down at the unexpected revelation. Let's pretend I know nothing. Why don't you tell me what you know about Solstice and anything to do with her death? He closed his eyes momentarily, taking a deep breath before speaking. His eyes glistened at the corners. I was 2 years ahead of your sister. When she joined Arcanium, it was as if we had a celebrity in our midst. I admired her from afar, but was afraid to speak to her, thinking she would find me a foreign buffoon. He cleared his throat and took a sip of his coffee, spilling a little on his chin and wiping it off. I will admit, I had a crush on your sister. It was hard not to, everyone did, but I never spoke to her. Even now my accent is thick, but it was much worse then, as I'd only just arrived in this country for the Merlin trials because of a scholarship I won. One day she approached me to ask a question about a point of lexology. His face brightened up with the memory. She never made me feel bad about my accent or struggles with English, even though I had trouble answering her question. Afterwards, she offered to practice conversation with me so I could improve. She was an angel, your sister. We started meeting weekly, having conversations in Arcanium or one of the little cafes in the area. She never let me pay and always spent time helping me learn the language. Over time, once I got over my fears of using English, we started having conversations about more in-depth topics. At first I thought she was bringing them up as a way to broaden my grasp of the language, but eventually I realized she valued my opinion. Tekka's chin dipped towards his chest as old memories surfaced. He fiddled with his coffee cup, his lips working without sound. What did you talk about? Oh yes, he said, eyes brightening. Philosophy, morals, the scientific nature of baseball. He laughed at the private joke, his forehead wrinkling in apology. It was then I realized we were truly friends. To this day, I don't understand why she chose me to be her friend. I was honored. Out of the corner of her eye, Kitty caught the pained expression from Margot. She quickly placed her forehead against the microscope when she realized she'd been spotted, but Kitty knew the signs. You loved books like she did, said Kitty. She saw a kindred soul. Tekka's eyes glistened with happy memories. I did. I do. Books are the way the world talks to each other over the ages. To understand the future, you have to master the past. When did things change? He knew exactly what she meant. He squeezed his cup between his hands. Her second year, my fourth. She started missing our weekly discussions, making terrible excuses afterwards. Our discussions became more specific. I could tell she wanted to tell me about something. She circled around the topic endlessly. Did she? Tekka shook his head. Not specifically, but it was something she'd uncovered working for your father. It was Kitty's turn to react. She sat up straighter. Do you have an idea? Tekka swallowed. She never said, but I gather it had to do with questionable choices about your father's business. We often discussed the morality of spending money that was tainted. This wasn't completely surprising to Kitty. She remembered many an argument between them about trading favors with Bannon Creed, the patron of protectors and owner of Blackstone Security, a notoriously shady paramilitary firm. There were other discussions around the level of charity giving, and how they only took money from the rich to get their kids into the right halls, leaving the poor to fend for themselves. Kitty explained as much while Tekka nodded along as if he'd heard it before. No, said Tekka, I don't think it was any of those things. But you know, she never said. What happened after she died? He looked away. Your father's investigators came to talk to me. They made me feel very uncomfortable about my friendship with your sister, as if I was hiding something because they couldn't believe that we would be friends. This also wasn't surprising to Kitty. She'd heard her father lamenting any of their friendships that didn't further the family's influence game. While she hadn't heard specific complaints about Tekka, it was easy to imagine that her father had disapproved, given Tekka's lack of a family name. I'm sorry, Tekka. My father can be a difficult person. He only sees the world in dollar signs. I know, he said. Your sister said the same thing. It doesn't seem like those interviews are what made you nervous when I showed up, she said. No, he said, his lips pinched to a point as he stared into his coffee cup. That came later after Moriganne. Did she threaten you? A follow-up from the investigators, asked Kitty. No, said Tekka, she was quite lovely. Not at all what I had expected from what Solstice had told me about her. Then why did she come? Tekka looked straight at Kitty. She asked the same questions you're asking now. The news hit Kitty like a 2x4 to the jaw. It rearranged her view of the past. The conflict between Moriganne and their father had always been a shock to Kitty. She'd been the heir apparent, the one who was most like Victor, so when her star fell and she failed the Merlin trials twice, it was like learning that gravity no longer mattered. Kitty had always assumed that the battle had stemmed from a disagreement about a point of business. Moriganne could be pig-headed at times when she thought she knew best, which, like their father, was more often than not. She hadn't expected she was looking into Solstice's murder, but it would make sense why Victor had been furious. Bringing up her name and murder damaged the Charmer brand. The family had been considered untouchable, but when Solstice had died, cracks had formed. "I see," said Kitty as 1,000 possibilities raced through her head, competing to be the final truth. "Someone came afterwards. That's why you were so afraid." Thickens nodded. "It was a week later. A grey man. He was sitting on the stool when I came in for the morning. He swallowed. Being around him was like hearing a hornet's nest buzzing in my ear." "A grey man. A maetrie. Mr. Thorn." Her whole body went on high alert. "Yeah," said Thickens. "Sorry, we call them different things back home. He dressed like a gangster." He gestured towards his hair. Long hair on one side covered his eye. Walked with a limp, had the most awful smile. He told me that if I spoke to anyone again about Solstice, that I would find breathing very difficult. Thickens stared into his cup as if he was reliving the moment. Kitty had no idea who the maetrie was, but it wasn't Mr. Thorn. Why send a maetrie to threaten you? Seems like overkill. "I don't know what it's like to live in your world. I only know the stories that Solstice told me, but even the simplest ones scare me." Thickens squeezed his cup between his hands. "I'm not in danger, am I?" Before she'd arrived, she wouldn't have thought so. But a maetrie doing enforcer work suggested a bigger problem, unless it was a throwaway favor, but Kitty didn't think so. Her hall was well acquainted with the city elves and the Eternal City. They didn't do things without a good reason. She's always thought of them as a race of people who thought like her father, which in itself was frightening. Kitty reached into her pocket and withdrew a fat stack of bills that she'd brought in case she needed to bribe someone. When she slid them across the table, Thickens' eyes grew wide. "You might be. It could be that after 5 years, no one is paying attention, but a maetrie showing up tells me that this is more serious than I understand. Go on a vacation somewhere remote. Don't tell anyone you're going or where you're going." Thickens collected the money in his hands as if it were a live bomb. "You're serious?" "Deathly. Maybe I'll go." "No. Don't tell me," said Kitty. Margot scowled in her direction. "In fact, take Margot too. I think she would enjoy getting away with you." When Thickens wasn't looking, Kitty winked at the mousy girl. Her blank response was answer enough that she'd been fawning over Thickens for years, but for one reason or another, they hadn't managed to tell each other. Kitty grabbed a nearby notepad and wrote down a number for a message service she used that had no trace to her name. She shoved it towards him. "If something happens or you need more money or anything out of the ordinary, call this number, leave me a message. I'll do my best to help." "I can't believe this is happening," he said, staring at the money in the notepad. "When should I leave?" "Today. You can stop by your place and grab your stuff, but leave Seattle after that. I suggest traveling by means that don't have electronic tracking as much as possible." She sighed. "I'm very sorry. This is my fault. I will do everything I can to help you, but until I figure out who killed my sister, I can't tell you where the danger is coming from." "What about the books?" he asked. Margot came over, put her hand on his arm. He smiled. "You can return to the business when things die down. I'll pay your bills while you're gone. It's the least I can do." Kitty slid the coffee cup back. "Is there anything else you can remember that might help?" "No," he said, "I don't think so. If you think of something, use the number." "I'm sorry, Thickens, Margot. I know you didn't want to be a part of this." Thickens screwed up his face but placed his hand over hers. "If it helps you find Solstice's killer, then I am good with whatever happens." Chapter 8. The wards on the Charmer family suite hummed with the keen sharpness of a high-powered electricity line. It was soothing for Dominion Thule as he reviewed Victor's itinerary for the next week, making notes in his datapad for security measures, background checks, and the grace notes, or the little effects he liked to add that made his charge appreciate him more. Victor would be meeting with the head of CBSI on Tuesday about getting his daughter into protectors. The official reason for the lunch would be a debriefing about the crisis in Montana's, but everyone knew that there was nothing to be done. No one wanted to commit the resources necessary to mount a rescue mission. The discussion about the daughter would come up at the end naturally, even though it had been well choreographed ahead of time. The head of CBSI liked his cigars. Dominion made a note to have a box of the finest from the fields of Danier sent along with Victor. The head of CBSI had frequent working lunches with the U.S. Attorney General, who also shared his love of a nice hearty smoke. Victor's name would come up during their relaxing ritual, which would help smooth away the thorns from the investigation into the Lifeston disaster. Their team of vindicators didn't expect any charges, but things could quickly change. It was important to work all angles. Dominion made a quick review of the suite's security cameras. It was the kind of work he should have hired an assistant for, but the working knowledge of the Charmer family habits had proved valuable in the past. Victor and Aries were in Victor's private rooms, working on the roadshow for the next round of VCs. He couldn't see them, but both had entered early that morning. Ivan had appeared briefly, ordering a full breakfast from the kitchen manager, Ozanka, but only ate half a piece of bacon and a sip of orange juice before stumbling into the elevator and disappearing into the city on foot. The boy was as worthless as a piece of crumpled-up paper. If Victor wasn't so busy keeping his business alive, Dominion was sure that there'd be more consequences for the unsteady twin. The video feeds showed no signs of Kitty in the last few days, which wasn't unusual. Of the children, her background in the Assassin's Hall worried him most. Not that he wasn't confident he could deal with her should reason arise, but she moved in and out of the suite like a shadow at the most unsettling moments. Moriganne had been in her room the day before. He'd seen her leave with a heavy backpack headed to Stone Singers. Every time he saw her face on the screen, he scrutinized her expressions. Dominion was sure that the old woman had survived in Moriganne's body, but Victor wouldn't listen to his concerns anymore, stating that there was no way that his daughter would lose a fight for her own body. Until he could find proof, there was nothing he could do to convince Victor otherwise. The youngest Charmer was currently sitting at the dining room table chatting with Ozanka. Andromeda had gills on her neck, and her skin had a faint aqua-green cast as if she'd contaminated herself with photosynthetic algae. Dominion dialed up the volume to listen. "Is almost finished with her degree at Stanford," said Ozanka, smiling proudly. "That's awesome, Melina. Does she know where she wants to go after she graduates?" Dominion squeezed his lips flat and dialed the volume back down. There was no need for him to listen to their benign conversation. Andromeda was the least useful Charmer of the family. At least Ivan had potential, wasted potential, but potential nonetheless. He reviewed his messages on his private server next, finding nothing unusual in the reports from his fingers. There were unusual deaths happening amongst the student population of the halls, and he had an inkling of who might be behind them due to the empty nature of the bodies left behind. The patrons of the smaller halls were up in arms about rumors that the Big Four were trying to usurp the regular governing order of the halls. Dominion wished it would happen sooner rather than later. It would make his and Victor's plans easier to implement, but until then the shadows would have to be their cloaks. As he gathered his datapad, sliding it under his arm before heading out, he had a meeting with a friend from Blackstone Security in an hour. A red light bloomed from a box that had sat dormant in the corner for years. Dominion had forgotten it was there, given that the previous issues had been mostly, if messily, resolved. The box was a special set of sensors he'd set up years ago at certain locations to detect if the Charmer children were within its proximity. There were nearly a dozen dull lights on the board, with the one in the top left corner blaring in bright crimson. The neat letters TK beneath the light disappointed Dominion when his eyes lay upon them. "I thought I warned you already." He sucked on his teeth. It had either been Moriganne or Kitty that had visited Tekis. Not a difficult task to figure out which one, but he assumed, based on his idea of who the former was, that it was the troublesome twin, Catherine. The reports from Montaners suggested that she was no longer the quiet, hide-in-the-shadows type. She might have disposed of Mikhail Dresden, though he'd been unable to find proof of that. She'd done a good job of hiding her tracks. Maybe he'd need to dig a little deeper. Victor wouldn't like it, but that's why he'd hired him, to do the things he didn't want to know about. An arrangement that had served them both well thus far. Dominion brought out his phone and dialed a number that only existed in his head. "I need a favor, old friend." Chapter 9. Audrey had been sitting in the reading area near the main entrance to the Bloom, when she spotted Moriganne leaving her room. She was always shocked at how effortlessly beautiful her friend was, even when she wasn't trying, but there was something darker in her expression, a weight being carried uncomfortably. Moriganne had her hair pulled back into a ponytail, wearing a black leather jacket and carrying both a backpack and the long tube that held the Venota stones. "Mori," said Audrey, catching up to her friend as she approached the wide stairs leading to the front doors. The statue of Poseidon turned his head at a couple of first years that had entered and said, "Password." The two newcomers looked at each other before one of them brightened up. "Fortepiano." Poseidon turned his stone head and the two first years disappeared down the hallway that would lead to wherever they wanted to go. Moriganne stood at the top of the stairs, hand on her backpack and the strap on the tube, lips curled downward. After Montaners, she'd spent little time with her friend. Questions about what had happened were met with blank stares and an uncharacteristic curling into herself. "You're going into the Undercity," said Audrey, checking around them after she said it, but finding no one nearby. "How did you know?" Audrey tilted her head. "Come on, Mori." Moriganne looked down to the steel-toed boots, the loop of carabiners, and the headlamp hanging from her belt. "Yeah, I guess it was obvious." "I want to go with you." Shadows passed across her friend's eyes. Moriganne looked ready to flinch. "It's too dangerous." "I went with you before," said Audrey, crossing her arms and tapping her foot. "I could have my stuff ready in 10 minutes. This is different." "What happened to you in Montaners?" Moriganne looked away. "It's not that. I mean it is, but this isn't dangerous like that. I don't want to risk my friends anymore. You're too important to me. And you are to me. Don't I get a say in how I risk myself?" "Come on, you wouldn't have survived if I hadn't been there," said Audrey. Moriganne's expression turned pained as she glanced towards the front of the Bloom. "Mori, come on. You've been avoiding me since you got back from Montaners. I'm your friend. If you're not willing to let me into your life, then are we really any more?" Moriganne's lips pulled to a point. She nodded as if the decision pained her. "Hurry up. If you're not back here in 5 minutes, then I'm leaving without you." "Great," said Audrey, skipping away to her room. After the events of their second year, she kept a backpack ready. She returned with a minute to spare. A black SUV was waiting for them on the street, with Andromeda already inside. Her hair was captured in 2 black buns at the back corners of her head while 2 bone nubs stuck out from her forehead. "Hey Audrey," said the youngest charmer, forehead wrinkling. "Wasn't expecting you." "I'm well aware." She poked Andromeda playfully in the arm as she took a spot next to her. "I'd like to keep my friends alive if at all possible." She nodded towards the bone extensions and raised an eyebrow. "Trying to blend in," said Andromeda. She nudged Moriganne with her black boot. "You explain what we're doing." "Not yet." Moriganne lifted her chin towards the driver, signaling that now wasn't the time. After a 10-minute journey through heavy afternoon traffic, the SUV dropped them off at a train station at the edge of the ward. Once they were on the train, rumbling east around the city on the blue line, Moriganne put up a privacy enchantment. The shimmering field blurred the air between them and the rest of the car, bringing a few gasps from the nearby riders, but her friend didn't seem to care about appearances. There was something decidedly different about Moriganne, and not only the PTSD Audrey assumed that she had. "We're looking for someone," said Moriganne tightly. "Great. What for?" The glance that Moriganne and Andromeda shared didn't make sense because it seemed like they didn't know why. "It's hard to explain." Their unease left Audrey thinking she shouldn't have come along, but after haranguing Moriganne about it at the Bloom, she didn't want to appear foolish and back out. "Are they a part of what Eloise did?" Andromeda's gaze flinched away when Audrey looked at her. Checking with Moriganne wasn't much better. "I wish I had better answers for you, but I don't," said Moriganne, barely meeting her gaze. "We're headed to Big Dave's town looking for a specific person. That's all I can tell you." "That's bullshit, Mori. You know more but don't want to spill it," said Audrey, leaning back and crossing her arms. Moriganne dismissed the privacy shield with an angry swipe of her hand. The riders in the nearby seats had been staring at the shimmering field, only to have it drop. Everyone tried to make like they hadn't been trying to see and hear through it, which would have been comical if things hadn't been so tense on the inside of the bubble. Nothing more was said until they reached the entrance behind the Chinese restaurant. Moriganne paused at the gang tags at the top of the stairs, but said nothing more as they wound down towards the endless caverns beneath the city. Halfway down, Audrey hazarded a question to break the tension. "How's your brother doing? I saw him last week at the Wizard's Coffee down the street. He barely acknowledged me when I said hi." Moriganne didn't sound convinced herself when she said, "He'll snap out of it eventually." When they reached the Undercity, everyone loaded up on charms and elixirs. Moriganne stared down the path that had led them to the ritual site before heading in the direction of Big Dave's town, conveniently marked by a graffiti-covered sign. The urge for chit-chat was squelched by the ominous darkness. Her dark vision enchantment brought the underground world into view, but the way the stalactites and stalagmites appeared suddenly made it feel like they were wandering through a movie set. The discarded drink cups and food wrappers along the path made Audrey feel better about their direction. If people felt confident enough for a snack, then it wasn't as dangerous as she thought. 40 minutes after they hit the cavern floor, the tunnel ahead glowed with light, ruining the middle distance of her dark vision. They came out in a large space packed with ramshackle buildings, tents filling in the gaps between, and a few larger Victorian houses that looked out of place amid the lesser spaces. The residents were stranger still. A man with ochre skin and quill-like projections jutting from his head carried pistols on his hips like a gunslinger of the Old West. A two-legged human-sized rat in a floral dress was pushing a stroller. A man with no jaw and a tentacle for an arm carried a parasol, and more. Andromeda placed the back of her hand under Audrey's chin and pressed it upward. "Act like you've been here." "Right. Sorry." She shoved her hands in her jacket and kept her head down even though she wanted to stare. They passed an open-air market. Vendors hawked their wares, which were mostly fruits, vegetables and other foods, but there were weapons and other trinkets. A short, grey-skinned man with no eyes strummed on a guitar and sang a warbling tune that made her skin crawl. Moriganne paused briefly near the busker before tossing some bills into his upturned hat. "Ideas?" asked Moriganne when they reached a cross street. The glow of pink neon from further up the street caught Audrey's attention. "The Devil's Lipstick." "Good enough." As they strolled to the bar, Audrey's shoulders itched. She wasn't sure if someone was watching them or if it was the feeling of not belonging. "Don't look," said Andromeda, "but there's someone pointing a rifle at us from on top of that shack near the cavern roof." "Don't worry about it," said Moriganne with her hands shoved into her leather jacket. The buzzing neon sign over the bar splashed its pink light across the worn cavern floor. The little imperfections of stone had been smoothed away either by regular traffic or sorcery. Audrey could tell it wasn't a stone singer that had managed the task. A burst of shouting from the open-air market had them turning their heads before pushing into the devil's lipstick. Half the tables were filled with customers. The air smelled like a greasy diner, which made Audrey's stomach rumble in response. They caught a few side glances, but then the bartender gestured towards the tables as she cleaned the inside of a mug with a rag. "Pick one. Order your food at the bar." "Might as well," said Moriganne, leading them to a table near the back wall. There were no menus on the table. "We probably ought to order something," said Audrey. "Can you?" asked Moriganne, sliding a few big bills across the table. Audrey shoved them in her pocket and headed up front, realizing halfway across the room that she'd been sent to give the sisters a chance to talk without her. Sure enough, when she covertly turned her body, she saw them leaning forward and speaking conspiratorially in hushed voices. "I told them I wanted to come," she said as she moved up to the counter, staring up at the menu printed on the wall. When the bartender came over, she ordered 3 bacon cheeseburgers, crispy fries and a trio of beers. The large bill got an eye raise. The bartender told her the food would be up in a few minutes. When Audrey returned to the table, the sisters sat up straight, ending their conversation. "What's the plan?" "That's what we were trying to figure out," said Moriganne, frowning. "I feel out of place here." "That's because you are," said Andromeda, smirking. "Why don't you use one of your snake and tome tricks?" asked Audrey. Moriganne bit her lower lip. "I was thinking about that, but I don't want to get us in trouble if it goes wrong." "Let me try something," said Andromeda, popping up from the table and sauntering to the bar as if she owned the place. "She looks like she belongs," said Audrey, hoping to break the somber mood. Andromeda leaned over the bar, chatting with the bartender, who smiled and laughed in response. Their exchange lasted for a few minutes, until their food order was called, and then the youngest charmer returned to the table carrying their food with a smug grin. "I told her that we were looking for my ex-boyfriend, that he'd slept with my mom and had stolen my grandfather's gold tooth before he skipped out." "Wow," said Audrey as she lifted the greasy burger towards her mouth, "that's a great story." "And?" asked Moriganne. "She told me where to find him," said Andromeda, "but let's dig in first." The burger was the best she'd had in a long time. Audrey was licking her fingers by the end, using the fries to mop up the grease and gooey cheese that had escaped onto the plate. A gut-rattling belch from Andromeda lifted the gloom around Moriganne, encouraging the upward curling of her lips. "If anything, it was worth a trip down here for that burger," said Audrey. When they left the devil's lipstick, Andromeda shared a wave with the bartender. "Bye, Delilah. Good luck. Kick him in the balls for me." Outside the bar, Andromeda said, "Ollie lives north of here. She told me which tunnel takes us to his hovel." They wound through the side streets. Audrey kept wanting to check over her shoulder, but whenever she did, she found nothing. The northern tunnel led between 2 stacked hovels that went over the passage. A topless woman was hanging wet laundry on a line that crossed the street as they passed beneath. Audrey could smell a barrel fire somewhere nearby. The width of the tunnel required them to walk single file. A few times Moriganne stopped to sniff the air. "Not a lot of phase here," she said once, as if they were supposed to understand. Parts of the tunnel looked like they'd been widened by a stone singer, or at least someone who'd learned their techniques. The further away from Big Dave's town they got, the stronger the urge to check behind her was. "This way," said Andromeda at the third fork. "I hope." Audrey paused when she thought she heard a foot scuff. "I think someone's following us." "Bad for them," said Andromeda right away. "Think he has friends?" Moriganne lifted her shoulders. "Wish I knew." 50 feet later, at a section of the tunnel that narrowed before turning and opening back up, Andromeda said, "This is the cavern. Let me stay here and make sure our guests don't try to disrupt the proceedings." Moriganne furrowed her forehead. "Are you sure?" "While you guys were in Montana's, I was studying for times like this," said Andromeda, pulling a hunk of glittery metal from a hip pouch and setting it in the middle of the floor at the narrowest point of the passage. They watched briefly while Andromeda constructed a shimmering field that blocked the passage. No one had to say why she'd spent the time learning the spell. The cavern wasn't large. 50 feet across, it narrowed to a point at the back, where a makeshift hovel constructed from wooden pallets, blue tarps and duct tape. Blue barrels lined the walls, along with other crates stacked haphazardly near the hut, including a trio of cages that had live chickens in them. The cavern smelled like human waste, suggesting that the person they were looking for seldom left, which made the signs and symbols on the rocky walls written in paint curious. It was as if this Ollie was expecting to be hunted down by a pack of demons. "Shit," said Moriganne, looking down. Audrey followed her gaze to find a thick line of salt that went from one wall to another, much like Andromeda's warding behind them. "It's just salt," said Audrey. A bunch of emotions passed across Moriganne's face too quickly for Audrey to understand, but she caught the worry in her eyes. "Could you break the line?" The question surprised Audrey. "Why can't you?" "Please come on, just do it." "I want to talk to Ollie before his friends show up," said Moriganne, nodding towards the tunnel where Andromeda was located. Using the toe of her boot, Audrey nudged the salt until the line was broken. A tension in the air that she hadn't realized was there relaxed as if a high-pressure storm had passed through, leaving cool air behind. "Thanks." Audrey noted how Moriganne passed directly over the gap in the salt line, holding her left arm tightly against her chest. The behavior brought back memories of their second year when they'd rescued Andromeda, and she'd been forced to kill Eloise, her fellow Chitown girl. There'd been a lot about that night that Audrey didn't understand, most of it she buried beneath the guilt of killing someone, even if it had been to protect her friends. But watching Moriganne's reaction to the salt line, which should have no effect on her, brought back questions she knew she should have been asking afterwards. But her friend was too focused on the hovel ahead, tilting her head as if she expected Ollie to come surging out with guns blazing. Audrey's focus on her friend shifted when a shape moved aside the cloth covering that served as a door to the hovel. A guy stepped out. He was in his mid-20s with dirty blonde hair and 2 sleeves of tattoos, including one that glowed neon green. She recognized the gang tag of RZR from the walls coming down the stairs. His eyes had the haunted look of someone who'd used too much phase without a patron. Ollie licked his lips as he glanced towards the tunnel and placed his hands behind his back. "Why don't you keep your hands where we can see them?" said Moriganne. He gave a nervous laugh. "I always knew you'd come looking for me." Moriganne's nostrils flared. "Why is that?" "'Cause you're a bad bitch, Moriganne Charmer," said Ollie as he squinted at the broken salt line. "Mad respect." He cracked his neck by tilting it sideways. "Couldn't let a poor little decision fade into the past now, could ya? I didn't really know who you were when I agreed to do the job." The way this Ollie seemed to know Moriganne, but she'd admitted that she didn't know who he was, confused Audrey. "Who paid you?" Ollie licked his lips as he breathed shallowly. "One of them city elves. Creepy fucker. Can't forget him. Long swooping hair that covered part of his face. Looked like his spine was out of place, but I never questioned that he couldn't kill me with the flick of his pinky." Moriganne's face wrinkled. "Why?" Ollie laughed. "The money, of course. I figured I could take the payment and get through the trials on my final try. Shame I flamed out on the partner test. The money, as much as it was, seemed to slip through my fingers like sand." His eyes shot to the tunnel entrance. "Eventually I found people who could use my services." "Fuck," muttered Moriganne, sucking in a breath. "You were the one that sabotaged me." How Mori didn't know was a question for later. Audrey didn't trust Ollie. It felt like he was waiting for something or someone. Probably the itchy feeling they'd had coming through the tunnels. Ollie hadn't caught that his betrayal was news to Moriganne. He was too busy calculating. "What's with all the barrels and salt and signs?" asked Audrey. "Some say that using magic without a patron is dangerous," said Ollie, laughing, "but that's a lie. The patronage system keeps them in control of us, limits what we learn. The beauty of living down here is that you see the world and the city above for what it really is, a prison. They're keeping you in cages until the real predators come, and then you'll be slaughtered like sheep on the altar of their abuses. I think you need to get some fresh air. You're suffocating on your own fumes, said Moriganne. Shows what you know, said Ollie, taking a confident step forward. The end times are coming, and the Undercity is ground zero. We can't keep going this way, the wells are breaking down. I've seen them marching through the darkness, I hear their whispers. A great beast is coming, and unless we're ready, we're all gonna die. But that's what those traitor patrons want. They've set us up to be cattle for the slaughter. Audrey gestured towards blue containers along the wall. It's salt in those barrels, isn't it? You think you're going to be attacked by demons. The only demons that come here are the ones that people summon. She looked to Moriganne for support, but her friend's face was ashen. She swallowed, examining the runes on the walls without moving her head. She looked like she was going to say something when a thunderclap echoed down the tunnel, forcing Audrey to put her hands over her ears. Ollie moved first. He gestured, throwing a wave of force that condensed the air into mist and knocked Audrey off her feet. She hit her back hard, knocking the air out of her lungs, gasping. A shout from Moriganne cracked the air, sending sparks as the dislocation punched Ollie in the shoulder, twirling him around. Audrey sat up as Moriganne lunged forward to subdue him, but as Moriganne stepped onto a warding rune, her whole body seized up and she fell over like a wooden plank, hitting flat on her side. Ollie's wide eyes as he stared at the fallen Moriganne registered for Audrey. She scrambled to her feet as he sprinted from the chamber. "Andy, watch out." As Ollie disappeared into the tunnel, there was a whoosh of flame, then a high-pitched scream followed. Audrey ran forward to find Andromeda lying on the ground, her clothes singed, stinking of burnt hair. She looked up to see Ollie and 3 others, including the one that had the rifle on the shanty roof, facing her down. Chapter 10. The rune he'd gotten from Mr. Thule got him past the Guardian in the Goblin's romp, with barely a head nod. Aries could have reached Big Dave's town through other entrances, but this was the shortest and safest way. He'd done his best to disguise himself without going to more extreme methods, wearing a hoodie, a look-away enchantment over his face, and a long trench coat. It wasn't like he was Kitty with the ability to change her face. Knowing that the Undercity, even a moderately civilized place like Big Dave's town, was dangerous, he'd layered other protective enchantments over himself. It was strange to think that he'd been a frequent visitor of the Undercity during his last year in coterie, but couldn't remember it. Events came back in flashes when he least expected it, but for the most part the rituals he'd performed for Eloise and Silas were lost to the power of the elixir. But he was sure he'd never been to Big Dave's town. The thrown-together veneer of the place, the non-humans wandering openly, made him think that Andromeda would love it. Remembering the directions he'd been given, Aries worked his way through the streets, being careful not to move too close to anyone else in case they could see through his enchantments. Unlike the city above, where you knew relatively what kinds of people you were dealing with, here there were refugees from dozens of other realms with abilities that could bypass normal magical protections. A group of 3 gang members, flaunting their neon RZR tattoos, one of them with a rifle, headed towards an exit tunnel as if they were on a mission. Their hardened expressions and openly carried weapons reminded Aries that it wasn't a safe place, even for someone with his background and last name. Hate to be on the other end of wherever they're going. His destination was the next street over. The storefront looked like it belonged in the 3rd ward with the other high-end booksellers. Wolodarski's Books was a simple enough name. Decals of stacks of books made it clear what he sold, but not why he was in Big Dave's town and not on a busy street. A bell announced his arrival as he ducked through the doorway. It was a well-kept, cozy space with a leather-backed reading chair on a Persian rug, surrounded by bookshelves neatly filled with tomes and books. The crackle of a speaker over his head startled Aries, causing him to duck and flinch. "What you want?" asked a thick New York City accent. Hello, said Aries, looking up at the speaker embedded in the ceiling. I'm looking for Anatoly Volodarsky to discuss an extremely rare book. A pause, then more static before the voice said, Who are you? Why are you hiding your face? Shit, Aries mumbled under his breath before pulling back the hood and dismissing the enchantment with a flick of his fingers. Sorry. My name is Aries Charmer. No more sound came from the speaker. He thought his host had abandoned him until a set of shelves opened, revealing a short man with a mess of white hair and bushy white eyebrows that looked like they were trying to take over his face. He wore a sweater vest and used a cane to hobble into the room. Pleased to meet you, Aries Charmer. I'm Anatoly Volodarsky. My apologies for not greeting you right away, but I had to confirm you're not here to rob me. The bookseller barely came up to the middle of his chest as he extended his hand for a firm shake. How does hiding in back keep you from being robbed? They could have taken the books out here without a fuss, said Aries as he reached out towards a shelf, his fingers grazing the binding of a book. Ah, said Anatoly, raising a stubby finger. But these books are worthless and some of them trapped with wards or other nasty tricks. Aries quickly retracted his arm. Interesting. Books, you said. Anatoly climbed onto the leather-backed chair and set his cane over his thighs. You came to the right place. Except for that Seppi, there's no better place in the city to find that which does not wish to be found. He winked and gestured towards a stool. Please have a seat. You're giving an old man a neck ache. The stool was hard and short enough to make his knees bend severely. Anatoly waggled his bushy eyebrows. Well, I'm looking for the Suzerabbent. Anatoly stared back as if he'd just realized a 3-ton hippo was wandering around his store. If you're worried about my credentials, I know who you are, said Anatoly, shifting forward and leaning on the cane stabbed firmly onto the rug. The day I don't know who the eldest Charmer boy is a day I should close up my shop indeed. Your father is well known to the rare book community. He is a collector of magical writings and artifacts. If rumors are true, and with your father they tend to be, he gets what he wants, and he has a large and very interesting collection. The news surprised Aries. If his father kept a collection, it was hidden somewhere in the suite, or more likely at another location. His father never talked about it, nor gave any indication that he owned them. Aries kept his face neutral. Why do you want the Suzerabbent? As you must know, my specialty was the demonic realm at Coterie, and I was head of Chroma and Key as well. Hardly a reason, said Anatoly, eyes creasing. I'm sure you're aware of the disaster at Lifestone. It hasn't escaped my notice. But hard not to, as it was splashed all over the Herald this summer. Aries cleared his throat. What didn't reach the papers was the details of what happened. Let's say that Montana's borders the demonic realm closer than ours, and that the barrier failed. My siblings and I barely escaped with our lives, and anyone that was left probably met a brutal end. Anatoly squeezed the handle of his cane, hairy knuckles flexing along with his jaw as he worked through the meaning of this news. You think this tome will help you get back to Montana's? No, said Aries, only help understand. We worry about the implications. He was surprised how easily the lie came off his lips, but there was a bit of truth to it. There was a part of him that was curious to read it, in hopes of better understanding his field of study. Whatever had happened in Montana's could potentially happen in Invictus. But the Suzerabbent is not a tome of scholarship, there is but one use and it is forbidden. Owning it would be a major crime, and even knowing where it was at would be scandalous. He leaned forward a hair. Who's to say that I even have that knowledge, as precarious as it is? Much can be gleaned from the rituals contained within that have nothing to do with their purpose, said Aries. Anatoly drummed his fingers on the handle as he mused. Aries tried to stay as still as possible not to spook his thoughts. If I had such knowledge, the price of it would be quite high, with assurances that no one could know that I told you the name of the owner if such a thing could be done, and that the use is purely scholarship. On my honor, I can tell you that is my purpose, and I have considerable funds available for the name of the owner. The bookseller chuckled softly. In this case, it's not money that I want. If I'd wanted to be a rich man, I would have stayed up there. He glanced upward. But knowledge is more important than money, and the books one buys and sells that contain the most critical information are not found in the light, if you get my meaning. He tapped on his cane. Also, the honor of your father is suspect. The last comment was made as a dare, which Aries did not take up, receiving the barest curl of the lips for his discretion. What's your price? In the Undercity, money is worth much less than above. We exist as spiders on an interconnected web of favors, and as it is right now, I am in need of one. Name it, and it will be done. Anatoly shifted his wrinkled mouth to the side. In the Undercity, there are two main gangs that dominate. RZR and the Drops. The former are the main players in Big Dave's town. You'll know them by the neon RZR tattoo on their arms. He cleared his throat. I was a little behind on my payments to them, protection, that sort of thing, and they demanded collateral until I could catch back up. That little shit named a specific set of tomes that he somehow knew I had. I was able to make my payments again, but he hasn't given them back. I'm not going against an entire Undercity gang to get a couple of books back, said Aries. You won't need to. This asshole has fallen out of favor with the gang. He doesn't have a patron, if you know what I mean, said Anatoly. He's phase mad. Precisely. There are a few that still run with him, but mostly he's convinced that the end times are upon us and has holed up in a nearby cavern. Shouldn't the gang help you get the books back? Anatoly snorted. They tell me to wait until he gets himself killed and then loot his hovel. They'll probably be eaten by vermin if I wait for that. I want them back. I'm sure a big bad coterie mage like yourself can take one little phase-sniffing Undercity punk. If I do that, you'll tell me who the owner of the Suzerabbant is. Anatoly struggled to his feet using his cane and offered a hearty handshake. It's a deal. Who's the punk? His name is Ollie Rand. Chapter 11. Audrey stood across from the four gang members as Andromeda twitched and moaned on the ground. The urge to rush to her friend's aid was tempered by the standoff. It's starting, boys, said Ollie, licking his lips. Is she? Asked the one with the rifle. Probably, but her friend is definitely. I should have seen it right away. They're here to take me down because I know too much. It's the advance guard, said Ollie, eyes alight with purpose. We're not demons, said Audrey, glancing to Andromeda, who still looked unconscious. But we've fought some in the Undercity before. I saw what I saw, said Ollie, tilting his neck. Those wards shouldn't hurt anyone but a demon. We go over them back and forth all day long, and not once have I been shocked by one, yet your friend stepped on it and went down like a sack of potatoes. She's a demon. Probably not even the real Moriganne, only someone masquerading as her. Explains why she didn't know why I knew her. I bet I know who sent you here. Your friend is a big fat traitor who's probably waiting until the right time to eat your soul. He grimaced. Unless you're one too. Either way, you're consorting with one, which makes you as bad as her. Put a bullet in her head. It's the only way to be sure. The guy trained the rifle on her. There was nothing she could do, nowhere to go since they blocked the tunnel. The spells she knew wouldn't deflect a bullet, and she'd already seen Ollie was faster. If she tried the 5 elements, she'd lose. Out of the corner of her eye she saw Andromeda stirring, but needed more time. Please wait, said Audrey, trying to think of something to keep them from killing her. You sure you want to do that? I'm worth more alive. Think about it. If I'm on their side, then you need information. Keep me alive. Torture me, or whatever you want. The barrel of the rifle dropped as the shooter looked over the sights, the curled lips of interest signaling his desires. He smirked until Ollie punched him in the arm. Kill her easy. She's a fucking succubus, she'll suck out your soul if you try to put your wang in there. Probably has teeth to bite it off. That fucking bookseller probably sent them after us. I always knew he was working with them. The guy with the rifle grimaced and leaned down the sights. His arm flexed as he tightened his grip and prepared to shoot. Audrey flinched when the gun went off. The guy was screaming with a knife buried in his boot. The bullet had ricocheted over her head and the noise rang in her ears. Andromeda lay near his foot with her arm outstretched. Audrey reacted faster than the gang members, blasting them with a force wave at the same time that Andromeda did the same from the ground. Slammed into the tunnel wall, one of them collapsed. The rifle clattered to the ground. Separated now by the curve of the wall, Ollie and his fellow thugs retreated, dragging their fallen member away. She helped Andromeda to her feet. The burnt flesh along her friend's neck was bloody and black. "Where's Mori?" As if summoned, Moriganne stumbled into the tunnel, eyes unfocused, holding her arm. "We have to get out of here," said Audrey as she hooked her arm under Andromeda's. The gang had retreated towards Big Dave's town, so they were forced to take the tunnel that went deeper into the uncontrolled areas. The three of them hurried through the passages until they found a side cavern that dripped with water in the back. After a quick check to make sure it wasn't already occupied, Audrey attended to Andromeda's wounds. "Fuck Andy, they got you good. We need to get you up top to a hospital." "No," said Andromeda, grimacing. The flesh on her neck and shoulder looked melted. "Reach into my backpack. There's a sleeve of elixirs. Grab the one with the pink ring on the end." The vial was administered to the youngest charmer. The whole time Audrey was helping Andromeda, Moriganne sat on a flat rock and stared at the floor. She looked like she'd suffered a concussion. A groan from Andromeda had Audrey asking, "What's wrong?" "Help me lie down. I can repair my flesh, but it's going to hurt." Slipping down into a prone position, Andromeda lay on her back, hands over her chest as if she were dead. Audrey took off her jacket, balled it up and placed it under her head for a pillow. "You might not want to watch. It's going to get gross." "I'll keep guard." Audrey stood near the cavern entrance, giving herself a sightline on the tunnel as well as the space behind her. The noises Andromeda made were quiet enough that they wouldn't draw notice from outside the cave, but they made her skin crawl as she imagined the flesh being purposely knitted back together. A scuff of a boot had her spinning around to find a bleary-eyed Moriganne approaching. "I can help you watch or take a turn if you want to sit." Audrey studied her friend. Between the ward hitting her and what Ollie had said, she didn't know what to think. What happened back there? Why did that ward get you? Moriganne swallowed, looked away. "Mori, I'm your friend." She nodded and slipped out of her leather jacket, twisting her face as she pulled her shoulder out. The tattoo of an ancient bridge crossing an unseen river covered the elbow on her left arm. It looked like it glowed faintly. "It's this tattoo," said Moriganne, internal pain wrinkling her forehead. "That doesn't make any sense," said Audrey. "Tell me the truth. What are you?" "It's me, your friend, I swear," said Moriganne, pleading with her eyes. "I thought Eloise was my friend too." "It's complicated." Ollie's words ran rampant through her mind. After the events of their second year, she'd memorized some minor spells for warding against demons. If she used them against her friend, she might learn the truth, but it felt like a step that she couldn't take back. Once she did that, she might be in a fight for her life after surviving a narrow escape. Or worse, find out that she was wrong, and Moriganne would never forgive her. Either I have a demon for a friend, or no friend at all, she thought. It didn't seem fair. But if she was going to do it, now was the time since Andromeda was out of commission. Audrey flashed a warding sign in the air. Moriganne flinched away, crying out with pain, the tattoo on her arm burning like embers. "You are a demon," said Audrey, recoiling, the truth like a brand to her mind. "How long have you been using me? Is this like what Ollie said, that you're preparing the city?" Using your father's influence. Moriganne closed her eyes as she held her arm. No, I swear. It's me. Your friend. I'm not a demon. It's this tattoo causing the reaction. Then tell me what it is. Everything. No more hiding. I deserve it after everything we've been through. Tell me. Or I'll bind you with salt and wards and leave you to die in the Undercity. Audrey, said Moriganne, eyes red and shoulders hunched, please, it'll put you in more danger. She threw her hands in the air. Like I'm not already. Look at your sister, if she really is your sister. She nearly died. We all did. I can't help if I don't understand. Moriganne sat up straight, resolve gathering in her eyes. Audrey took a step back in case she was going to lunge, and then another, the momentum building for a hurried escape before it was too late. You're right about one thing, Audrey, said Moriganne, grimacing. I'm not Moriganne Charmer. Not really, though this is her body. It's not her speaking to you now. Audrey put her hands up. A quick blast of force, followed by flame, would put down the imposter before she could get the jump on her. It was the safest, prudent thing to do. But there was something in the false Moriganne's eyes that made her stay her hands. For now. You actually know me, said Moriganne, not personally, but you were a fan. What are you talking about? Asked Audrey, taking another step back and risking a glance at Andromeda to make sure she wasn't being cornered. My real name was Minerva Sune. You knew me as Minnie. What the actual fuck, Mori Minnie, whoever you are, said Audrey. You're just saying that because you know I'm a fan. This is a trick. You're a demon. A shape-shifting liar, and I'm getting out of here unless you start telling the truth. The woman who said she was Minerva put her fingers to her face, rubbing the bridge of her nose, shaking her head. When she pulled them away, Audrey expected to see burning red eyes, but they were only slightly bloodshot and creased with concern. I remember you at my concert at the Mystic Chord. You stopped me outside after the show, we took a picture together. You told me I was all flair and no glare. Breath came in short waves. Audrey remembered that moment well. She'd been nervous about approaching the big star, and thought she'd sounded like a gushing idiot the whole time, but cherished the picture, which was still on the phone in her pocket. She reached for it, but stayed her hand in case it was a trick. I don't know how you know that. A few days afterwards I took a job to be a singing coach for a rich girl in the first ward. When I got there they locked me in a room and then a strange man with this tattoo came in and ripped my soul out of my body. I thought I was dead, but then I was in a battle for control. When I woke, I was in this body with no idea what had happened, no idea who I was or what I was capable of. Those first few days, no weeks, months, were a struggle because I was suddenly in a world I didn't understand. Audrey inhaled with surprise. That's why you suddenly sucked at stone singing when you could do it decently before and your voice changed. I could hear it, but I thought you were using enchantments or something. Do you believe me? No, said Audrey. If you're Minerva and some weird man made that happen, why do you have his tattoo? A longer story involving breaking into my father's or Victor's vault to steal it, but somehow I was left with part of it, and since our second year it's been getting stronger. It has something to do with the demonic realms, but I don't know what. All I know is that it scares the shit out of me. Audrey risked a glance to the prone Andromeda. Does she? Moriganne snorted softly. She outed me pretty quickly, but has kept my secret because it wasn't my fault that I'm in this body. Karmic justice. Anyone else? No, but I think Aries and our house manager Mr. Thule suspect it, said Moriganne. It all made sense even if she didn't want to believe it. The shadow beast. The tattoo called it. But it also helped me send it back. Moriganne hung her head. I'm sorry I didn't tell you before, but more people knowing is dangerous. For me and for those that know. If Victor finds out then I'm dead, and who knows what would happen to Andromeda. It explains so much, said Audrey, connecting dots that had always confused her in the past. You were such a bitch those first few months and then you were a whole new person. It's why I didn't know who Ollie was, said Moriganne. The old me was investigating something, which I now know was why I got knocked out of the Merlin trials. An old friend showed up and gave me his name, but not why I knew him. She turned her head slightly, lips curled with the anticipation of disappointment. Do you believe me now? Audrey didn't have to think long. Yes, I do. I have a ton more questions, but I do believe you. Ask away, I'll try to answer as best as I can. She checked behind her. What are you going to do with what Ollie told you? Moriganne took a deep breath. That's what I have to figure out. Why would someone want me out of the trials? Who was it? Do you have any ideas? That it was a maetrie that paid Ollie could point in a number of directions, but the most likely is Mr. Thule. I know the old me and Victor had a conflict, something that he didn't want me to do anymore, but he's never been clear exactly what that was. Any ideas? Yeah, said Moriganne, but the look on her face suggested it wasn't a topic that would be easy to resolve. I think it had to do with my sister Solstice's murder. She held up her hand. Before you ask, I can tell you I don't know what the next step is. I do, said a weak voice from behind. Andromeda was sitting up, the flesh on her neck and peeking from the charred holes in her shirt an angry crimson. She looked on the verge of puking. You do? Asked Audrey at the same time as Moriganne. Andromeda put a hand to her forehead and closed her eyes to steady herself. We have to go to the glass cabaret. Chapter 12. The narrow tunnels snaking out from Big Dave's town had Aries checking over his shoulder. He didn't like the tight confines and the way the curves kept him from seeing ahead or behind him as he went in search of Ollie Rand. Aries didn't know much about the gangs of the Undercity. The Chroma and Key housing was secluded away from the normal routes, but assumed they were violent and dangerous as all desperate people must be. He told himself that he didn't look down upon them as they operated in a world similar to his, albeit without the luxury benefits and protection of the legal system. Business was a constant fight for survival in which all means were on the table. Surviving in a criminal gang had to be similar. Aries heard voices long before he saw them. They weren't trying to hide themselves, which meant they were confident in their own safety, or too ignorant to care. Either one was dangerous, especially since he didn't know who they were. He assumed they were on the path back to Big Dave's town, so Aries hurried to a cross tunnel, hid around the corner, and enhanced his hearing using a quick spell that had come in handy while spying on his rivals in coterie. My foot fucking hurts. Stop making me walk so fast. Quit your whining easy. At least you don't have to carry Fitch. That bitch knocked him out cold. My boot is full of blood, Ollie. We'll fix it when we get back to town. Aries perked up when he heard Ollie's name. It was unlikely that there was another Ollie on the way to the place that Anatoly had sent him, but it sounded like they'd run into trouble. A gang fight or something similar. He considered stepping out to talk to him, but coming directly from a fight meant they'd be on edge and wouldn't think twice about attacking him, and if they were leaving Ollie's cavern, it could give him a chance to get the book back without having to put himself in danger. I can't believe we got attacked by fucking demons, said another voice. I always thought you were full of shit, but man, I should have trusted you. It's okay, Easy. You always were a bag of hammers. What's that supposed to mean? The voices passed his cross-tunnel and continued towards Big Dave's town. Aries snuck forward, following Ollie and his friends so he could hear more about the demons. What was that bitch anyway? Moriganne Charmer. The name had Aries stuttering to a stop, kicking a small rock that made too much noise in the narrow tunnel. He froze for a moment, but the gang members hadn't heard. If she's a demon, then the city is fucked. I bet she's been planted there because her father is a big-time elitist. Has kids placed in all the right places. I bet he's planning on taking over for Invictus, or he's gonna run for president or something. The confirmation of Moriganne's true self made his chest hurt with regret. He'd had a chance to end her in Montana's, but had been worried he was wrong. But now he knew what he'd suspected, that she was working the long game as a way to gain influence with his father. I don't know what you're talking about, Ollie. That's because you're a tunnel rat. You don't know nothing about the shiny city above except that it hates you, said Ollie. At least I didn't flunk out of the 100 halls. I didn't flunk out of the halls, you twit, I didn't even get in them. Same difference. I can still do magic, while all you can do is run your sewer mouth. Will you two shut up? My head hurts enough as it is from the fight. Right, said Ollie, let's get you morons patched up. I need to move my home before more of those demons show up. Now that they know who I am and where I live, my life is in danger. Hearing that, Aries slowed his speed until their voices were faint echoes. If he was going to search Ollie's cave, he had to do it right away. He hurried through the tunnels, not taking his time, as the risk of discovery was less than getting trapped in his cave, and because his mind whirled with the implications of his sister's true identity. When he found Ollie's cave, he saw the signs of battle. Scorch marks on the ground, pooled blood stamped with bootprints, the salt barrier and warding runes. Ollie might be a failed mage, but he knows his demonology, thought Aries as he studied the scene. At first he thought it had only been his sister, he chastised himself for thinking of her that way, but he didn't know how else to, but he could see signs of others and remembered that one of the thugs had said demons rather than a demon. Stepping through the gap in the salt and following what he thought was the path to the hovel in case there were non-demonic arcane traps, Aries reached the back part of the cavern. He searched the blue barrels first, finding hundreds of pounds of ward-quality salt with trace silver dust to make it more potent. There was a bucket of mercury, tightly sealed with a warning label. Once he was sure Anatoly's books weren't outside the hovel, he headed into the makeshift structure, knocking aside the blanket that served as a door, finding a small but comfortable space inside. 3 overlapped rugs served to cushion the rocky floor, and there was a reading chair and a small cot shoved into the corner. A stack of books next to the bed caught his immediate interest, but remembering Anatoly's warning about traps kept him from digging through them right away. He studied the bindings, finding none of the tomes that he was looking for. Most of them were on the topic of demons, off-the-shelf titles available on the internet. One was a poorly made pamphlet about the coming apocalypse, and the rest had nonsense magical names, which made Aries think they were fake and likely trapped. He wanted to turn the entire place over looking for the books, but also didn't want to disturb it too much in case he needed to talk to Ollie later. If the thug thought he'd already ransacked his place, he'd unlikely be receptive to cooperation. Come on, Aries, where would you hide valuable books? It wouldn't be out in the open. You'd have to put them somewhere no one could find them if you had to leave. He looked for hidden compartments or cavities, bending the thin mattress in case the books were inside. Aries dug through the kitchen corner, opening up the boxes of cereal and crackers stacked on an old upturned milk crate. After a half-hour of thorough searching, he worried that Ollie and his friends might return soon, but he didn't want to leave until he was sure that the tomes weren't in the cave. He might not get another chance to search. Outside the hovel, Aries looked around the cavern, checking the bumpy ceiling with a floating magalite, searching behind rocky outcroppings and even in the awful corner where Ollie crapped in a bucket. Concerned that he'd overstayed and the thugs would walk back into the cavern any moment, he tried to convince himself that the books weren't in the cavern. He was halfway out when he passed the broken line of salt and had an idea. Aries returned to the blue barrels of salt, lifting each one to check beneath. Finding nothing underneath, he opened the lids with the bung wrench and dug into the salt with his bare hands. The coarse minerals scratched at his hands, but he kept digging, hoping that if they were in the barrels they hadn't been buried too deep. If Ollie had placed them near the bottom, he'd have to turn them all over to find them. Inside the third barrel, Aries' fingertips bumped against something hard. He grabbed an empty bucket from the side of the hovel and used it to scoop salt out until he could dig out the item. Sure enough, the gold-embossed spine of one of Anatoly's titles stuck out from the salt. 13 Ways to Improve Your Summonings by Philip Sinclair. Broken Hells, said Aries, yanking the book out of the salt. He'd never heard of this title. It must have been written decades ago, before the more stringent laws had been passed. Sure enough, when he checked the copyright, it was 1977. It also made him realize that the professor was much older than he'd previously thought. Not that it was a surprise, given the longevity of mages. There were 4 more books in the salt barrel. Lies, Love and Sacrifices. The True History of the Demonic Realms. The Book of Names. The Oxysio. The titles made him shiver with excitement and dread. He was certain at least 3 of them were on the banned list, which meant the other 2 were as well. After replacing the salt and the lid, Aries tucked the books under his arm and hurried from the cavern. With the ticking of a clock in his head, he took a roundabout path back to Big Dave's town. The tunnels around the underground settlement were well marked. When he reached the enormous cavern filled with noise and neon lights, Aries had the urge to leave immediately, taking the valuable books with him. He sensed they would tell him much about demonology that he'd never been allowed to learn, but the Suzerabbant was more important to his father. Maybe he could strike a deal with Anatoly to read them at a later date, or possibly acquire them outright. He kept his head down and his look-away enchantments up as he hurried through the narrow streets between hovels and stately mansions, tents and glass-windowed storefronts, humans and beings with all manner of tails and skin and bones. Aries knew something was wrong before he stepped inside Anatoly's bookstore. A splatter of blood on the doorframe had him setting his burden behind a trash barrel. He leaned against the window to see inside, spotting the fallen body immediately. After grabbing the books, he rushed in to find Anatoly lying in a pool of blood, his neck sliced from ear to ear. His body was warm to the touch, which meant that it had only just happened. There was a good chance it had been Ollie and his thugs, but he hadn't ruled out Moriganne either, but given the cut throat he found it much less likely. That kind of killing didn't seem like her style, even if she was a demon. Or had she known what kind of deal Anatoly had offered, and had killed the bookseller to prevent him from acquiring the name of the person who owned the Suzerabbant? If so, then there was more to Moriganne's goals than he first thought. Or the other alternative was that she'd learned who had the book so she could inform Victor, and garner even more favor with him. Either way, he'd reached a dead end. He needed that name, and now that Anatoly was dead, he would have to lean on his other options, mainly his surveillance of Professor Sinclair, which had required cashing in a few favors. Before he left, Aries thought about trying to get into Anatoly's back room in case there were more rare tomes, but decided the risk of traps or being caught in the presence of the body was too much. He didn't know how much foot traffic Anatoly received, but his father's money wouldn't get him out of trouble in Big Dave's town. He found a leather satchel and threw the books inside, checking to make sure the streets were empty before hurrying away. As he worked his way back to the spiraling ramp that would lead him to the goblin's romp, he thought about telling Victor what he'd learned about Moriganne, but decided that without proof, their father would deny that his eldest living daughter was a demon. Aries would need to find a way to out her in front of him. He had a few ideas but would need a few acquisitions first. Chapter 13. Obtaining an audience with Priyanka Sai, the head of the Academy of the Subtle Arts, commonly known as the Assassin's Hall, took Kitty until late October. Priyanka had been traveling in other realms, which had made meeting with her impossible until she returned. Kitty spent the time attending her final year of classes, and researching what she could about the mysterious maetrie who had threatened Tekis. Of the book restorer and his assistant Margot she hadn't heard, which she hoped was a good sign. She stayed away from the family suite, sticking to her secret apartment in the 7th ward. The meeting was held at the Arcane, a high-end restaurant in the 1st ward, rather than in her hall. The location unnerved Kitty, who had expected a normal student to patron encounter rather than a formal social setting. She wore crisp navy slacks and a flowery blouse and tried to be the first to arrive, but found Priyanka sitting at the table in a private room away from the main seating area. Her patron radiated danger. Her cream sleeveless blouse made her smoky brown skin glow with inner light. Priyanka had chosen to wear her hair like a lion's mane, sweeping back from her scalp and hanging like a waterfall around her shoulders. "Patron Sai," said Kitty, inclining her head as she approached the table, "may I join you?" Priyanka's exquisite eyebrows arched while she shifted her mouth to the side. The woman had absolute control over her emotions, so anything Kitty was witnessing was for effect. Her patron was perturbed with her, and Kitty didn't quite know why. "For a student of my hall, Catherine, you make interesting demands." "My apologies, Patron Sai," said Kitty, sliding into the opposite seat. She had the sudden impression of climbing into a cage with a dangerous predator, but couldn't figure out why her patron had chosen to make her feel this way. "I have a difficult problem, and you're the only one I could come to for help." "You have a problem? Or is it your father's?" The meaning of the discomfort became clear. "He knows nothing about this request." Kitty was about to continue when she noticed Priyanka's eyes crease. The waiter had arrived. They both gave their drink orders. "I seriously doubt that," said Priyanka with her chin raised. "There's little that goes on in this city that he's not aware of, and after what happened in Montana's, I worry about his intentions." "You know what happened?" Kitty hated the surprise she heard in her voice. She needed to learn more control like her patron. "More or less," said Priyanka, lips curling downward. "You hold yourself differently these days. Montana's changed you." The message was clear: you've killed and I know it. But did she know about Dresden? Priyanka had always been clear that if one of her students was killing for pleasure or their own personal purposes, she would hunt them down herself. Kitty regretted choosing Priyanka for her request of help. "It was most difficult. I still hate myself for leaving so many behind." "Your family made it out of Montana's just fine," said Priyanka after taking a sip of water, her eyes never leaving her. "It was a close thing. A damaged portal suddenly and mysteriously repaired, leaving behind thousands to whatever you'd unleashed on that realm," said Priyanka. The response had to wait because their drinks had arrived. Priyanka had a dirty martini, while Kitty had ordered a whiskey on the rocks. "We'd only just bought Lifestone. That disaster wasn't of our making. I have my doubts, especially when none of the plant leadership is available for questioning," said Priyanka. "Why did your father buy that ailing alchemical company?" Kitty realized that the only reason Priyanka had agreed to the meeting was to interrogate her about Montana's. But she didn't know her patron's motives. There was a danger to not answering truthfully with her patron. It was said they could detect lies through the connection between student and patron, but Kitty didn't know if that was true. "Charmo Inc. is in dire financial straits. He fears we'll be bought up by a larger company and sold off for spare parts. He saw an opportunity in the Avita product line, but unfortunately we learned that it can't be made anywhere other than Montana's. We bought a dead cow." "He got quite a deal for Lifestone," said Priyanka, staring her down. "It surely helped that the C-suite team tripped over their own dicks. I would be quite disappointed to learn that one of my students was involved with that bit of heavy-handed subterfuge." Kitty's entire middle tightened. It was hard to breathe with her patron looking across the table at her. The only thing keeping her from rushing out of the restaurant was that it was a public place, possibly a signal from Priyanka that her fate had not yet been decided. "It was me. I tricked them into inviting me to their table, and drugged them to be more pliable for the photo shoot." Priyanka lifted her martini, taking a big gulp while her gaze never faltered. She set the glass down and smoothed her hand across the tablecloth. "Your father is playing a dangerous game with his children." "It wasn't my father's idea," said Kitty too quickly. Priyanka screwed up her face. "Come now, Catherine. You can't expect me to believe that. He's a shrewd player of the big game. I'm not saying that he didn't request that we find ways to improve our position, but he was explicit that we should stay within legal means. The events of that night were all my idea. My execution. No one else. Plausible deniability, said Priyanka, but he had no problem sending his children to do his dirty work. There are a lot of nasty rumors swirling around about what the Charmer family is up to. I'd hate to think that one of my students is involved. The possessive threat sent shivers up Kitty's spine. She reached for her whiskey, proud of herself that the ice didn't rattle when she took a drink, even though her insides were quivering. Victor is a businessman. As you said, he plays the game well, said Kitty. Victor, said Priyanka, her nostrils flaring as she spoke his name like an insult. Kitty hadn't been aware that there was history between her patron and her father, but it was clear to her now. Their dinner orders arrived during their standoff. The bloody fillet wasn't as appetizing as it sounded before. It was hard to be a cougar trapped in a cage with a dangerous lion. Why did you want to speak to me? Asked Priyanka as she sawed into her equally bloody steak. Kitty had prepared a convoluted explanation about Tekis being a family friend, and that she was helping him out, but she had the distinct impression that Priyanka likely knew everything she was going to ask, or at least enough to sniff out a lie. There was a risk in being upfront with her request, but she sensed she was traversing a narrow path with long deadly falls on either side. I'm sure you're aware of my sister Solstice's death 6 years ago in the Undercity. A tragedy. It was hard to believe that one of Victor Charmer's children could be so careless, said Priyanka, before she shoved a hunk of meat into her mouth, chewing slowly and deliberately. I was 15 at the time, said Kitty, finding she couldn't meet her patron's steely gaze. Sol was like having a second mother, a real one, especially after the divorce. She looked out for us, defended us when Victor got mean, called him out on his bullshit. She was the best of us. She closed her eyes momentarily. When she was gone, we all fell apart in our own ways. I never believed that her death was an accident. Still don't. Recently, I was talking to an old friend of hers from Arcanium, trying to learn something about what happened back then. He told me that after my father's investigation, when my sister Moriganne was asking questions, he'd been threatened into silence by a strange maetrie. The first hints of surprise came from Priyanka as she leaned back in her seat, setting the fork onto the plate with the barest clatter. Your friend, said Priyanka, where is he? I gave him money and sent him away. Told him not to tell anyone. Priyanka nodded slowly. And the strange maetrie? Said he had long swooping hair that covered part of his face and a crooked spine. Priyanka looked away and thought. That description means nothing to me. The maetrie are an odd and varied race, much like ours. Why do you want to know who he is? He's a connection to whoever killed Solstice, said Kitty. That's a big assumption. Why now? Why pursue it after so many years? Kitty looked into her lap, remembering the frozen midden pit. I had an epiphany in Montanas. Almost dying does that. As for the connection, you're right, I don't know for certain that this maetrie has anything to do with Solstice's death. One possibility is that my father's house manager, Mr. Thorn, was covering it up to keep our name out of the papers in a negative light. But it doesn't feel like that to me. It's an odd thing to have a maetrie in the house serving as an assistant to your father, said Priyanka. He bothers me. As he should. She sighed. I assume that's why you came to me, because I have connections in the Eternal City. You want to find out his name. Are you sure that's a good idea? If the maetrie are involved, then there is trouble to be sure. Aren't you worried about what they're doing? Priyanka lifted a single shoulder. If I concerned myself with all their schemes, I'd never get a moment's rest. Most of it is posturing, positioning themselves in their endless wars, and has little to do with this realm. The vast majority dislike this place. It is as strange to them as the Eternal City is to us. So you won't help me, said Kitty, dejected as the phone in her pocket buzzed with a familiar vibration that signaled a message from her twin. She hadn't heard from him in weeks and had been meaning to check on him. Her hand went to her pocket, but she kept it over the light fabric. "I didn't say that," said Priyanka. "In fact, since you have been honest with me thus far, I'm willing to take you to the Eternal City. I'm headed there this afternoon after this meeting." The reversal caught Kitty by surprise. "You would?" Priyanka's head tilted slightly as if she heard the vibration of her phone. Her eyes creased as she said, "I would take you to an old friend who might be able to help." "That would be great," said Kitty breathlessly. "Is there a problem? You came to me for help, and now that I'm offering it, you seem distracted." "The questions you asked," said Kitty, flustered by her own indecision. "I thought that you were going to deny my request. Nor did I expect to go with you to the Eternal City." "You answered my questions truthfully," said Priyanka. "Had you not, things would have turned out quite differently." The phone gave her a secondary buzz to remind her of the unread message. "Do you need to take that?" asked Priyanka, flat-lipped and icy. "I'm very sorry, Patron Sigh," said Kitty, grimacing as she pulled out her phone. "My twin Ivan, he hasn't been doing well since Montana's. He was close with Lena, the plant manager, and witnessed her death." Priyanka's eyes rounded with concern. She gave a nod of assent. Kitty opened her message to find an unusual message. "I see LKQ." She quickly typed a response. "CC, you okay?" She set the phone on the table near the plate with her half-eaten steak. "Are we ready to leave?" "Now." Priyanka bunched up her lips. "You come to me for help, but now you're unwilling to go." Kitty stared at the phone, urging Ivan to respond. It was unlike him to mistext, even as messed up as he usually was. The garbled letters looked like he'd tried to send a message but had passed out, or worse. "I'm sorry. His message worried me," said Kitty. Here she was, sitting with one of the most deadly people in all the realms, having asked for and received help with an unusual request, and now she was contemplating turning it down. Priyanka rose from her seat, throwing her napkin in her vacated spot. "I'm leaving now. If you're not with me when I walk out of this restaurant, then consider my offer retracted." Kitty swallowed as she closed her eyes. When she opened them, there was no new message. She grabbed the phone and shoved it in her pocket. "I can't, I'm sorry, I have to check on Ivan." The corners of Priyanka's eyes creased. "Very well. Try not to waste my time in the future, or you may find yourself without a patron." Kitty waited until Priyanka left before hurrying out of the restaurant, waving down the first taxi she saw, and throwing a big bill over the seat along with the address. Merlin's balls, what did I just do? She checked her phone again, staring at the empty space beneath her last message. "Ivan, you'd better be dying or I'm going to kill you." Chapter 14. The building Ivan had converted into his secret party lair was in the Enochian district of the 11th Ward. Her twin had wanted a place to unwind that wouldn't be concerned with noise or strange lights and smells, and given the high number of non-humans and poorer citizens, the district fit the bill. His place was a converted textile building from the early 1900s. There were 2 floors, the bottom which he called the Lizard Lair, and the upper floor which he termed Vandalville, after having to rebuild the entire interior from parties that got out of control. There were no vehicles in the fenced-in lot. The security cameras at the corners tracked her approach, but the door didn't open when she neared, which meant he wasn't watching them. Rather than deal with the locks and wards that he kept on the entrances during his private benders, Kitty hopped over the high fence easily. A peek through the lower windows revealed a floor untouched. It looked like the bachelor pad of a wealthy scion after the cleaning service had come through. There wasn't even a forgotten plate on the island in the kitchen. "Where are you?" she muttered, craning her neck at the upper windows. A glare kept her from seeing through at the angle she was at. If the bottom floor was untouched, it was unlikely he was on the second, but she didn't want to leave without checking. At one time he'd given her the passcode to get through the back door, but it had been a long time. She didn't like attending his parties. The punched-in number turned the light pad green and gave her a bright little tone. She pushed through the door and a stench hit her right away. It smelled like old garbage mixed with a musty chicken coop. Kitty ascended the stairs cautiously. One never knew what could be left over from one of his parties. During their second year, she'd come by to pick him up for a family lunch only to find a crocodile lying in the middle of the floor, surrounded by passed-out and strangely uneaten partygoers. The smell grew worse the nearer to the second floor she got. A river of tomato paste had dried on the stairs, spilled from a restaurant-sized tub. Cresting the landing was like stepping into a war zone after the fighting had stopped. Broken hells. A few feet ahead of her, smashed eggs littered the floor, and she could hear the clucking of a chicken from somewhere in the apartment. The couch looked like it had been through a shredder or attacked with a battle axe, and the drop ceiling had been knocked out at alternating squares like an upside-down chessboard. The upstairs kitchen was covered in bottles and cans and Bunsen burners and loose cereal. Lines of powder made a raceway around a section of the marble countertop that had been swept clean with an arm thrust. Smashed glass lay on the other side, the experiment inside destroyed by gravity. The floor was a big circle with a bathroom at the center. Her first circuit revealed no twin or anyone else. The door to the bathroom was locked. She didn't have her pick, so she kicked it in with her high heels. The noxious stench inside brought bile into her throat and made her swallow back vomit. With no sign of Ivan, she quickly slammed the door shut and then found a long piece of ribbon to tie it closed so the smell didn't leak out. Kitty worried that Ivan had pushed the boundaries of his alchemical studies. He told her once that he liked experiencing other states of mind to better understand people. She wasn't sure it worked like that, but there was no dissuading him once he got his mind set on something. She worried that he'd gotten so high that he didn't know where he was, and that he'd left the building and gotten lost in the Enochian district. It was a dangerous place for a drugged-out mage. The cluck of a hen had her searching the floor for the bird that was clearly in the room, but there was no visible sign. Kitty pulled out her phone and dialed her twin's number. A faint rumble against the wood floor brought her to a spot near the destroyed couch. "Where the fuck are you?" An egg crashed to the floor near her feet, startling her. The shell spilled yellow yolk against her white high heels. A cold realization came over Kitty as she feared what she was going to find, as she leaned her neck back to find the source of the fallen egg. Ivan was suspended against the underside of the roof with a blanket of duct tape, along with a pair of hens. His head hung down with his hair in his face. She couldn't see if he was awake, or even alive. "Ivan!" He didn't move, so she repeated herself, receiving a low moan from her twin. "You idiot," she said, staring up at his suspended body. "How am I getting you down?" Kitty searched the main floor, finding no ladder or even a table high enough to reach him. "How did you even get up there?" There was a shed in back of the building. Kitty broke into it, finding a ladder chained to the wall. It took another half hour to find the key. She freed the hens first, releasing them into the backyard with bits of the duct tape stuck to their feathers. Getting Ivan down proved more challenging than she thought. He woke partially as she ripped away the duct tape, moaning and mumbling under his breath. Kitty was sure she heard Lena's name more than once. She got him onto her shoulder, the reek of body odor and sweat that was cleansing out the vat of drugs that had been in his body making her gag as she carried him down the ladder. Kitty propped him against the bathroom wall, checking him for hidden wounds or continuous drug applicators. Once, she'd found him passed out with an IV bag in his arm to regulate the flow of his alchemical mixture. Rather than deal with the unholy mess of the second floor, she carried Ivan down to the first and into the lower bathroom, laying him in the shower and turning it on high and cold. Within a few seconds, his mumbling turned to shouting as his eyes shot open. "What are you doing? I'm not taking care of you stinking like a pile of refuse." His eyelids bounced up and down. Whatever he'd taken, it was still in his system. Kitty sighed. It took an hour because he kept fighting her, but she managed to get him cleaned up and in fresh clothes that she'd found in the spare bedroom on the first floor. "Drink this," she said, tipping his head back and putting a glass of grey liquid to his lips. "What is it?" he slurred. "Something you taught me how to brew," she said. "You called it a souped-up version of a charcoal drink." "No," he said, pushing it away. "Then I'll be sober." Kitty squeezed his jaw, which bunched up his lips into an 8, and made him look directly into her eyes. "I was headed to the Eternal City with Priyanka on an important task, when I had to turn around and come here to save your ass. If you don't drink this, I'm going to pour a bucket of ghost pepper sauce on your balls, and let you sober up that way." Ivan made a noise that sounded like, "I'm sorry." She released his jaw and he cupped the glass in his hands, slowly working the liquid down his throat. Its thickness made drinking difficult, and he kept sticking out his tongue and gagging. When he was finished, she gave him some water to wash it down. The mixture kicked in 20 minutes later, and then she spent the next 3 hours in the bathroom as he retched it all back up and sweat it through his pores. His skin turned greasy and sallow, and she had to send him back into the shower for a second round. The clothes went into the trash bin. Sometime after midnight he was stable, sitting on the downstairs leather couch in a unicorn onesie that had been hanging in the closet, hugging a mug of hot tea to his chest, steam rising around his face. Pain haunted his gaunt cheeks and sunken eyes. "I know," he told her. "You know what? That I'm a fuck-up." "No, Ivan. You're a human being who's been through a terrible event. We left thousands of people to die in Montana's, and you had to watch your friend Lena get murdered before your eyes. You might be a bit more creative in how you grieve, but you're still human." "You're not grieving." "It'll catch up to me," she said. "I have a job to do first." "What?" "Why don't you get your shit together before involving yourself in new troubles?" Ivan curled around his mug. After a few minutes of silence he asked, "Did you kill Dresden? Was it that obvious?" Ivan belched and grimaced as he swallowed. "The head of security, the guy you feuded with during all that crap, just disappeared." His nose wrinkled. "Did Vic ask you to?" "No," said Kitty, "I just thought that the world would be a better place without him. If I could take it back, I would." "Maybe I'm not the most messed up of the family," said Ivan with the corner of his lips tugging upward. "I know who the least screwed up is." "Mori." "No, Solstice," said Kitty, hugging the pillow to her cheek. "But she's dead." "Mori reminds me a lot of her these days," said Ivan. "Yeah. It's like the two combined." She inhaled through her nostrils. "What are you going to do when I leave here?" Ivan's lips bunched up. "Don't. Stay here. I don't want to be alone." "I'm staying the night, you doofus. A few days if you need it, but after that, what happens? You can't keep doing this. One of these times you're not going to wake up, and then who am I going to kill to get revenge? I'm already banned from 2 drug rehabs. I don't think there are any that would take me," said Ivan. "You don't need rehab, you need purpose," said Kitty. "You were doing great in Montana's, as fucked up as that was." He closed his eyes, sniffed. "That was different. She made me better." "She still can," said Kitty. "Honor her memory. Be the person she was helping you be." Ivan's hands were against his chest, but he pulled them away, examining a simple silver ring on his pinky. "I'm not that strong. Whenever I'm alone with my thoughts, all I can think about is making everything go away so I don't have to deal with it. I can't even look at a piece of glassware without seeing her face." "Did you two, you know?" "Put the lipstick in the clutch purse." "I wish," said Ivan, stroking the ring. "She didn't think I was supposed to be interested in her. Shame she didn't get laid one last time before getting killed." Kitty had never seen that ring before, and it was far too simple to be something from his collection. She had a good idea of where it had come from, but didn't want to say anything about it. "That's messed up, Ivan, even for you." "No, it isn't. Sex is natural, but I just can't seem to do it anymore. He looked up. You look exhausted, Kitty. You should crash. I'm wide awake. Mentioning it reminded her that she hadn't slept well in a long time, and the events of the day had taken a lot out of her. You sure? Not going to run upstairs and start sniffing random powders? I was afraid to touch that white racetrack on the kitchen island. It's sugar. Would burn like hell and not do a damn thing, said Ivan. Kitty chuckled. How did you get yourself on the ceiling anyway? Did you have help? Ivan lifted both shoulders. Haven't the foggiest. Okay, I'm lying down here, but if you feel like you need to dose up again, wake me and we'll talk it out. Yes, Kitty. She shifted until her body was laid out on the couch with her bare feet pressing against his leg. Her eyelids wavered towards closed. Hey sis. Yeah, she responded while barely opening her eyes. Thanks for taking care of me. Yeah, she said as slumber took hold. Chapter 15. The glass cabaret had two main sources of clientele. The first were the tourists, bumbling into the jazz bar to get a glimpse of a chalky grey maetrie, so they could tell their friends back in Iowa or Arizona how they'd met a supernatural being from another realm. They usually clustered together around a table, risking glances to the figure behind the bar in his black suit coat and thin tie, looking like a black and white photo of the Rat Pack from the 60s. A few might dare to approach the bartender, but get swept up in his natural charismatic aura and find themselves back at the table not remembering how they got there. The second knew Radoslav not for who he was but for what he could get them. The reserved maetrie was a known fixer, a solver of problems and trader of favors. Need your landlord to lay off you for a few months while you find a new job, need a brother-in-law that beats your sister almost nightly to take a fall down the stairs, or need the crushed bones of a speckled Lokanath to make a love potion. Radoslav can make it happen, often up front with no questions asked. The price won't come until later, sometimes much later, and occasionally never at all. How do you know about this place? Asked Moriganne as they strolled down the sidewalk in the 7th Ward. Andromeda shoved her hands deeper into the long black fur coat that hung on her shoulders. Some of the other Eastermances like to come here on a lark to see if we can talk to Radoslav, without getting too lost in his maetrie aura. It was the truth, but it left out that she'd visited the bar owner for her own reasons. Her sister didn't question it, as she seemed lost in her own thoughts. The pair of them looked like they were headed to a speakeasy. It had been her idea to dress the part. The bouncer put out his hand and was about to ask them for identification, until Moriganne frowned and raised her eyebrow at the same time. The barrier disappeared. I have a fake ID. Better he not know your name. Yeah, sure. The tinkling of notes greeted them, along with light chatter. The tables were packed with businessfolk drinking martinis and whiskey after a long day. A woman with deep umber tones and tight curls pulled high on the back of her head was behind the bar. Where is he? Asked Andromeda. A hole formed in her stomach, dread that he'd moved on from the city and that the one way she'd found to be useful was gone. A tap on her shoulder. Moriganne pointed to the back, where couches and chairs clustered around ebony tables. The tall, bleak-eyed maetrie sat by himself near the three-piece band, a cigarette dangling from his fingertips. No one was sitting near him as he radiated danger. That's him? Asked Moriganne. Yeah. He's different than Mr. Thule, said Moriganne, wrinkling her nose as she took in his appearance, like he's hiding from something or someone. You sure we can just go up and talk to him? That he'll know the name we're looking for? Andromeda nodded, too worried to speak. They approached, and he made a gesture towards the two nearest chairs. Andromeda took one while Moriganne sat on the other. Radoslav took a long drag on the cigarette with his hand cupped over his mouth while staring at them. He blew the smoke out, up and away, the twitch of amusement on his lips. It's always a pleasure to have the Charmer sisters at my establishment. One gets rather bored with the doe-eyed tourists getting lost in their own heads. He stabbed out the half-smoked cigarette in an ashtray. The recognition brought a glance from Moriganne, but Andromeda focused on their host. "How is Eastermance's?" His gaze bounced between them as if he were reading the undercurrents. "No modifications today. I supposed you didn't come here to show off." "We're here to ask a favor." Radoslav made a noise in the back of his throat. "I've already provided a favor." He smirked. "But maybe it's time you both paid me back." The shared glance with Moriganne was filled with surprise. Neither of them had known that Moriganne had visited the maetrie bar owner. "I see that secrets have been kept," said Radoslav with half-lidded eyes. "We need a name," said Moriganne, "nothing more." "That's not how this works," said Radoslav, hooking his arm around the chair next to him. "You've both tasted from the well already. It's time to haul water." Moriganne started to argue, but Andromeda put her hand out. "We'll pay our debts. What do we need to do?" His gaze flitted between them as if he were weighing the task against their abilities. Radoslav rose from the chair like an apparition, disappearing into the back. Andromeda dared not speak in his absence while her sister stared after the maetrie, concern curling her lips downward. Radoslav appeared 5 minutes later with a small brown book that looked like a diary at first glance. He plopped it on the table but did not sit down. A piece of paper appeared between his chalky grey fingers, and he extended it towards Andromeda. "You'll find everything you need to know on there," he said as she took the paper, cradling it in her hands. "I expect this complete before the end of the month, or don't bother coming back to my bar ever again." He returned to his spot behind the bar, leaving them to stare at each other. Not wanting to read the paper in a public place, they left the glass cabaret and headed to a regular tavern a block away. Sitting at the bar with 2 untouched pink drinks, Andromeda unfolded the paper. "It says we have to hide that book at this address listed on the paper. 3rd Ward, looks like a nice area." "It's an accounting book," said Moriganne, holding it open, showing tables of numbers and notes. She shook her head. "Whatever this is, it can't be good. We're setting him up." Andromeda found the name on her phone, including a social media picture of his entire family smiling for the camera. Luis and Amelia Gonzalez. 2 kids. She slid the phone over. "They look like they could be the picture that's in the frame when you buy it." Moriganne had been doing her own searching. She read from her phone, "The Kitchen Counter is an up-and-coming restaurant supply business owned by Luis and Amelia Gonzalez. After their successful launch back in 2016, they've acquired more funding to open up 3 more locations around the country and are looking to expand further." She stopped reading out loud, her forehead wrinkling as she thumbed through her phone, eventually setting it down. "They're clean-cut business owners. Why are we setting them up?" "The restaurant industry is filled with organized crime," said Andromeda. When Moriganne made a face, she added, "I listen to a lot of crime podcasts. Maybe a rival doesn't like that they're successful and wants to take them down. Probably explains why they've been able to expand quickly. They're not having to pay a cut." Moriganne hung her head and pushed the paper back towards Andromeda. "If that's what this is, I can't do it. You blackmailed that guy to get information from the cops and you can't do this?" "That was different. They shouldn't have been trying for full custody of the kid. I was making things fair, not destroying someone's life. You realize that if we plant this book, he'll probably end up in jail?" Moriganne closed her eyes. "I have debts enough from Montanas." "You couldn't have saved them, Mori. That's not your fault." "I was in charge of operations," said Moriganne, grimacing with her eyes creased as she stared out the window into the busy street. "I promised them I'd get them to safety, and then I abandoned them. I don't know if I can ever forgive myself. Especially when this is just to get a stupid name. Does it matter who paid Ollie to sabotage me? It's not like I didn't have a million enemies after the way I treated everyone at St. Jude's." "That wasn't you." "I know, but that doesn't change the calculation. Moriganne picked up her drink, but held it in her lap rather than take a drink. How did he know you? What favor did you request? Andromeda's gut tightened. She'd hoped that Moriganne would forget that part of the meeting. I lied before when I said I petitioned the head of Eastermances for an invite, and that he'd granted it as a thumb to the eye of our father. The reality is that it was Radoslav that acquired the invite for me, she explained. Oh. Any idea what you asked? Moriganne lifted a shoulder. Probably has to do with finding out who sabotaged me at the trials. She hunched her forehead. But it doesn't feel like that. I'm beginning to think that I was investigating Solstice's murder, and that's why all these bad things happened. If that's the case, doesn't it make sense to go through with Radoslav's request? Two wrongs don't make a right. I'm sorry, Andy, but Sol's murder doesn't rise to the level that would excuse this, she said, tapping on the folded paper. How are you going to get the name then? Asked Andromeda. Moriganne bunched up her lips. Maybe I don't. Maybe it ends here. The most likely scenario is that Solstice died accidentally in Undercity and Victor's investigation was inconclusive, but he didn't want his dead daughter's name in the news anymore because it hurt his business. When Moriganne relaunched the investigation herself, he tried to shut her down, and when she didn't stop, he punished her by paying someone to sabotage her in the trials. You were his heir apparent, said Andromeda. I can't imagine he would do that. It's a theory. Maybe it's as I said before, that a jealous rival didn't want me in the halls. It's not like I don't have a lot of enemies. Moriganne slid the drink across the bar untouched. I can't ruin someone's life because a bunch of rich people have it out for each other. She flicked the book with her fingernail. You should destroy that. After Moriganne left, Andromeda cradled the pink drink in her hands. That her sister couldn't go through with it after what had happened in Montana's was understandable. All her siblings had been messed up by those events, some more than others. A tarry black feeling rose up in her chest. She knew what it was. Guilt. Their father didn't think she was worth a damn thing, so she hadn't been sent to Montana's with them. Andromeda was afraid that he was right. The others had carved out their place in the family, while she'd hidden herself behind her modifications as a wall to keep them out. Her siblings were damaged because they'd been in the fight, while she was safe, unscathed by the events that had upended her family. 2 years ago, when Moriganne had needed her support, she'd ignored her sister's calls, afraid to lose her tenuous position within the family. Traitors were punished. Everyone could see that. Victor made no exceptions. Regrets raced through her veins like acid. Yet she spent his money, enjoyed the power of his influence. She'd thought that by helping Moriganne that she could help pay back her crimes of abstention, but Andromeda saw now that it was only more cowardice. She was letting Moriganne fight the battles while she sat in safety. There was no neutrality in a war. Those who refused to fight were aiding the enemy. While she loved her father because that's what daughters did, she knew his hands were not clean. Nor hers by association. She knew it more than any of them, because Victor had protected her from a mistake that would have destroyed anyone else outside of their family. Andromeda paid the bill and slipped the paper and book into her purse. Chapter 16. Aries stood near the enclosure for the ghost dogs at the Invictus Menagerie, and Cryptozoo eating from a bag of stale popcorn. He'd seen nothing but ugly tufts of dead grass and dirt inside the brick-lined pit, the critters he was meant to be enjoying nowhere to be found. At least the yaw bears he'd passed earlier had been splashing around in their dirty little pond, giving the few attendees at the zoo a chance to see them. There was a bigger and better Cryptozoo in Portland, but he had no interest in wasting a few days to experience benign danger behind enchanted glass walls. He spotted Glenn Davenport circling the enclosure, looking like he was expecting to be eaten by a matador, or worse, nervously represent one in court. His contact fidgeted with the box in his arms, touching his glasses every third step. I said to dress inconspicuously, said Aries. Glenn swallowed. I didn't wear a tie. Aries sighed. I guess I'll have to rely on the fact that no one in their right mind would ever accuse you of being a spy. The insult washed over Glenn unrecognized as he kept checking around them. You can stop looking around. If someone followed you, I haven't seen them. He snapped his fingers. Give me the box. Does this make us even? Asked Glenn as he handed it over. Did you check the gem? Even a peek? Asked Aries, knowing full well that it required a pass image to access the memories contained on it. No, said Glenn, shaking his head. I wouldn't think of it. If I find out you were looking at what's on there, then everything you did and risked was for nothing. Yes, of course. Then we're even. The second-year coterie student stared back with his jaw open. Aries made shooing motions. That means you can leave. Right, said Glenn, adjusting his glasses and hurrying away, still checking around him as if he'd been followed. Aries sighed. He'd agreed to be Glenn's sponsor last year to join Coterie of Majors. The Davenport family owned several transportation companies. He didn't realize what a dud their son was until he was already in Coterie. The unattended cryptozoo provided a safe viewing location. Aries headed to the small theater on the north side of the zoo, where movies about its founding played on repeat. He found a spot in the back. There were only 2 other attendees in the building, a couple of teenagers near the front that were using the dark space as a makeout venue. Aries popped open the box, revealing a hazy, nearly opaque cut gem the size of a walnut. The smooth mineral weighed as much as a bar of gold. He held it in his palms, wondering if it would provide the answers that he hoped it would. Convincing that dimwit Glenn to hide it in Professor Sinclair's office had taken a mix of threats and promises. A quick incantation with a touch of phase activated the recording gem. As he felt the connection with the gem, he pictured himself seated in the head chair at the dining room table with a crown on his head. The pass image unlocked the gem, and his mind was suddenly overfull with images that all looked nearly the same, since they were snapshots of the professor's office inside the obelisk. Aries closed his eyes against the onslaught of information. The gem had been in his office for over a month, which was a lot of material to sort through. The gem's omnipresent view was like having a hologram to turn and twist to get the best image. Aries placed his viewpoint from the side near the bookcases and next to the overgrown Diefenbachia plant. The room could have been the office of any professor in a normal university, since Philip kept an unassuming profile. Aries skipped through the timeline, ignoring the sections when the room was dark or the professor wasn't in the room, which was the vast majority. There was a good chance that he'd recorded nothing of interest, but this was the only place he felt comfortable enough intruding into the professor's private business. Aries had spent a fair amount of time in that office, with the professor as his mentor. The professor trusted him enough that he had private conversations while he was seated across from him. Nothing terribly revealing, but there was a certain level of confidence. He slowed the recording to viewing speed whenever the professor was on the phone or someone else was in the room with him. The conversations with students were mostly mundane, concerns about classes, complaints about classmates sabotaging them, the mercurial nature of Coterie's advancement system. All of it was familiar. Aries remembered the confusing and often soul-crushing nature of how things were done in the Coterie of Majors. They were told often that having no rules and protections in the hall was a way to get them ready for the real world, but as Aries had learned, the school was sometimes worse than reality and in other ways simpler. After 2 hours of slow review, Aries found the section he was hoping the recording contained. He knew who the professor was talking to even before he heard the name, because Philip sat tall and clenched his jaw whenever he was talking to the patron of Coterie. Yes, Malden, I assure you this is important. I know you've been away on other business. Hearing the patron's name had Aries pausing to consider the implications. The patron of Coterie had long ago erased his name from the world, and used obfuscating enchantment shields to keep people from knowing what he looked like. The expense and difficulty of those steps were astronomical. For what reason? No one knew. Aries had heard from a few upperclassmen in his early years that they thought their patron was actually Invictus in disguise, but he'd never really believed that. Aries moved the viewpoint to a spot right behind the professor, so he could potentially hear what was being said on the other side of the phone, but after 2 or 3 rewinds, he realized the gem hadn't captured what his patron was saying. I know, and I've spoken to Priyanka, but she's adamant about her position. The professor nodded. Of course, but I don't see how. There was a long exchange where the professor nodded and said yes or no, which had no meaning to Aries since he couldn't hear the other side. That's not what I called you about, Malden. No, a different problem. Not that one. I see. The professor paused, grimacing as if he were being reprimanded. No, this is about a book. One of our former students was asking me about the Suzerabbent. He flinched. No, of course I didn't tell him you were the owner. I made it very clear that further inquiries would not be met kindly. A pause. The name? Aries Charmer. Yes, I agree, probably his father's request. Whenever the boy speaks, I can see his father's hand working his mouth. Yes, a hard worker but no ambition. Of course, I'll forget about it. But I wanted to pass the information along. The conversation went on for another minute about inane details of running a magical academy, then nothing else. Aries scanned the rest of the recording for other conversations with Malden, but there were no more. The recrimination from his former mentor burned, but Aries pushed it out of his mind. Professor Sinclair didn't understand how growing up in a family-owned and run company changed who you were in all situations, especially in one that traded on influence and information. The answer to the owner of the tome in question felt much worse. Not only was the patron of coterie one of the most private mages in the world, he was also the most dangerous. He thought about telling Victor who owned it, but he knew that wouldn't be enough. He was expected to acquire the book through any means necessary. Vic had made that clear. It was a matter of life and death. But the patron knew his name and knew that he was inquiring for his father. Even if he managed to steal the Suzerabbent, Malden would know exactly who'd taken it. No, this would require a completely different tactic. He'd have to think like his father. He'd have to be like Victor. No matter the cost. Chapter 17. The suburbs of Philadelphia made Andromeda feel like she'd been trapped in a sitcom that overused its laugh track. A dad in shorts and black socks was actually mowing the lawn on the second weekend of November, and she'd seen at least 3 sets of parents pushing strollers. Gross, she muttered with her hands in her jacket. The address hadn't been difficult to find. A 2-story brick house with a sports car in the driveway. There were probably a million others like it in the country. She wondered what her life might have been like had she been born to normal parents. There was no guarantee she would have gotten into the halls. Even for the highly overprepared, there was still only a 58% chance she'd read. Much less if you came from a family without resources. The taxi had dropped her off at the entrance of the subdivision. The sidewalks were clean, mostly free of cracks, and filled with kids on bikes doing whatever they did in places like this. Andromeda stood beneath a wide oak, hands buried in her jacket even though she wasn't cold. She couldn't really remember her reasoning on why she needed to come here. She hadn't thought about the accident in years. The dad had come out to grab a gym bag from the back of the sports car. She didn't remember his face, but his hair was tinged with grey. Excuse me, miss. Andromeda startled, spinning around. She hadn't heard anyone approach. An older woman was walking beside a powered wheelchair. The girl in the chair looked up at her. They were the same age, but somehow she looked much younger. Leslie. The name almost slipped out of her mouth. The mother and daughter stared at her with their foreheads hunched as if they recognized her, but that would be impossible. She'd modified her face before she left Invictus that morning. "Are you planning on standing there like a moron all morning?" asked the girl in the wheelchair. "Or do you have the hots for my dad or something?" "Leslie, be polite," said the mother, exasperation in her eyes. "Sorry," muttered Andromeda, stepping into the grass, "I was looking for an address." "Have you ever tried your phone?" said Leslie, heavy on the sarcasm as her wheelchair shifted past. Andromeda regretted coming to see them. She'd thought it would help her decide what to do about Radislav's request, but it only made it worse. As Leslie's wheelchair moved up the driveway, she glanced over, squinting as if she was piecing together who she was. Andromeda headed the other way in long strides. She couldn't get out of the neighborhood fast enough. The Gonzalez house was in the 7th Ward, a few blocks from the Canal District. The 3-story shotgun-style brick homes were stacked against each other. Andromeda couldn't imagine herself packed together with so many other families, but she could at least imagine living in this area rather than suburbia. She'd been sitting in the park across from the address for the entire afternoon, watching the pigeons come and go, silently cheering when one of them shit on the statue of Bannon Creed. She'd caught a brief glimpse of the family that morning. They'd taken their terrier on a walk through the park, but they hadn't gone far enough away that she was willing to risk it. By the evening, she knew there wasn't going to be an easy opportunity, so she pulled out a burner phone and, using her regular one, played a bomb threat message to 911, then dropped the burner into the fountain opposite Creed. The sirens started winding their way to the neighborhood a minute later, by which time she was headed around the buildings to hide in the back alleyway. Megaphones announced the evacuation. She could hear them from the back. After a count to 30, she moved to the back door, finding it unlocked. The family had been in the middle of dinner, a dish of rice, ground meat, chopped onions and cabbage. It smelled delicious. Andromeda scooped her fingers into the father's plate and took a bite. Could use more salt, but it made her want the recipe so she could have Ozanka make it. She knew she should be planting the book and getting the hell out, but once she did, their lives would be over. Or at least upended for years. The red and blue flashing lights lit up the living room in the front of the house. Andromeda perused the pictures on the walls. Smiling, happy faces. Genuine, she believed. Not like the picture of her family in the Herald. No one could tell that Victor had been screaming at them only moments before the flash of the camera. Their office was on the 2nd floor. 2 desks. It looked like they both worked on the business. Andromeda used her toe to open the bottom drawer of Amelia's desk, and she slid the fake accounting book between 2 folders. She thought it would hurt more to hide it, extract some Faustian angst from her, but it felt so mundane it didn't cause a flinch. The sounds of the police moving from door to door in search of the non-existent bomb had her heading out the back before they arrived. It had been easy. Too easy. She'd always liked to tell herself that she was the least charmer of the family, but today proved that unequivocally wrong. Andromeda circled around to the park to get a glimpse of the Gonzalez family clustered together, staring at their house with concern. They were worried about a bomb blowing up all their possessions. If they could only be so lucky. The glass cabaret opened a couple of hours before lunch. There wasn't even a bouncer at the entrance. The velvet ropes that sometimes snaked down the sidewalk on busy weekend nights clustered together in the entryway. Andromeda found Radislav behind the counter, cleaning the spotless glassware with a silk rag. Twin shots of some dark liquor were waiting by the time she reached the bar. Andromeda didn't recall seeing him pour them, but there they were. "It's done." Radislav lifted his glass and she did the same. The corner of his lip twitched with the suggestion of amusement, but she didn't think that was an emotion he'd ever really experienced. The liquor in the glass smelled like petrichor and reflected no light. He threw the shot back and she did the same. It burned pleasurably the whole way down, filling her limbs with tingling ecstasy. "I could use the help if you're looking for long-term employment," said Radislav, holding the empty shot glass near his chest. "No, I'm compromised enough." "Shame." It's nice having people around who can remember their names when they're talking to me. Andromeda slid the glass across the bar. The name is Cavano. Is he connected to a court? Unattached. Radoslav made both glasses disappear behind the counter. A free bit of advice. Stay far away from him. He's made killing an art form and your magics won't work on him. Thank you. My pleasure. Is there a way I can find him? Disappointment creased his eyes. Radoslav wrote an address down on a piece of paper. He stays here when he's in the city. Thermi. A bathhouse and luxury hotel. Andromeda had heard of it. It was the kind of place older, rich men went to cheat on their wives and talk business. She nodded as she shoved the paper in her pocket. Andromeda stepped away from the bar before turning back. What did you do for my sister? His flat expression was her answer. She left the glass cabaret and headed straight for a piercing shop. She heard the nipple piercings were painful. A blast of winter had covered the grass and statues with a patina of frost. Andromeda was sitting on the same park bench when the FBI arrived. They didn't break down the door at least, but after spending 20 minutes inside with a search warrant, both parents were led out in handcuffs, and the two kids, who were about to enter high school, looked bewildered as social services led them to a dark green minivan with a decal on the side. Andromeda forced herself to watch the entire affair, memorizing every last detail, down to the way her chest felt like it wanted to cave in. There was a good chance that nothing would come of learning Cavano's name. Solstice had been dead for 6 years. Whatever had led to her death, purposeful or accidental, was lost to the sands of time. But Andromeda knew there was something rotten at the heart of the Charmer family. If they couldn't find and exorcise that rot, then it might spread beyond their flesh and blood. Chapter 18. Mr. Thule rarely left the family suite, and when he did, it was late at night. There were 4 known ways of leaving the skyscraper, but when reviewing past security logs, Kitty never saw him use them. With that knowledge in mind, it hadn't taken long to uncover the hidden exit beneath the garage. Her spy camera caught him coming out the maintenance door in a long black coat and a fedora tilted to hide his face. The maintenance tunnels led into the underground subway line that moved around the first ward. Kitty followed him onto the train, sitting in the car one up from his, wearing the borrowed face of a student at one of the non-magical colleges in the city. She wore bulky headphones that had listening devices built into them, and a hoodie beneath her winter jacket. There was no trace of magic on her. She didn't want to give him any chance to detect her trail. Mr. Thule headed into the third ward. There were underground malls, with hundreds of little shops that operated late into the night. He disappeared into a spicy ramen shop with red paper lanterns hanging outside. The interior was too small for her to follow without being noticed, but she wasn't worried. She'd known about the location for years. He liked the noodles. Nothing more. While he was inside, Kitty changed her disguise to an older Korean lady using clothes she'd hidden in the ceiling above the nearby women's bathroom. She was ambling in the direction of the exit stairs when Mr. Thule passed her with not a hint of recognition. He made 2 more stops, handing over a small envelope at an all-night laundromat, and then another to a drug dealer standing on a corner. Kitty almost missed the second handoff due to the dim lights. Whatever passed between them was small enough to be palmed. By the time she followed him to the old temple that bordered the 4th ward, she was a statuesque blonde in a shimmering sequined coat, and had dark circles under her eyes suggesting a healthy drug habit. The temple wasn't religious. The place had been a dance club years ago, built to look like a Buddhist temple. It had been abandoned since then, but enterprising drug addicts used it as a place to get high safely without being hassled by the cops or having to deal with the brutal winter weather. Following Mr. Thule into the temple brought risks. The interior was filled with dark spaces and side rooms, usually occupied by junkies in a semi-comatose state. She stepped over a guy who'd clearly wet himself, a puddle running around his midsection as he slumped against a wooden pillar, mouth open with his tongue sticking out. At the end of the wide area, a dais once held a huge brass Buddha, but it had been stolen years ago, and now a group of transients sat clustered around a fire in a brazier that had once been a faux offering plate. Kitty hadn't seen where Mr. Thule had gone. He'd disappeared before she made it through the open doors, which was a problem because if he saw her searching for him, the reason for her appearance would be obvious. She let herself stumble a little, adding a giggle for effect as she meandered around the columns. Occasionally faces loomed out of the darkness, lit by the brief flare of a lighter, shame in their expressions. Sniffs and outright coughing echoed throughout the temple, the noises carried by the high-angled ceiling. She saw the other maetrie before she saw Mr. Thule. He wasn't hiding, and his awkward shoulder-tilted gait made him stick out in the space occupied by drug addicts stoned out of their minds. A flash of eyes in her direction had her leaning against a pillar, as if she were too unstable on her feet to properly stand. She felt the decision as he lingered in her direction, needles of concern bouncing up and down her spine, warning lights to get the hell out of there. The will to breathe came back as he turned his attention to Mr. Thule, who was hidden by a pillar, except for the tip of his fedora. Kitty placed her back against wood, facing the opposite way, and tried to extend her hearing to catch their conversation, but the echoes and coughing made picking it out difficult. The only thing she caught during their low conversation was the word whispered, and something about an estate. When she couldn't hear them anymore, she wanted to lean around the pillar and get a glimpse of the other maetrie, the one who had threatened Tekis, but his previous suspicions kept her hesitant. There was a danger about Mr. Thule's friend that was like a knife to the throat. The maetrie were inherently dangerous, but this one seemed extraordinarily so. Kitty had just about worked herself up to stumbling into the open to see if they were still clustered by the pillar, when someone grabbed her arm tightly. She shoved the hidden knife in her boot a hair beneath the chin of her attacker, the razor-sharp tip just a muscle flex away from piercing their brain. The initial violence of the grab was reinterpreted, as she turned her head to find two familiar faces staring back at her in the gloom of the old temple. Mori. Chapter 19. The all-night cafe served coffee and greasy foods. A red plastic basket of fries, liberally covered with cheese, sat in the middle of the table between the four women. Moriganne sat across from her sister Kitty, with Audrey next to her. Andromeda was in the last spot. "Why were you following Cavano?" asked Moriganne. Kitty had barely talked since they'd found her in the old nightclub. Her hands were in her lap and she stared at her black coffee. Untouched. "How do you know it was me?" Andromeda halted the cheese-covered fry she was about to shove into her mouth. "You look like a cocked gun no matter what face you're wearing," she grumbled. "Also, you borrowed those glittery heels from me 2 days ago." Kitty closed her eyes momentarily. "Right. I'm stupid." Thule could have recognized them. "He could have," said Moriganne. "But he didn't, or we wouldn't be talking to you right now." "I can handle myself," said Kitty, glaring. "Maybe from Mr. Thule," said Andromeda, "but the other maetrie Cavano, he's bad news. The worst." Kitty cupped her hands around the coffee. If she threw it across the cafe, Moriganne wouldn't be surprised. "Why were you following him, and why is she here?" asked Kitty, frowning at Audrey, who held up her hands and said, "I can leave." "No," said Moriganne, putting her hand on her friend's arm. "We wouldn't be here if it weren't for you. We need all of us, especially you, Kitty, assuming I'm right about why you were following him." Kitty's flared nostrils and frequent glances to the door turned her into a caged animal. "I prefer to work alone." "You made that clear enough in Montana's," said Moriganne. Kitty scowled. "You couldn't have followed me." "That's not what I'm saying," said Moriganne with a sigh. "Maybe it will help if we all lay our cards on the table. I'll start." She hadn't had time to discuss revealing her true identity with Andromeda and Audrey, but decided until she had a better read on Kitty, she'd keep that reveal in hand. Moriganne went on to explain their encounter with Ollie Rand, minus the part about her tattoo, and then their meeting with Radoslav. "What did you do for him?" asked Kitty right away. Clearly she knew who the maetrie bar owner was and what his information entailed. Moriganne shared glances with Andromeda. She wasn't going to explain the request, since she hadn't been the one to go through with it. Andromeda hunched her forehead and stared into her sugary coffee. "I got the information. That's all that matters." "So this Ollie Rand was one of the people that knocked you out of the Merlin trials, and he was paid by Cavano, the maetrie we followed tonight," said Kitty. "He's an assassin and a freelance fixer," said Andromeda. "Why?" asked Kitty. "Solstice." The red and blue flashing lights of a passing police vehicle had them looking out the window. "What about you?" asked Moriganne. "Same. Solstice." "This is great," said Audrey brightly. "Maybe the four of us can figure it out together." Kitty glared at Audrey, who ducked her head. "Is this what's been between you and Vic all these years?" "Yes. I saw Thickens recently. He confirmed you talked to him," said Kitty with an eyebrow raised. The name meant nothing to Moriganne, so she smiled as if she knew. "Thickens," said Andromeda, snapping her finger. "Sol's friend from Arcanium. Victor hated him. Wasn't rich enough. No family name," said Kitty. "Is he okay?" "I sent him away." She took a sip of her black coffee. "What else do you know?" "I got the police report on her death. The initial crime scene analysis didn't show any irregularities other than what was known. She was attacked by something with sharp teeth and powerful jaws, which could be a lot of things in the Undercity." The way Kitty shifted her mouth to the side suggested she already knew this. "Otherwise, we're at a standstill. We followed Cavano from his hotel. We don't know much else, not even how he fits into this. As much as I hate to say it, there's a chance that Sol's death was accidental, and Mr. Thule brought in Cavano to investigate it and then bury the story when they realized no one was to blame. Or for all we know, there was someone to blame, and Cavano took care of them already." "I don't believe that," said Kitty. "Sol was murdered." The vehement way she said it made Moriganne sit back in her seat. The conversation paused as the waitress topped off their coffees. "Why was your sister in the Undercity?" asked Audrey, with a cheese-covered fry hovering before her open mouth. "That's a good question. One we've never been able to figure out," said Moriganne. "She was working on something, that much is clear, but we have no idea what it was." "Thickens said as much," said Kitty. "You already knew that." She rapped her knuckles on the table. "She had a laptop that she was always noodling on, but I never could find where it went. If we had that, I bet we could learn what it was. I figure Mr. Thule made it disappear not long after her death." The suggestion of the laptop was like a lightning bolt straight through her chest. The hairs on her arms stood at attention. Moriganne sat up straight, mouth hanging open as puzzle pieces fell into place. Kitty leaned forward. "You know where it's at. Is it Mr. Thule? Did he hide it somewhere?" Moriganne swallowed. It had never occurred to her that the laptop that she couldn't get into her first year in the family wasn't hers at all. She'd been able to use the old Moriganne's memories to punch in the security code when Mr. Thule had challenged her, but the laptop password had eluded her, no matter how hard she tried to remember. The laptop had been sitting on Solstice's old study desk. "I have the laptop." Chapter 20. The head of Coteries' house was a fortress as far as Aries was concerned. As a charmer, he had access to resources that regular people couldn't even dream of, but there was no way he could get onto Malden's estate, let alone break through the security measures and find the tome. Especially when his patron had been warned that they were after it. The conversation between Professor Sinclair and his patron made his position precarious. Even if he managed to steal the book, Malden would know and likely cut him off from his patronage. While mages eventually acquired enough immunity to the maddening effects of raw phase, it usually didn't happen for decades. It would be akin to cutting him off from magic entirely. A death sentence. The alternative of not getting the book and disappointing his father was an equally brutal punishment. Not only did he have to steal the book from his patron, but he had to do it without his knowledge. On the surface, the task seemed impossible. A dozen ideas on how to get into the estate, using mercenaries, hiring a team, blowing it up and posing as emergency services, getting invited to an event being held there, etc., all resulted in the theft being blatantly obvious. After a few weeks of late-night strategizing, Aries wrote "break into estate" on a new page of his notepad, then angrily crossed it out. It couldn't be done. Not in a way that left him able to access his phase safely afterwards. It wasn't until he was riding to a luncheon with his father in the back of their limo, and he saw a moving truck next to them, that inspiration struck. "What are you so fucking happy about?" asked Victor, looking up from his datapad. His father had been more sour than normal lately. None of their attempts to find funding had panned out. It was looking more and more like they'd have to sidle up to Celeste. "Had an idea," said Aries, containing his mirth so as not to upset his father. Victor narrowed his gaze and grunted under his breath. "You ever going to finish that task?" "I'm getting closer." Victor's half-lidded, red-rimmed eyes regarded him as if he were a disappointing meal that was going to get sent back to the head chef. He coughed into a handkerchief. "You should hurry or I'll find someone else to do it." There was little that his father said that did not include a reminder of the potential punishments. A few days later, Aries had time to work on his idea. Breaking into Malden's estate came with too many risks, but if the head of coterie planned on moving the tome, then it would be briefly vulnerable. There might even be a way to pin the theft on another party, keeping him safe from Malden's retribution. The first thing he had to do was convince his patron that the estate was going to be hit, and that the likelihood of success was high. There was no way the Charmer name was enough of a threat to inspire that kind of drastic action. It had to be another party, a well-known and extremely competent person, that would convince him that moving the tome was the only sensible course of action. There were really only a few halls that would inspire that kind of concern. Bannon Creed from Protectors wouldn't diminish himself with subterfuge. He'd go straight to Malden and make his offer and threat. The second option was Arcanium, as Semyon Grey opposed nearly everything the other four originals tried to do in the absence of the head patron, but the threat didn't seem potent enough. On the few occasions he'd met Semyon, Aries had come away with the impression that he cared more about ideas than people or power. His hall was known for the acquisition of books for its extensive libraries, or to protect the knowledge from those who would misuse it, but Aries could easily see Malden going straight to Semyon with rumors, rather than waiting for him to make the attempt. Which left the only real option when it came to devising a diversion: Priyanka Sai, the head of the Assassin's Hall. Not only was she the most dangerous patron, she was inscrutable, her motives not even understood by the other members of the original five. If Malden thought she was going after the book, he wouldn't try to contact her, and he wouldn't leave it in place, knowing how creative she could be when solving problems. But how to convince him that the threat was imminent? Aries dug deep into the account Victor had set up for this purpose. Using a series of cutouts and a fake account that would be traced back to Karen Allgood, an instructor in the Academy of Subtle Arts, Aries set a number of forces in motion. Surveillance. Monitoring. They were told to use a light touch, but he knew that eventually Malden's security would detect their presence and then the fuse would be lit. This phase of his operation might take a while, and he was concerned his plan was too subtle. He needed a way to make the head of coterie aware of Priyanka's intentions, and eliminate suspicion of him. There was only one way he could conceive of that might sway Malden, but it came with great danger to himself. Aries pushed the snowball into motion, but feared that when it crashed down at the bottom he might find himself buried alive. Chapter 21. The investigation into the laptop had to wait until the winter break, when Victor was out of the family suite on business, and Mr. Thule was out visiting his favorite ramen shop. The pretense for clustering in Moriganne's room was a fashion consult, before the winter ball being held by silence that weekend. Before anyone spoke, Kitty laid privacy enchantments on the room. Her sisters Moriganne and Andromeda stood near the old desk, covered in planets and stars, staring at the laptop as if they expected it to jump up and bite them in the face. Kitty didn't quite believe that her sisters were telling her the entire truth. There were too many shared glances, gaps in their explanations, and unusual bouts of surprise like when Tekka's name had come up, but for now she was willing to go along. "The room is secure," said Kitty. "If Mr. Thule can see through my wards, then we've bigger problems." The open laptop was on the password screen, the cursor blinking. "Any ideas?" asked Andromeda with her arms crossed. "Before we start," said Kitty, "are you too sure you should be involving Audrey? She's out of her league and doesn't have a family name to protect her." Her sisters shared a knowing glance. Something had happened, but neither was willing to explain. Moriganne spoke for them. "She's good. You'll have to trust me on that." After everything that had happened in Montana's, Kitty wished she was closer with her sisters. It had brought them together briefly, but now that they were back at home, it felt like their cooperation had been smoke and mirrors. "How far did you get with the password?" asked Kitty. Moriganne shifted her mouth to the side. "Not at all." "Did you send it out? Get some expert help?" The tightening of the lips and narrow squeezing of the shoulders suggested her sister was formulating a response, which made no sense to Kitty. How could they have gone through the trouble of acquiring Caverno's name from a known criminal like Radislav, but not have pushed the laptop angle more? "I thought I could do it myself since I knew her best." "Any ideas?" "Did you search for a sticky note with the password?" "Of course," said Moriganne, glancing surreptitiously at the desk. Andromeda reached out to the tomes on the back of the desk. "What about these?" "A good place to start," said Moriganne. "Everyone grab one." There were 5 tomes: A History of Magic, The Metaphysical Truth, 18 Times the World Almost Ended, Invictus, The Man, and a short treatise on phase. The topics didn't surprise Kitty. Solstice had always expressed an interest in knowledge for knowledge's sake. It was why Arcanium had been a perfect fit for her. Kitty paged through a short treatise on phase. Her sister had made notes in the margins whenever the Undercity was mentioned, and marked other words with a highlighter, but they didn't seem to have a relation to the notes. "There's some stuff here about the confluence of phase in the Undercity, speculation on the dangers it implied, but nothing that would suggest a password," said Kitty. "Some stuff here about the founding of the halls," said Moriganne, holding the open tome of A History of Magic. She thought the fledgling wells were of interest. "Maybe we could ask Ivan about it." She paused. "How's he doing?" Kitty hadn't told anyone about the state she'd found him in last month. "He's a survivor. He'll be fine." "Lots of notes," said Andromeda. "Sol seemed to think that we're headed towards an apocalypse just like Ollie Rand." She squinted. "More highlights? Weird." "Sol loved puzzles and ciphers," said Kitty. "Maybe it's a clue. Let's write them all down." They spent the next hour searching through the tomes on the desk, writing down the words that had been highlighted. When they were finished, they had the following list: "Then follow Bastille reading the money in probably the skull, this, your record, Bunny dead, I'm if and is." "Bunny. Maybe this isn't a hidden message," said Andromeda, frowning. "No, I think it is," said Moriganne. "There's follow the money. What else do you see?" They spent the next half hour going through various options until they settled on what at least most of the message meant. "If you're reading this, then I'm probably dead, follow the money, the record is in the skull," said Kitty with a single shoulder lift. "Seems plausible. But what about these 2 words? Bunny and Bastille?" asked Andromeda. I think we all know what Bastille could mean, but not in this context, said Kitty. And didn't she have a bunny blanket that she loved when she was a kid? Moriganne snapped her fingers. What if it's the password? She leaned down and typed Bunny Bastille and Bastille Bunny. Nope. Use the capitalization, said Andromeda, pointing at the word on the page. Moriganne tried both versions with a capital B, but no luck. Don't most passwords have a letter or other symbol in them? Asked Andromeda, frowning. They stood around the laptop. Kitty racked her brain for numbers that would be meaningful to Solstice. Then it hit her. Duh, said Kitty, nudging Moriganne in the arm. You should remember which number she was always bringing up around us. It's obvious. The blank stare from Moriganne, not even a hint of recognition, brought a tick of suspicion, but given the challenge she let it pass by. One, said Kitty, holding up her finger. She was always reminding us that she was the first charmer kid. All right, said Moriganne, not sounding convincing in her agreement, but she leaned down and typed Bastille Bunny 1. The lock screen disappeared, and for a moment Kitty expected an error or message telling them they were locked out forever. We're in, breathed Andromeda. I can't believe we're in. We don't get too excited, said Kitty as she leaned over Moriganne's shoulder. We don't know if there's anything on here. There was the normal suite of programs on the laptop that most hall students used. In addition, the Charmer business portal existed but was likely inactive. Moriganne clicked on the icons, bringing up random information. Kitty didn't realize she'd been sighing until Moriganne got up and said, "Why don't you drive?" It wasn't like her sister to give up control, but the way she was meandering through the laptop as if it were a Sunday stroll was making her want to scream. Kitty slid into the spot and went straight for the navigation folder and checked the most recently used documents. The list that came up was of old financials. This is the same crap Vic had us all look at, said Kitty, shaking her head. Open it, said Andromeda. That file name has a different suffix than the normal nomenclature. Good catch, said Kitty, opening the file. A spreadsheet of payments a mile long popped up on the screen. There were dozens of tabs and acres of numbers to search. Kitty scrolled through the information, trying to decipher if it was meaningful. Check the tab on the far right, it would have been the most recent created, said Andromeda. The accounting sheets were mind-numbingly boring to Kitty, but as soon as her sisters read the information, they both sucked in air. What? Is this something? Marion Abilene Children's Research Hospital. I don't get it, said Kitty, checking back over her shoulder. Scroll down slowly so we can read it, said Moriganne. Kitty grumbled but did as she was asked. She hated not knowing what was so important. She saw money transferred to a Silas Abilene, more payments to listed names which looked like regular people. There are notes, said Andromeda, pointing at a particular group of cells. When Kitty highlighted the cell, the note read, "Total adds up to money given to Bastille charity event for that year, same as the previous 4. I don't understand, said Kitty. Why hide your payments to one charity by giving to another? When they shared a look, Kitty pushed away from the table. What? What do you already know about this? Moriganne threw herself onto the nearby couch. You don't know anything about what happened my second year when I got into Snake and Tome. No, said Kitty, but there was always a lot of weird shit going on, especially between you and Aries and Tamako's death. What gives? You know something about it. For the next hour, Moriganne told a tale that Kitty would have called bullshit if it had come from anyone else. Aries being charmed into demon summoning. The head of the charity being behind the whole thing. Eloise the half-demon. Fuck you for not telling me a word of this until now, said Kitty, trying not to let her hands curl into fists. How could you tell Andromeda and not me? No offense, sis, but you've been avoiding anything important in this family for a long time. She regretted the words and tone, but Kitty knew she was right. Maybe you don't know me as well as you think you do, said Andromeda, crossing her arms and leaning against Solstice's old desk. It was bad enough blackmailing Aries to get back into the family, said Moriganne, mouth pinched. I didn't want to embarrass him further. I was wondering how you pulled that off, said Kitty, hanging her head. So what does it all mean? Eloise was using Aries to infuse them with demons so Silas could have a long life. Vic and Silas go way back. Maybe he was unknowingly funding some of the research. You know as well as I do he doesn't do anything without a reason, said Moriganne. Are you suggesting he knew? The payments go to the hospital, not Silas, and there's nothing about Eloise. And what about those other names? They look like random people. I guess we have a lot more work to do, said Andromeda, pulling a thumb drive out of her pocket. Let's take the data in case something happens to the laptop. We can look up those names and see what that tells us. Kitty nodded, but remembered the second half of the message they'd deciphered. Any ideas what the record is in the skull means? After a pause, Kitty added, maybe we'll find out searching those names. But we should leave before Mr. Thule gets suspicious about how much time we've spent in here. You can't leave yet, Kitty. She tilted her head at Moriganne, who wore a playful smirk. Why not? I haven't dressed you for the winter ball. Chapter 22. The luncheon was held on the Charmed Life, the super yacht that his father kept in a New York harbor. Aries had invited a half-dozen former classmates, members of Cromer and Key, and a few professors, including Philip Sinclair, to celebrate the paper he'd written detailing the new class of demons he'd discovered in Montana's. A cerulean sky extended over the choppy ocean, white-tipped waves crashing, while far behind them the skyline of the city crested the horizon. The chill air was barely noticed. There were few other boats on the water, and none as large as the super yacht. An hour after they'd left the harbor, Professor Sinclair tapped on his glass to get the attention of the other guests. The crowd was mostly men. Everyone turned to the professor, who'd stepped onto the raised section near the outdoor dining area. Attention, attention everyone. I know Aries didn't ask me to, but I wanted to take a moment to say a few words about his accomplishment, which has shed new light on our misunderstood field. A round of rowdy backslapping pushed him up to the front near the professor. Aries kept up a gregarious smile, even though his gut was churning with anticipation. He couldn't let them know that he knew what was coming. Aries lifted his glass of champagne as he took a spot near his old mentor. Professor Sinclair rested his hand on Aries' shoulder. Now I know most of you either from coterie or the hallowed halls of Cromer and Key, which I was a member of just like many of you. Collectively, this group includes some of the brightest minds in the study of demonology. The professor let his words fill them. He was a good speaker. When he'd first met him, Aries had thought him a wet blanket, but that sweater vest math teacher exterior wasn't at all what the professor was like. The assembled beamed back at the professor. Our academic research is one of the most poorly understood of all the halls. Broken hells, it's even misunderstood by those in coterie who do not share our scholarship. People claim that we are power-mad, intent on summoning demons that would rampage through the city, but what they do not understand is that we are the first line of defense. Someday, I hope not in my lifetime, the barrier between our realm and theirs will fail. Aries' experience in Montana's is proof enough that the danger is real. It will be up to those here on this yacht to defend the city, to defend our realm. That is why we study what we do. Aries noted the nervous smiles. Many of them had chosen the field of study due to its forbidden nature, not to be a defender of humanity. He had a good idea of who he could count on if ever such a thing came to pass. What Aries experienced in Montana's was an awful tragedy, said the professor, patting him on the shoulder. But thankfully he kept his wits about him, and recorded what he could about the invasion. The others in attendance lifted their glasses to him, and he reciprocated, all the while trying not to stare at the 3 fast boats headed their way, skipping across the water. The only other person who might see their approach was the professor, and he was busy with his speech. As their engines grew near, they forced the professor to speak louder to overcome their noise. Even the sparse bit of information about the Scorpix, the Gigantus, and the great shadow beast that broke out of the plant, along with the new symbols from the Elder's book, will serve as a starting point of scholarship for decades. A few of the assembled glanced back at the approaching boats, annoyance on their faces. Someone muttered about sending a few shots of flame across their bow, bringing laughter. Aries swallowed and kept up his smile, even though his mouth was as dry as sandpaper. The engine noises grew so loud that the professor shouted, "Let's wait until they pass before I continue. Until then, drink to Aries." Huzzah! Glasses were raised as two of the boats swerved around to the other side of the super yacht, while the nearest killed its engines. "Huzzah!" repeated Aries, holding his glass high. The heads were turning and no one was paying attention to the professor. Screams erupted from below a moment before a dozen masked men and women with automatic weapons appeared on stage. A few of the guests started working spells, until one of the men fired directly over their heads, forcing them all to duck. "If I even see a pinky move in the wrong way, I'm putting a bullet in your skull," said the lead raider in an Eastern European accent as he climbed onto a bench. "Everyone kneel down and put your hands on your head. I know you rich fucks don't know how to do that, but just imagine it's what your mistress does before you fuck her mouth." As Aries started to kneel, the main guy pointed at him. "Not you. You're Aries Charmer, you come here." Aries kept his hands on his head as he approached, speaking loudly so everyone could hear him. "Whatever you want, my father will pay, just don't hurt anyone." Aries saw the rifle butt coming for his head. He could have moved out of the way, but let it crack into his skull, knocking him onto his knees. Blood ran from a cut on his forehead into his left eye and down his cheek. He tried to wipe it off, but someone grabbed his arms and yanked them behind his back. "I didn't say you could speak," said the main raider. "That goes for the rest of you. Anyone trying to communicate with your friends will have to deal with me. Bind them up. Let's keep them safe and calm." The men and women from the speedboats produced ropes and gags, binding up everyone on the deck. Aries assumed they'd already done the same to the crew below. His heart thundered in his chest as his mind raced through all the ways his plan could go wrong. The men and women with guns on the deck didn't know they'd been hired by him, only that they were here to do a job. He'd been clear through his cutout that no one was to be killed or harmed irreparably, but now that he was facing down the barrel of an automatic weapon, he worried that they weren't as disciplined as he hoped. "Take their wallets and jewelry," said the lead guy. "Careful with anything that looks magical. It could be linked to them." As the raiders moved through the group, the lead guy faced Aries. He hadn't been gagged, but his shoulders had been pulled back and his hands bound uncomfortably. Brown eyes glared at him through a mask that covered his face. "Now," said the lead, cradling his weapon against his chest, "we will have a conversation and you will tell me what I want to know, or you will pay dearly, and maybe some of your friends will pay with their lives. Everything that happens here today depends on you, Aries Charmer. Keep that in mind. If you don't want your father to find a boat full of dead rich people, then you will be very forthcoming." Aries had no idea if he was making threats or would actually go through with it. His brain was short-circuited with terror. He nodded. Professor Sinclair was facing him, bound and kneeling, his eyes creased as if he were trying to convey his support. "There's something we're after, and we understand that you have it. It's called the Suzerabbant." Professor Sinclair's eyes went wide. "No," said Aries right away, "I don't have it. I was looking for it, but..." The rest of his words never left his mouth. Something hit him in the back like a taser, except it felt like his body had been lit on fire. He heard his own high-pitched screaming until the pain was released and he collapsed onto his face on the cold deck. "That is called a burner. You feel like you're being burned at the stake. Poor little rich boy probably never felt pain like that. We shall try again. Where is the book?" Aries had thought he'd been afraid before, but now terror flooded his veins, overcoming his senses. The world was a hazy mist around him, and all he could feel was the threat of the burner at his back. Someone lifted him back onto his knees so he could speak. I don't have it, I never. The world collapsed like a house on fire. He could feel his eyeballs threatening to burst from the imaginary flame. He didn't know how long it lasted, but every second felt like 100 years. When the pain was pulled away, he was certain he'd wet himself, but his nerves were so jittery and amped up that he couldn't tell. If you'd like, we can start shooting your friends. I swear. I don't have it. I was looking for it, but I never found who had it. Then why was the bookseller Anatoly Volodarsky found dead? And why were you seen around his shop? Aries unstuck his tongue from the roof of his mouth. He couldn't see out of his left eye and his jaw hurt from when he'd hit the deck. I came back to the shop and he was dead. Some gang members killed him. RZR, I think is what their name is. This sounds like bullshit. I swear. The hit from the burner made him want to tell them to stop, to reveal that it was him that had hired them. Anything to make the pain go away. Aries woke in a curled position, looking straight ahead at his friend Derek Kensington. The barrel of a gun rested against his skull. He was pleading with his eyes, gasping for breath behind his gag. Are you ready to talk now? Or are we going to have to spill some brains on this nice clean deck? Someone pulled Aries back onto his knees. Even his eyelashes hurt. He feared that his request for restraint wasn't going to be heeded. No. No answer. I don't know where it is. A gunshot made Aries flinch. When he looked up, he expected to see a hole in Derek's skull, but the gun had been fired into the clear blue sky. Last chance. Next one goes into his brain matter. A muffled shout from Professor Sinclair brought the lead raider over to pull away the gag on his mouth. If this isn't relevant, then I'm going to throw you over the railing with your hands and feet tied together. He doesn't have it, said Professor Sinclair, gasping. But I know who does. This sounds like save your ass bullshit to me. No, said the professor, breathing heavily. I know Aries was looking for it. He asked me, but I refused. And I know for a fact that there's no way he could have gotten it. It's impossible. Nothing is impossible. But do tell me. Who has the book? Professor Sinclair looked out over the faces. Can I whisper it in your ear? The guy with the gun shrugged. Why not? He leaned down and after a moment his face screwed up. That's unfortunate. He stood up, contemplating his next action while Aries prayed that they'd leave. The main guy frowned as he looked around the assembled as if deciding how to extract more value from them. Today is your lucky day, ladies and gentlemen. He pulled an opaque gem out of a pocket. This tells me if someone is telling the truth, and what do you know, Mr. Sweater Vest told the truth, unlike this one. A kick to the ribs doubled Aries over, and a second later a gunshot nearly deafened him. His shoulder exploded with pain, and he crashed back onto the deck for the fourth time with blood pooling around his face. The guy with the gun made a twirling motion with his finger, and the armed assailants disappeared below deck, followed by the revving of engines. The boats sped away, and within minutes there was nothing but the sound of seagulls and the crashing of waves against the hull. Aries was vaguely aware that the others were trying to get out of their bindings, but all he could feel was the rocking of the boat and the blood leaking from his shoulder. The last thing he saw before unconsciousness claimed him was the professor speaking to him, telling him to stay awake until someone could get free and bind his wound. Chapter 23. The private floor at Golden Willow smelled like antiseptic and flowers. The overabundance of floral arrangements sitting on the table outside of Aries' room looked more like a funeral than a get-well gesture. Moriganne signed into the visitor's log first, followed by her siblings, including Ivan, who cradled a brown and white puppy to his chest. The security outside the floor tried to bar the animal, but Kitty had reminded them of who their father was and how much he gave to the hospital. A blonde nurse finished replacing the bandages on his shoulder as they came in, smiling briefly before disappearing out of the room. Aries gave them a tired grin. Do the hand jobs come with the uniform, or is that an extra line item? Asked Ivan as the puppy licked his chin vigorously. He looked surprisingly sober despite the dark circles around his eyes. Kitty had picked him up, arriving separately from her and Andromeda. I can't afford the blood loss. Aries reached out to the dog. Pick up a stray. Rescue dog. Ivan beamed, rubbing the puppy's brown ear. His name is Barkley. Aries made the same face they all had at learning the name of his dog. It was the same name as the dog he'd had as a kid, the one Victor had killed when he shit on the carpet. You look entirely too happy considering you almost got murdered by pirates on the high seas, said Andromeda, putting a hand on his leg. That's the thing about almost dying, it puts the rest of your life in perspective. He looked over their shoulders. Vic coming. He had a meeting with Celeste that he couldn't miss, said Moriganne with a shrug, catching the creasing of his eyes. Totally understand. He bunched up his lips. Any luck catching the assholes? Nothing from the cops, said Kitty. Said it was a professional job, but no one has explained what they were trying to get. Aries stiffened on the bed. We've been asked for the sake of the investigation not to tell anyone, including family. Sorry. But Vic knows, right? Asked Ivan. Can't have Daddy Warbix out of the loop. Yeah, said Aries, giving his brother side eye. Vic knows. Moriganne sensed Aries was holding something back. She knew she wasn't a great liar, but neither was Aries. Then again, he'd almost died on the family yacht. He could be trying to hide the trauma from Ivan, who everyone knew was barely holding it together. She wasn't so sure Ivan should be a dog owner, especially of a puppy, but it seemed to be bringing him some joy. What the press like? Asked Aries reluctantly. Moriganne tapped on her chin. I think the Herald's headline was the Charmer Curse, while the Arcane Times said Pirates in New York. My favorite is the Hall Daily, said Ivan, who had Barkley cradled like a baby and was scratching his belly. Demons and pirates, oh my. Vic mad? Asked Aries. He threw his eggs Benedict at Ozanka this morning, said Andromeda. And then kicked the one Vindicator, Gus maybe? And told them all that if they didn't find a solution to the Lifestone lawsuits, he was going to hire the pirates to come after them. So he's in a good mood, said Ivan, wagging his eyebrows. Makes me wonder why I haven't been back there in months. What have you been doing? Asked Aries. A little of this, a little of that. Kitty's been helping me set up a lab at my place. Figured I could do a little research on those phase crystals we got from Montana's. The mention of that realm had him pinching his face. Kitty put her hand on his shoulder as he closed his eyes and rocked on his heels. Kinda surprised you didn't name your dog Lena, said Aries. Ivan cocked his mouth to the side. I'd really rather not have it sound like I want to fuck my dog. A burst of laughter caught Moriganne by surprise. She snorted, along with her siblings who genuinely lost it, even Aries who grimaced from the gunshot. I guess that's one way to get me back, said Aries, laughing and holding his shoulder. When it settled back down, Aries reached out and grabbed Ivan's free hand. I'm really sorry about Lena. We all liked her, I know you did most of all. Ivan nodded, and Moriganne thumbed away a tear. I thought you'd burned your tear ducts away when you were in middle school, Mori, said Ivan. When you almost lose family, it reminds you how precious they are, she said, eliciting gagging noises from Ivan. Come on. More comments like that, and we'll know you're a doppelganger. A pair of doctors in white coats came in with clipboards. All right, visiting time is over. We have to make sure our most important patient is recovering. Ivan made hip-thrusting motions behind the doctors as they addressed Aries, until Kitty dragged him away. Outside the room, and after Ivan circled away while making baby talk to the puppy, Kitty frowned. You don't think this has anything to do with our investigation? Doesn't feel like it. Too high profile. No maetrie involvement. Didn't think so either, but wanted to check. Moriganne glanced over Kitty's shoulder to where Ivan and Andromeda were cooing over the puppy, as its tail thumped against his side. "You haven't told him?" "No," said Kitty, forehead knitting in the center. "But speaking of, when are we going to start checking that list?" "Tomorrow after my morning classes. There are 2 names here in the city." "Great," said Kitty, "I'll meet you at the station near the Bloom." Her siblings left the hospital. Moriganne followed them out at a slower pace, assessing her relationship with the twins. If she had to tell them who she really was, how would they react? She feared that eventually she would have to tell them or risk them learning on their own, when she couldn't influence what they thought of her. But she wasn't ready yet. She didn't want to lose the closeness that was developing through the constant onslaught of tragedy. Moriganne chuckled to herself on the way out of the hospital. Is it going to take the apocalypse to bring this family together, permanently? Chapter 24. Kitty watched Moriganne's approach from the station platform. She wore a long brown tweed coat over a bright yellow blouse and black slacks. It was the same effortless style that had always marked her as different, but it was felt older, more elegant than the cutting edge of old. The subtle difference was a burr to Kitty's mind, but she pushed it away as she shared an air kiss with her sister. "How's Ivan?" asked Moriganne as they boarded the train together, taking a pair of seats next to a giant ad for an elixir that could suppress genital herpes. The college-aged guy holding his thumb up with a too excited smile made Kitty snort softly. "Not dead from an overdose, which feels like a miracle after everything that's happened." Moriganne leaned her shoulder into Kitty, knocking the hair away from her face. "You've always taken good care of him. Between Barclay and the phase crystal research, he's keeping busy and out of trouble." "No more raves?" "I threw his old phone in a burn barrel and no one has his new number except me," said Kitty. "If there's anything I can do, please let me know," said Moriganne. Kitty squinted at her sister, shaking her head. "You can tell me why everything changed." Moriganne tilted her head back. "I don't understand." The urge to tell her sister that it didn't matter was strong, but these questions had been brewing for a long time and Kitty didn't know if they'd be alone anytime soon. "You were the mean queen of St. Jude's, the heir apparent to Victor Charmer, and a general all-around grade A bitch. I hated you. You stepped on Aries' throat at the Bastille when you took his moment of glory. You left the rest of us to fend for ourselves after Solstice died. Imagine what Ivan might have been like, had he had the guiding hand of his older sister. Andromeda, for all she pretends otherwise, is a mess." "You're underestimating her," said Moriganne right away. "Maybe I am, but the point is that you abandoned us in your quest to conquer the world until things didn't go right, and then you came back with your tail between your legs, wanting to be family again." The heat in her chest made Kitty want to rush out of the moving train, but she refused to show weakness after unloading her pent-up thoughts on Moriganne. Her sister stared back with searching eyes, no recrimination, no shame, as if those crimes hadn't been of her doing. It burned Kitty that in this moment of truth, her sister was busy pitying her. "I can't tell you why I changed," said Moriganne, glancing at the brick apartments speeding past the window in a blur as the track rose. "Was it Sol's death? Was it finally seeing Vic for who he really is? I don't know. But what matters now is that I did change. You're my sister and we barely know each other. I want to be a family. With you and Ivan and Andromeda and even Aries." Kitty wanted to like Moriganne, but there were too many landmines buried in the fields between them. Too many secrets. Too many wounds. "I still don't understand why you got involved with those murders in the Undercity." "I felt responsible when the guitarist at the gala was murdered because of me." "Bullshit, Mori. You've never been the Nancy Drew type. It was always about leverage and earning chips for the big game. It's why I have a hard time trusting you now." A host of thoughts passed across her sister's eyes. Moriganne looked like she was contemplating something, a reveal or a bit of information that might inform the change, but then the voice on the speaker announced their arrival at the station. "That's us," said Moriganne, pulling herself to standing with the stainless steel pole. Both addresses were in the 9th ward. The first was in a mixed neighborhood of houses, apartments and small businesses. A couple of kids were sitting outside a corner bodega, petting a tabby street cat. Kitty could smell the fish market the next block over. When they reached the address, Moriganne reached out to knock, but Kitty stayed her hand. "What are we telling them?" she asked. Moriganne blinked and shifted her mouth to the side. "Ideas." "Forensic accountants," said Kitty. "You lead," she said, stepping back. Kitty rapped her knuckles against the dark grey door. A dog started barking inside, followed by the owner trying to quiet the creature and eventually placing them outside. A short time later, the door swung wide, revealing a mid-40s man with rich black skin and kind eyes. Specks of blue paint were on his sleeves and hands. "We're not buying," he said, and started to close the door. "We're here about Nathaniel," said Kitty, leaning forward. The door hovered with indecision and then he stepped outside, his forehead wrinkled with anger and distrust. "How do you know his name?" "Mr. Alan Williams, correct?" asked Kitty, receiving a nod. "We're forensic accountants. We were brought in by the National Association of Charities to review the Abilene Children's Hospital for any inconsistencies. It's not a big deal, but it's part of the accreditation required to receive our stamp of approval." He blinked a few times. "Right. What's this have to do with my family?" The founder, Silas Abilene, died a few years ago, and during the transfer of ownership, some inconsistencies were found in the accounts. Nothing to worry about. This isn't a criminal investigation, or anything like that. We're just trying to understand the records. This isn't unusual for a privately held charity. Oftentimes the owners don't take good care of their books and these questions come up after they're gone. "Yeah, that makes sense," he said, even though his hunched forehead suggested he hadn't completely bought it. "Can we come in?" "I promise we won't take more than 10 minutes of your time," said Kitty. Alan's gaze shifted between them. She could see him weighing how dangerous two attractive young women could be. He headed inside, leaving the door open. "Jolene's at work," he said, "and our daughter Emma is at Creed Elementary." He cleared his throat. "I'm a freelance painter while I'm working on my portfolio. Can I get you a drink?" "No, that's all right. Like I said, we won't take too much of your time." Kitty clasped her hands in front. "Can you tell us about Nathaniel's experience at Abilene?" Alan rubbed the back of his neck as he looked away. His lips were bunched as he contemplated old memories. "Years ago, Jolene and I were vacationing in Japan. You know, doing all the tourist things. We loved going into random restaurants and discovering new and interesting foods. There was a little place we found in Osaka. No idea the name, but it was a sushi place, I guess, really sashimi, none of the weird stuff we do over here. The owner was a kind old man who served the most delicious raw fish. We'd had a few too many asahi, and had inquired about a special menu behind the bar. He told us it was the challenge menu and not fit for foreigners, which only made it more appealing. Eventually, we talked him into letting us try some of the dishes. There was the fugu or blowfish, which made our mouths tingle. There were a few others I don't remember, except they didn't taste that great. The last we had was something he called niños. He stared at the floor, lost in memories. Anyway, Jolene got sick that night. Don't know if it was the food or the beer or that we later learned she was pregnant, but it started then." "What started?" "When Nathan was born he had scales on his body," said Alan. "At first we thought it was eczema, but tests later proved they were scales." "How do you know it was the restaurant in Osaka?" asked Moriganne. "Niños are a kind of mermaid." He squeezed his lips tight. "If we'd known it was a supernatural creature, we never would have eaten it." "The niños meat gave him scales. It also made him extremely resistant to being hurt," said Alan. He climbed on a chair and touched a hot pan, searing his finger. Had a huge blister and everything, but by the time I had gathered his things to take him to the hospital, the burn was gone. Is that when you took him to Abilene? Asked Kitty. Not at first, but when the scales grew thicker and he was constantly in pain from dry skin, we realized he needed help. Abilene offered to treat him at no cost. They even provided his room with a small saltwater pool that he could hang out in when his skin ached too much. Alan pinched the bridge of his nose between two fingers, holding back tears. We didn't know what we were going to do with him. We debated letting him live like that, or trying to fix him so he could at least have a normal human life. The doctors were great, always consulting us about any change or test they did. We were always making sure that Nathan was okay with what we were doing. He wanted to be normal too. To play with other kids his age. He closed his eyes and rocked on his heels. Sorry, I need a moment. Alan disappeared into a bathroom, where sounds of nose blowing echoed in the small space. Kitty shared a glance with Moriganne, who lifted her shoulders and made the finger motion for keep him talking. I'm sorry this is tough for you, said Kitty when he returned. With bloodshot eyes, Alan nodded and cleared his throat. He exhaled through his nose deeply before continuing. It happened when we were both in Indy. We were living there and in an apartment in Chicago, going back and forth, taking turns between our jobs. Jolene's a lawyer and I was an engineer. They said it was a reaction to the medicine. He had a heart attack. His body couldn't handle the stress that the medicine was putting on it. Did you see the body? Asked Moriganne. Alan blinked, eyes searching the floor before he answered. No. They said that it would only cause us distress. And the payments? Alan's expression grew hard. You said we weren't in trouble. You're not. Kitty paused. But that's what we're trying to understand. The money side of the charity. They told us the payments were compensation for our loss, said Alan. I figured they didn't want to tarnish the hospital's name, and since they do good work and lots of kids would die without them, we didn't question it too much. Accidents happen. Did you have to sign anything? A non-disclosure agreement? Asked Kitty. He nodded but couldn't meet their eyes. Unless my partner has any other questions, I think that will be all, said Kitty, receiving a headshake from Moriganne. Thank you for your time, Mr. Williams. We'll contact you if we have any more questions. As he led them to the door, he said, we didn't know what to do with him. We couldn't just let him live in the ocean, but he couldn't live with us either. We couldn't afford it. Moriganne put a comforting hand on his shoulder. We understand. It was an impossible situation. There was probably no right answer. No right answer, he repeated absently. Before they reached the door, Kitty turned back towards him. Do you have any documents about the nature of Nathan's affliction? Yes, but why? It would help us trace the costs better, knowing what kind of treatment they had to give him, said Kitty. He nodded and excused himself, heading to the second floor. He returned almost immediately with a thick folder in his hand. Do you want us to make copies and bring this back? Asked Kitty. No, he said with eyes rounded, I've been wanting to throw it away for some time. Better you have it. They bid him farewell, heading down the street in silence before daring to speak again. A park bench provided a spot to study the documents, which would require longer examination, but the quick answer they got was that Nathan had superhuman healing abilities. There were dozens and dozens of examples listed about him injuring himself, and then the wounds healing within a matter of minutes or hours, if it was more severe. After reading up on the documents, they visited the second address, which was only a 5-block walk from the Williamses' residence. The woman that answered the door was smoking a cigarette and wearing a long t-shirt that went past her knees. Hello, Miss Gredo. If you have a moment, we'd like to ask you some questions about Delilah. The woman scowled and took a long drag off her cigarette, turning the tip bright red before flicking it in their direction. Fuck you, I'm not violating my NDA and losing my payments. You can't trick me like that. She disappeared with a door slam. "That was awesome." "We got one at least," said Moriganne. "There's dozens of names on the list, and the rest of them are all over the country. Are we going to visit them all?" "No," said Kitty, "I bet we'll get a lot of answers like Miss Gredo here. You call the rest. I have a more direct idea on how to get the information." "Do I want to know?" asked Moriganne with an eyebrow raised. "Probably not." Kitty checked the time. "I need to get back to my hall. We have a training session with the first years tonight. I'll talk to you when I have more information." "Hey Kitty," said Moriganne. "Yeah. Let me know if there's anything I can do for Ivan." Kitty tilted her head back. "You could start by visiting him." "I'll do that." Kitty left her older sister on the sidewalk, convinced more than ever that there was a secret lurking beneath her sister's exterior. She didn't know if she should be concerned, or if it was merely a change of heart as she'd earlier said, but she wasn't going to let her guard down. Chapter 25. Aries was dismissed from the hospital 2 days after his siblings visited him. He could have left the day of treatment, but the doctors were overprotective, as Victor was a big donor, and Aries wanted to play up the injuries. The time didn't go unused, as he continued preparation for when the tome would be moved from Malden's estate. Even before he'd hired the hit on his own yacht party, Aries had been contacting members of high-end arcane moving companies, and bribing them in case they were chosen to move the valuable tome. He'd assumed that Malden wouldn't move the book himself. He was much like Victor, using underlings to deal with the dirty business of running a hall. The work informed Aries of how useful a person like Mr. Thule could be, as he found himself more and more compromised by the task. But he didn't want to involve anyone else. It was important to show Victor that he could be counted on for critical tasks. As the weeks of winter passed and no word came back from his contacts, Aries worried that the tome had been moved by other means, or that his bribes hadn't been enough to sway the low-level employees. Then on an early March day, when a few inches of snow were melting in the city and turning the sideways into a mucky mess, a message appeared on his phone. "Sorry, wrong number, I was looking for Greg." Aries pulled out his spreadsheet, checking the name Greg against the companies that he'd managed to bribe. Linked and Secure Moving. As he'd suspected, Malden would be using the largest and most expensive company in the city. He left the family suite, headed to a delicatessen bakery in the 5th Ward called Sweet Meats. When his order of pastrami and rye came up, the attendant handed over an envelope that his contact at Linked and Secure Moving had given him earlier that day. The go-between at the deli had no idea what was inside the envelopes, only that keeping his mouth shut would earn him $2,000 in untraceable cash. Back in his room at the family suite, which these days only amounted to himself and Victor, Aries examined the photocopied documents of the moving order for the tome. March 18th. 3 a.m. delivery time. Almost 2 weeks away. The tome would be delivered to an address in the 5th Ward, which as far as Aries knew was a garden network portal. Once it reached its destination, it would be taken somewhere secure, probably in another realm, making it impossible to find or acquire. If he couldn't get the tome before it reached that place, then there was no chance he'd ever get it. The distance between Malden's estate and the portal node was only about 15 blocks, since the 1st and the 5th wards bordered each other at the corners. This gave him few opportunities for a hit on the armored truck, but Aries was under no illusions that he could make a direct run on the tome. There would be at least 2 armed guards and 1 experienced mage inside for a load of that caliber, in addition to the enchantments and other hardenings that would make breaking into the truck extremely difficult and dangerous. Maybe Kitty would be able to pull off an attack on an armored and enchanted truck. If he tried, there was a good chance it'd end up on the news with the tagline, "Eldest charmer dead in firefight after surviving pirates." Aries knew he needed to think more like his father. Vic never had to resort to crude methods because he knew how to find people's pressure points and leverage them until they felt there was no other choice but to do as he asked. But after weeks of strategizing, trying to think of a way to accomplish the task without getting himself killed, or announcing to the world that he was a criminal, Aries knew the only way he was going to get the tome from the armored truck was if they handed it over. Once he realized that, his plan came into focus. No more researching mercenaries or gangs from the Undercity. No trying to learn enormous and complex spells that could immobilize the armored car and everyone in it so he could waltz in and take the tome. Those other methods would require everything to go perfectly, and would fall apart at the smallest error. The plan that came together as the days ran out would require a single spell, one that could be cast by a first-year student. Aries would set up a false garden network portal near the original, replace the street signs leading to his false version, and apply an enchantment field that when passed through would flip the directions in their head long enough for them to turn left at an intersection rather than right. The armored truck would drive up to his warehouse and turn the tome over to a Robert Delaney, which was the person's name on the copied document. A fake ID and light disguise meant he wouldn't need a single other person to pull off his heist. When he handed over the tome to his father, there'd be no question who deserved to take over Charmer Inc. once he'd passed on. Victor would have no choice but to respect his eldest son. Chapter 26. The door chimed. Moriganne waited in the entryway, arms crossed as a guy with an orange bandana drove past in old Buick, smiling lasciviously. She resisted the urge to flip him off. Today wasn't a day for conflict. When the door opened, she didn't recognize Ivan. His hair was pulled into a top knot, and a pair of safety goggles sat on his forehead. His white lab coat had a host of pens and small tools stuck into the pocket. The only hint of the old Ivan was the dark liner that turned his eyes smoky, and a simple silver ring on his left pinky. "Ivan," she said, leaning in for an air kiss. His eyes creased with suspicion. "Why are you here?" "I wanted to check on my youngest brother." He left the door open and headed towards a metal staircase. "Kitty made you come, didn't she?" "I'm not going to off myself. You all can stop worrying about me." "I've been a shit older sister," said Moriganne, following him up the stairs. She paused on the landing, catching sight of the chickens in the backyard, pecking the grass sticking out of the gravel. "Chickens?" "Yeah," he said over his shoulder, "they keep the bugs down." Moriganne had never been in his place, but what she stepped into was nothing like what she would have expected. Stainless steel tables covered in alchemy equipment lined the walls. A bright yellow eyewash and spill station had been set into the corner. She saw at least 3 experiments running, and a big exhaust fan had been installed in the high ceiling, pulling out the air in case of accidents. Merlin's hairy butthole. Before she could continue her thought, jingling tags announced the approach of the adolescent dog, that looked like a cross between a beagle and a retriever. Barkley put his paws on her legs, panting with excitement. Moriganne crouched down and hugged him, receiving sloppy kisses. "Oh, he's so sweet," said Moriganne. "He shit on the floor an hour ago and probably licked his ass afterwards," said Ivan as he adjusted the knobs on a Bunsen burner. Moriganne scratched Barkley's head and approached the table Ivan stood behind. "What are you working on?" "The ideas I got when Vic had me research lifestone. I'm trying to figure out how to use those phase crystals." "I thought he said not to work on them." "It's not his business. I'm doing this on my own. I started a little company with Kitty. It's called Great and Terrible." "That's wonderful," said Moriganne. "I'm glad you're finding somewhere to put your energies." In her old life, she'd seen too many talented musicians overdose because they didn't know what to do with themselves between the shows, and spent their days chasing ever-increasing highs. "I didn't do it for you," he said, lifting a lid from a piece of glassware to peer inside. "You know, Lena suggested that I go into business with you. She thought a lot of how you conducted yourself in Montana's." "I'm sure you and Kitty will do great," said Moriganne. He squinted. "You know why I didn't choose you?" "Because I've been awful to you over the years," said Moriganne. Nah, he said, leaning with both hands on the table, you ignored me. Ignored all of us in your quest to be Vic's successor, and now that he's chosen Aries, you're trying to be our friends again. I know what you're doing, Mori. I'm sober enough to see it now. It's not like that, she said, wishing she could tell him who she really was, but knowing that it would only make things worse. He cocked his mouth to the side and squeezed one eye half closed. The investigation confuses me though. Why do you care what happened to Solstice? Her death paved the way for your rise. She chuckled to herself because it was the same question she had about the old Moriganne. Why had she stopped wanting to be like Vic and started caring about her siblings? What's so funny? Moriganne widened her eyes. I got a second chance at having a family and I screwed it up focusing on the wrong things. Ivan pursed his lips, looked away. For what it's worth, I think you did the best you could in Montana's. I didn't expect that. I thought I knew you, but clearly I don't. I think about all those people we left behind. I don't know if we can ever right that wrong. I dream about the speech I gave to them in the cafeteria, the one where I promised them that we'd get them out, except in my dream I know it's not true. Is that how things go in a crisis? Leaders promise the best case scenario, knowing that it might not happen. Did you mean it? What? The promise. Did you think you would be able to uphold it? He asked. Moriganne searched her memory. I think so. I thought we had a chance, even if we had to take them through the Eternal City. At least we'd die trying. Then you did the best you could, said Ivan. I thought I came here to console you, not the other way around, said Moriganne. He nodded towards the dog, who'd curled up on a round cushion and was snoring softly. Barclay's my therapist. And Kitty. Kitty's Kitty, but at least I know I have two people who care if I'm alive. 4. I know Andromeda loves you too. I'm sure Aries loves you in his own way. Why did you come, Mori? There were the reasons she'd told herself that morning when she'd decided to visit, but standing in his laboratory and after their conversation, those reasons seemed like a lie she'd told herself. I think I wanted to tell you that I'm not who you think I am. She paused. This family is a circus on fire, and I didn't know if I was trying to be the ringleader, or one of the performers trying to escape before the tent collapsed. The one thing that Montana's taught me was that family means everything. We only got through it because we relied on each other. Back in Invictus, with all the distractions of modern life and our own little carnivals, it's hard to remember. Moriganne bit her lower lip as Ivan stared at her with his forehead hunched. Whatever happens in the future, whatever truths are revealed about who we are, please know that it's family that I want most of all. We may be dysfunctional beyond all recognition, but we're all we've got. Ivan looked like he was about to say something, but then his phone buzzed. She knew it was Kitty before he answered, since she was the only person who knew his number. Moriganne quietly let herself out of the building. Chapter 27. Kitty didn't allow anyone to speak until she'd searched the entire flat, placing enchantments on all the windows and pulling out a little box she'd acquired through an Assassin's Hall contact. The others, Moriganne, Audrey and Andromeda, watched from the kitchen table until she was finished. All good. If Mr. Thule or Cavano is trying to spy on us, it'll take them a couple hours to break through the wards, so we have that much time. She pulled out her phone and set a 90-minute timer. Okay, said Moriganne, what do we know about the secret accounts at the Abilene Children's Hospital? To check all the names on the list, they divvied it up between the four of them. Andromeda tossed a yellow pad of legal paper on the table covered in notes. We were able to talk to a third of the names on the list. The others brought up the NDA or the memory of their child and declined to speak to us, she said. What we learned from them, and other public records, was that the kids died when the parents were away from the hospital. A heart attack or other adverse reaction was cited, and then the payments and NDAs began. The common links between the kids were that they exhibited some supernatural ability born from the affliction. Some were cursed, some picked it up from a bad encounter, and others got it genetically. So Silas was trying to figure out how they got their abilities so he could transfer them, asked Audrey. Probably, said Andromeda. We know he wanted immortality based on what he and Eloise were doing in the Undercity. I assume when he met her that he found a kindred soul, one willing to do anything for power, said Moriganne. How does Vic fit into this? Asked Andromeda, lips pinched. Maybe he. It's probably Mr. Thule, Kitty cut in before Moriganne could finish speaking. Vic wouldn't do that. Moriganne and Andromeda shared a glance. Her older sister said, I disagree. Mr. Thule might be the one pushing the buttons, but it's Victor telling him to do it. I agree with Mori, said Andromeda with a hesitant shoulder lift. Can you really imagine Mr. Thule spending that kind of money without Vic's knowledge? Asked Moriganne. It's not Vic, and I can prove it, said Kitty, pulling out her phone and plugging it into the laptop on the table. She pressed the play button and the image of an older man with grey hair and deep wrinkles around his eyes appeared on the screen. He was in the dark except for a bright light shone in his face and he looked frightened. Moriganne reached out and paused the recording. Did you? Just watch, said Kitty, paying attention to their reactions instead of the recording which she knew by heart. What is your name? Asked a gravelly voice that didn't sound like hers because she'd modified it with enchantment. Dr. Richard Longo. Where do you work, Dr. Longo? Rush University Medical Center on the west side. Before. Where did you work before? Abilene Children's Hospital. What did you do there? Her voice asked on the recording. Treated the kids in the supernatural ward, he said, eyes darting. A throat cleared from behind the camera. How much did you work with Silas? Be honest. Remember, I know when you lie. The doctor wiped his forehead with the back of his hand. The last 2 fingers were bandaged, blood soaked through with small blooms. The other 3 glanced at her, but she stared back defiantly. He said, looking like he was going to hyperventilate. I worked on his special projects. Elaborate. The doctor's forehead knotted in the middle where a shine had formed. He swallowed and looked around for relief that would never come. Kitty remembered his stink as the interrogation went on. We did experiments on the subjects. Kids, you did experiments on the kids. Hearing her own modified voice brought back the anger. She could feel the beat of her heart in her throat. Tasted the copper. Yes, we did experiments on kids. The doctor had grown pale. He took a drink of water, spilling some on the table and his shirt. Why? They weren't going to live long anyway, or wouldn't have a normal life. At least their lives meant something before they died, he said. I'm sure concentration camp doctors said the same things. There was a long pause. It almost looked like the screen had frozen, but it was Dr. Longo reeling at the comparison. He truly believed that he'd been doing good work until then, or at least the payments had stifled his conscience. Why were you doing the research? To further our understanding of how phase affects the body, supernatural abilities, that sort of thing, but most of all, how to extend lifespans. Were you promised this benefit if it worked? Dr. Longo glanced up, lips wrinkling. Yes. How well did you know Eloise Lake? The name brought surprise and the hint of a smile. She was an inspiration. She was Silas' legacy. A great kid who went onto the halls and joined Aura Healers. How did you get paid? There were no records of your name in the files except as the lead doctor on the project. Paid? From Silas or his silent partner? The doctor's gaze lost focus again. He closed his eyes. They'll kill me if I say. I'll kill you if you don't. You have a chance of walking out of here if you continue to be forthcoming about your part in this. So I ask again, who paid you? The doctor nodded vigorously. There was a man, no, not a man, a maetrie. The creepiest city elf you've ever seen, straight out of those B-movies from the 70s about them. Had a weird gait, long swooping hair. Seeing him made my stomach curdle. Cavano, hissed Moriganne as she leaned forward to watch the screen closer. He brought envelopes of cash and other valuable items as payment, and I think he was there to check on me, remind me that I was to speak to no one. What happened to the program after Silas died? Dr. Longo wiped the beads of sweat from his upper lip. It ended. The maetrie visited me one last time right after. I thought he was there to kill me. But he gave me one last payment and left. Not a word otherwise. Why didn't it continue? It had been winding down for years, said the doctor. We learned a lot about phase and how it affects the body, really groundbreaking stuff, but no way to transfer those abilities. The changes were coded in at birth, or during the interaction with the supernatural creature. Silas was growing disinterested in the project anyway. Probably because of the disappointing results. Do you know who else was involved? Did you ever learn the name of the silent partner? Dr. Longo blinked but shook his head vehemently. No, and I didn't want to know. Not even a hint. An idea if it was another maetrie or a human. Anything to suggest their identity. Think hard. Your answer here will go a long way towards how this night ends. The glances she got from the others made her stomach tighten. When she'd said the words, it had been to scare the doctor into speaking. She'd had no intention of killing him at any point in the interrogation, but hearing her own voice, even modified, had given her chills. I am not certain about this, but one time the way my contact was speaking of the danger I could be in, it sounded like was coming from whatever that place is called, the Eternal City, I think. I think his contact was there. The silent partner. Are you certain? It was an impression. It stuck out to me because until that point, I figured it was someone like Silas. But I could never piece together how he'd come to have a maetrie hitman working for him. Is there anything else you want to tell me? Anything you've forgotten? If I find out you've been withholding information, I'm going to come back. Kitty leaned over and pressed the stop button, freezing Dr. Longo's expression in mid-answer. Broken hells, Kitty, did you kill him after this? Asked Moriganne, nose wrinkling. No, she spat back, but he didn't say anything else that was interesting the rest of the interview. Fucking hell, said Audrey, swallowing. We should take this to the cops. They were killing kids. No, said Kitty at the same time as Moriganne. But we have proof, said Audrey, gesturing at the laptop with the frozen doctor on it. Coerced, said Kitty, frowning. None of it would be admissible in court. But he got away with it, said Audrey. Not yet, said Moriganne, shifting her mouth to the side. If they were still experimenting on the kids, this might be different, but it's over. Until we know who's behind it, involving anyone else will probably just send them underground. Until we know, asked Kitty, slapping her hand on the table for emphasis. Isn't it clear that it's Mr. Thule? Or someone he's acting on behalf of from the Eternal City? What if it's Vic? Asked Andromeda quietly. Moriganne tilted her head. She might be right. Audrey had been watching the exchange with a hunched forehead. When you all say Vic, you mean your dad? Yeah. Audrey leaned back. That's messed up. No one spoke because she was right. Kitty didn't want to believe that her father might be involved, but she couldn't avoid the possibility either. Mori? Asked Andromeda as if she were suggesting another course of action. No, said Moriganne, shaking her head. Audrey was following the brief exchange and then nodded as if she suddenly understood. That her sister still didn't trust her burned like a hot lash against the back. What do we do then? Asked Andromeda. We already knew that Silas was searching to be immortal. This just proves that the summonings weren't the only way he was trying to achieve that. Solstice figured out what was going on with the charity hospital, said Moriganne. Do you think she confronted Mr. Thule? And then he had her killed? He could have sent Cavano after her, taken her into the Undercity and made it look like she died accidentally. Or figured out who was behind Mr. Thule, said Andromeda. There's nothing else on her laptop that suggests that. But she wouldn't have had this interview, said Andromeda. We need the skull, said Kitty. The record is in the skull. That's probably where it's at, but we don't know what it is. Moriganne bit her lower lip, pained with memory. A few years ago, after the Meraki investigation, Vic took us into his private rooms to celebrate. We drank some 200-year-old brandy. I've been wondering if the skull was in that room, or maybe the vault, but I don't remember one. It would probably be in an open area, said Andromeda. If you're hiding a recording device somewhere, you're not going to do it where no one goes. Good point, said Moriganne. But you don't remember a skull, said Kitty. No, but I wasn't exactly looking for one at the time. Once again, Kitty had the impression there was more to the story than her sister was letting on, and that Andromeda, and possibly Audrey, was aware of. She might have been more worried but for the involvement of the other two. Then we check, said Kitty. It's our only lead right now. You realize that if we break into Vic's private areas, said Moriganne, and he finds out, then he or Mr. Thule or whoever is involved will know that we're onto them. Then we have to find a way to get invited, said Kitty, just like you did after Meraki. But how? Asked Andromeda. We've all only been in there a few times in our entire lives. It's not like there's a big event coming up. We can't break in, said Kitty, shaking her head. Mr. Thule knows his wards. There's no way to get in without alerting him. He keeps that area locked down like it's Fort Knox. Then we're stuck until we can figure out a way in. Audrey raised her hand halfway. Who cleans that area? No one, said Moriganne. It's all enchanted to stay clean, and I imagine that if something does need extra attention, Mr. Thule probably licks it clean himself, or lords over whoever he brings in to do the job. Same with repairs or other problems, asked Audrey, the corners of her lips curling upward. Kitty snapped her fingers. If something happened in those rooms, a fire or burst pipe, he'd have to bring in a larger crew, and that could give us a chance at the skull. If there is a skull. Anyone know how to do that? Asked Andromeda. No, but I have an idea, said Kitty. Their meeting broke up with time left on the clock. As everyone gathered up the papers, Moriganne approached, checking back to make sure the others couldn't hear. What happened to Dr. Longo after your interview? Nothing. I scared him as best as I could. I think he told us everything he knew. Moriganne inhaled slowly. What if he tells Cavano? I mean, it's doubtful that he has a way to contact him, but what if he does? Are you suggesting that I should? No, said Moriganne, absolutely not. But we have to be prepared for the idea that they might know we're onto them. Based on what Andy learned from Radislav, I don't ever want to find Cavano waiting for me in a dark alley. I doubt you could take him either. Kitty wanted to disagree, but she knew her sister was right. She nodded. Good point. Moriganne squeezed her arm. I'm glad you didn't kill Dr. Longo, even though he probably deserves it. Kitty didn't know how to answer her comment, so she nodded and moved to gather her laptop and the security measures she'd brought. Moriganne did the same, but the way she kept glancing at her as she prepared to leave suggested more. Chapter 28. Aries tried to sleep the day of the heist so he would be alert and ready, but even the expensive elixirs he'd ordered on the internet did nothing to calm his mind. As he left the suite, he passed Kitty exiting the elevator. She wore her black turtleneck and stared back ambivalently. Haven't seen you around here much, said Aries. Busy, she said with no trace of emotion, last year at my hall. You know how it is. Kitty brushed past him. He didn't get the sense she was mad at him, but the distance between them was more than usual. Aries stayed in the hallway until the elevator doors started to close, so he stuck his arm through. He quickly pushed the interaction out of his mind, concentrating on the details of the heist. The hard work had already been completed. Now there were only the last few crucial steps before he could acquire the tome. Vic would surely invite him into his private area to share a drink in celebration when he brought him the suzerain. The warehouse with the fake portal was exactly as he'd left it after the workers had finished the job. He'd paid extra and in cash to make sure no one asked questions, and had used a fake name with a light obfuscation enchantment. There was a chance that Malden might be able to trace the theft back to him, but he hoped the layers of subterfuge would keep the head of his haul in the dark. The day passed slowly. He wished he could have shown up later in the night, closer to the delivery time, but he wanted to be in place long before dark. Aries spent the time checking his equipment, practicing the direction flipping spell, and pacing around the empty warehouse. After eating a meal he'd brought from the suite, thinly sliced veal and a ginger sauce over soba noodles, Aries put on his Invictus road maintenance crew blue jumper before hauling a backpack full of replacement signs and a portable ladder into the street. The busy work of changing the signs helped calm his restless mind. There were 9 signs to switch, which flipped the names of the streets, so when he messed with their sense of direction, they wouldn't be able to correct themselves back to the path. When he finished, Aries stood outside the warehouse, admiring his work. The simple elegance of the plan filled him with pride. The only problem, he decided, was that he'd never get to tell anyone. He wasn't even going to tell Vic, to maintain plausible deniability in case something went wrong later. Sometime past midnight, a flash in the sky near the spire announced the approach of a storm. He checked the radar, finding a red blob moving across the city. The storm must have popped up unexpectedly because he'd checked earlier in the day, and it was supposed to be cloudy but dry. Aries sucked on his teeth as he considered his options. An electrical storm wasn't fatal to his plans, but it could interfere with spell fields, especially one trying to flip the magnetic direction in someone's mind. Back in the warehouse, Aries pulled out a black duffel bag he'd packed as a backup plan. Inside was a box of elixirs that would turn him into a killing machine, an enchanted handgun made for piercing personal armor, and a few stun grenades made by an ex-tinker that used to work for special forces. If the armored truck wasn't confused by his enchantment field or the signs and went the correct direction to the real portal, then he had one more opportunity to acquire the book. A forced entry into the portal area, right after the armored truck left, and before the tome was taken to wherever it was going to go. Aries confirmed the gun's safety was on before loading it. He stared at it for a long time, contemplating if he could go through with the secondary plan should it be necessary. He'd made the backup a week ago, but never imagined that it might come to pass. A check to the night skies throbbing and pulsing with the heavy storm left him pacing. It was one thing to acquire the suzerain through cunning and misdirection. But if the book was taken to the original location, there'd be no way to get it without killing someone. His pulse, which had slowed to a normal beat while he was changing signs, ratcheted up to a steady drumming. "It's not like you haven't killed anyone before," he said with a curt laugh, the noise falling dead on his ears. He'd meant it as gallows humor, but the memory of Tamiko's mangled body surrounded by the salt and runes he'd placed on the cavern floor floated up. He pinched the bridge of his nose and tried to push those thoughts away. He couldn't afford to be weak. Vic wouldn't hesitate, and neither would Kitty or Moriganne, of that much he was certain. It didn't matter that he'd been under the influence of a powerful elixir that had made him completely subservient to Eloise. It had been his hands, his rituals that had directly caused those people's deaths. Aries wrapped his fingers around the butt of the gun, feeling the rough grip against his palm. He prepared to unload it and put away his secondary gear, but Vic's future mocking words at not acquiring the tome crowded out the thoughts of self-recrimination. In the end, he left the materials on the table, staring at them as if they could betray him if he didn't keep watch. As the appointed time neared, so too did the storm. Aries swore it was only about 4 blocks over, unleashing a sheet of rain that created minor rivers in the gutters but made no progress towards him. A sniff to the air suggested sorcery, but the sharpness of phase wasn't unlike the tension from a storm. He applied the direction-switching field at the end of the street before the T, taking his time to enunciate and perform the gestures as perfectly as possible, content when he was finished that it was nearly a flawless spell. Years of dangerous spellcrafting in coterie had taught him the art of being exact in his intentions. Aries stood outside the warehouse about a block from the turn, watching for the armored truck. He kept checking the clock, knowing that it had to be appearing soon, and each time he turned his wrist, the idea that his plan had been sniffed out crept into his mind. The storm continued its unabated punishment on the blocks ahead, but made no move to continue his direction. When the scattered lights of the approaching truck cut through the rain, his heart leapt. Now was the time. He backed up towards the warehouse doors but kept his focus on the truck. He wanted to know if it would turn his way before disappearing inside. The grey and white armored truck burst from the wall of rain, headed on the last block before the enchantment field. He had his back to the door, reaching to open it while keeping focused ahead, when something flashed across the street, hitting the truck like a compact missile. The impact sounded like a thunderclap. The armored truck flew onto its side, skidding with momentum, sparks flying up around the metal casing. Aries stared at the flipped truck, dumbfounded, reviewing if he'd mistakenly applied the wrong enchantment field, until he saw a figure leap onto its side and stab through the steel with what looked like a sword from this distance. Broken hells. He took off running before he considered what he could do against someone who'd knocked over an armored truck, and was currently cutting through it, as if it were a can of sardines. When the hole in the side opened up, bright flashes of gunfire exited, and the figure standing on the outside leaned casually to the side before leaping into the hole with the speed of an assassin fueled by their imbuements. Aries cut across the end of the street to avoid his own enchantment, wishing he was carrying the enchanted gun, even if it likely wouldn't do him any good. He made it a block from the flipped truck when the figure appeared, leaping out of the hole with a package tucked neatly under his arm. The assailant knocked a swoop of hair from their face and glanced briefly in Aries' direction before sprinting away through an alleyway. The shock slowed him for a few steps, and then remembering the guards in the armored truck, he hurried to it, climbing up the hood and using the mirror as a step. On the way up, he saw the driver was slumped over with a hole through his neck, held in place with the seatbelt and an expanded airbag covered in blood. As he reached the top, which was once the side, he heard sirens approaching. A quick peek into the hole revealed the bodies, covered in long cuts. A severed hand lay amid the carnage. Aries swallowed back his vomit, then leapt off the side right as the storm moved over him, drenching him in a downpour. He ran full out as he saw the whirling red and blue lights of the police vehicles bouncing off the buildings further up the road, where the original portal was located. Aries stopped at his enchantment field, dismissing it with a trigger word. He didn't want to leave any evidence that might mistakenly point to him as the killer, and he ran back to the warehouse, slipping inside as the police cars skidded around the corner to approach the flipped armored truck. Safely inside the warehouse, Aries watched through the pouring rain as a dozen police cars surrounded the truck. He leaned back inside, head against the corrugated wall, rain-soaked hair dripping into his face. Fuck. He pounded his fists against the steel. It didn't even seem real what had just happened. Someone had beat him to the tome. How could that be? Vic would be furious. The congratulations he was expecting evaporated like mist on a desert highway. In case the police did a check of the area, Aries collected his belongings, shoving them into the duffel bags, and headed out the exit on the opposite side. The street signs would just have to stay switched. Eventually someone would figure it out and blame it on some pranksters. It wasn't his problem now. He had bigger ones. Aries walked a dozen blocks through the rain until he felt far enough away to safely call one of the limos for retrieval. Instead of heading to the family suite covered in glory, Aries had them drop him off at his secondary apartment. He dragged his stuff inside, threw it on the kitchen floor and, soaking wet, poured himself a full glass of whiskey, no ice. He finished it in one long draw, then slammed the glass down, regretful that it didn't shatter. I'm fucked. Chapter 29. On a March day, Moriganne trudged from one class to another at the Bloom, dodging around her classmates, who were buoyed by the chance to study magical music, while she worried she'd lost her sense of purpose. It didn't make sense to her at first. The struggles from her initial chaotic year were long behind. Missing months of school during her third year hadn't impacted her studies either, and now that she was in the middle of a schedule that she'd picked, rather than been assigned, she kept up with the material easily. It should have been enjoyable. Because the family name meant she'd never truly have to get a job, Moriganne had the opportunity to focus her studies on the obscure corners of the magical musical world. The Articulations of Glassware with Professor Leach was an attempt at learning to shape glass with voice that was more research than a real class. The Engineered Ensemble with Professor Williams had been picked because Audrey had begged her to, otherwise they wouldn't have had any classes together, as her friend's focus was architectural shaping. The final two classes were with Professor Lequerdo. Centered on the obscure techniques of magical singing, they were more established study than the class with Professor Leach, but at times they veered off into unknown territory. Even still, it was hard to worry about the correct aperture of a guitar, and how using ancient Celtic runes in gold etchings could create a magical amplification that could fill a stadium. People had died on her watch. Possibly thousands. It had been nearly a year since she'd been in Montana's, but not a day went by that her thoughts didn't drift back to it. A million what-ifs and I should have done betters made focusing on her studies difficult. She knew she should have been paying attention to the professor, or working on the conundrum of how to enter Vic's private study to search for the skull, but she kept picturing herself standing before the workers in their overalls and denim shirts as they listened intently with mouths pinched and arms crossed, nodding along with her explanation in the Lifestone cafeteria, surrounded by corporate slogans printed on big banners that extolled the virtues of teamwork and sacrifice. The subtle charm she'd added to her speech, a technique she'd learned from Snake and Tome, had kept the workers from marching out the door in that instant, which had led to their doom. Had she allowed them to do as they pleased, they'd probably have been near the portal when it was completed, but she'd been so preoccupied with keeping them pacified until a solution could be found, that she hadn't thought to let them have their own say in the rapidly unfolding events. Their presence might have saved Lena and in the process Ivan's heart. Maybe if they'd been more prepared. Maybe if they'd done things differently, then more people would have survived. The Venota stones had helped, but she felt like her haul didn't adequately prepare her for the life she'd had to lead. She couldn't modify stone, the civic applications were admirable but not that important to her. What she needed was a way to utilize her singing voice to wield complex magics. So on this day, in the second class with Professor Lequerdo, who'd chosen to wear a multicolored dress that looked like someone had vomited a rainbow onto it, when the professor said something that cut through the haze of memory, it made her sit up to listen. There were only 5 students in the class, including her. 3 were 5th years and the last was a very advanced 3rd year. She caught a few side eyes at the sudden shifting to alertness. "There are both forbidden songs and forbidden instruments," said Professor Lequerdo, though the latter are often impossible to acquire or use because they were made for creatures unlike ourselves. "Who can tell me a few?" The dark-haired 3rd year said, "Isn't there some weird maetrie instrument that they use to move the city around?" Lequerdo smiled brightly. "Yes, the echocathodian. They call it the lungs of the eternal city. It's as big as a cavern, and no human could play it, even if they wanted." "The dire flute," said Elena, raising her hand, from Kaya Korsith. "Supposedly can make people go crazy if they hear it." Professor Lequerdo winked. "There's been no confirmation of its existence, but that doesn't mean the stories aren't true." A few other instruments from other realms were offered. The progression had Moriganne asking aloud, "Are they really forbidden or just difficult?" "That's a good question. Since most of the ones we've discussed were made for beings from other realms, difficulty of use is probably the bigger factor, though given enough time and the proper access, one could probably learn them." "Are there examples from all realms?" Professor Lequerdo tapped on her fingers as she ticked them off. No, not always, even though music is universal. There are certainly examples from our world. We have the legend of the Pied Piper, who lured the children away from the town when they refused to pay him his proper due. The Greeks had the legend of Hermes' lyre, the Persians had Jamshid's ballads. Every history is filled with truths shrouded in myth. What about the demonic realm? The discussion thus far had been light, eyes creasing and the nodding interest of students attending to their professor. But when Moriganne asked her question, guts tightened, and there was a general leaning away from her. While the details of Montana's were unknown to the wider public, rumors had grown and questions were whispered behind cupped hands. Those rumors were reflected in the eyes of her fellow students. Professor Lequerdo cleared her throat uncomfortably. I suppose we should assume that they might, but no one knows for sure since that realm is far too dangerous to visit. Then these songs aren't forbidden, just dangerous or impossible to replicate, said Moriganne. Oh no, said the professor, there are many that are forbidden because of their power. It's true that many are unreplicatable with a human voice, but given time and a willingness to experiment, it becomes possible. Moriganne remembered the time she'd visited Patron Starwood, to find her tinkering with a strange instrument that looked part accordion and part one-woman brass band. Like the Patron, said Moriganne. Yes, she is the foremost scholar on the obscure corners of the musical realm, but she is so far beyond anyone else there is no way that she can actually teach what she knows in a reasonable manner, but she makes an attempt to record what she can for the day that someone can follow in her shoes. As the professor finished speaking, there was a brief widening of the eyes and a forced smile. She'd realized she'd said too much. That's a good place to end for the day. As her fellow students collected their backpacks, shoving books and notes inside, Moriganne watched the professor try to act like she hadn't outed a secret that Patron Starwood had wanted to keep hidden, making covert glances in her direction. Moriganne threw her stuff in her backpack, folding the edges of her notebook in the haste to pursue an opportunity that had revealed itself. With the image of the patron's office firmly in mind, Moriganne headed into the restricted section of the Bloom. She passed familiar doors along the way, including the one with the temple on a hill where she'd practiced with the Venota stones. To her surprise, the patron's door was open when she arrived. Moriganne knocked on the door, pushing it wider as her fist hit the surface. Patron. The chaotic mess that she'd seen on previous visits had taken on new forms, including a bucket full of used drumsticks that looked like they'd been gnawed on, 3 musical notebooks full of scratchy handwriting that suggested a few songs were being worked on at intervals, and an oblong stone that rocked back and forth on her desk as if it were singing itself a lullaby. Other oddities drew her notice, but she looked instead to the tall shelf of books on the wall with titles that had her salivating with curiosity: Dirges of the Eternal City, Broderian Locksteps, The Ancient Art of Silence, 19 Chords of Madness, etc. The absent patron made a tempting opportunity. There were shelves of books, surely she wouldn't miss a title or two that might expand her knowledge. But the patron had let her remain in Stone Singers after several missteps early on, when she was still finding her way. To betray that trust would be awful, even if she successfully managed to get away with it. Moriganne slumped against the wall near the frame, hanging her arms on her bent knees with her backpack sitting between her feet. A few minutes later, Patron Starwood appeared in the hallway covered in pale dust, chin smudged with grease. The glance towards the open door and the backpack wasn't missed by Moriganne as she climbed to her feet. Miss Charmer. An unexpected visit, especially since this is the restricted area and your permission only extended to training with Professor Zeng, which as I recall completed nearly 2 years ago. My apologies, Patron Starwood. I wanted to speak to you. There are ways to gain an audience that are less hazardous than your standing in my hall. Esther barely came up to Moriganne's mid-chest. The patron squinted at her like a drill sergeant deciding how many thousands of push-ups to demand. But since you are here, I will meet with you, but not too long. I was in the middle of a project. Patron Starwood ushered her inside, then took the spot on the other side of the desk, entwining her fingers together and forming a bridge. Speak, Miss Charmer. There was no way her patron was going to hand over dangerous knowledge on a simple request. Moriganne searched for the proper thread to pull first. You are aware of the events in Montana's, at least the level of disaster. Hard to miss it with your family's faces plastered all over the Herald and every other newspaper last summer. Strange that the only people to survive that could explain what happened were the four of you. There were more, some of the security team made it out, said Moriganne. But none were willing to speak frankly, and a few have since died under suspicious circumstances, said Patron Starwood. A few. The patron pursed her lips. Get to your point, Miss Moriganne. The reason we've kept quiet about what happened was due to the litigation. My father didn't want to taint any future juries with rumor and speculation, but as you are my patron, I will tell you the truth. I would hope you would trade in the truth regardless of who you are speaking to, said Patron Starwood. The company Lifestone, the one we bought and had visited to understand its condition, was utilizing phase to amplify the Avita life extension product, but this proprietary technique came at a price. Montana's, like our own, borders the realm of demons. Their delving destroyed the barrier between those worlds, unleashing them into the realm. We repelled the initial incursions, but things fell apart too fast, and the town was against us, and then when something big and terrible was unleashed, we had to escape. Her speech had gone from clear logical explanation to rambling vagaries, leaving Moriganne feeling like she'd failed her topic. But worse was that Patron Starwood didn't react the way she'd expected. There was no surprise on her face, only patient judgment. That's one explanation. The cold response had Moriganne rethinking her visit. But what does that have to do with me? The patron opened her palms. I know you didn't want me in Stone Singers. I was a complete ass my first year, a terrible stone shaper and a troublesome tempest. I've been nothing but a problem since I arrived, but the events of Montana's revealed to me how outclassed I am. We survived, but only because my siblings and I came together to fight them off. Were the Venota stones not useful? If not, I can take them back. No. They were great. I killed a Scorpic with one and fended off the Gigantus another time. It's just I feel like there's something more I can learn here. I'm not an architect, I don't want to build a bridge or do demolitions. But I am a great singer with excellent control and deep knowledge of theory. Yes, your professors are very complimentary in this regard. But I want to know more. Need to know. I want to study the unusual corners of arcane singing, the challenging areas that others fear to go. Fear? Sorry, a little hyperbole. Patron Starwood raised an eyebrow in the direction of the shelf of tomes. You want to study these? If that's what those are, said Moriganne right away, sensing the trap. If not now, then as my fifth-year focus. I think it'd be the best use of my talents. The older woman made a noise in the back of her throat. Moriganne couldn't tell if it was derision or surprise. Maybe there's a reason I don't teach those subjects. It could be that I prefer that we learn things that lift up and improve society, instead of things that could be used against our fellow beings. She steepled her fingers and flared her nostrils. There's a reason why the maetrie are locked in eternal war. The riddle of power is how to achieve it, without inciting your fellows to acquire it themselves. The maetrie are brutally powerful, especially in their realm, because they've dedicated their lives to dominating each other. But that single-minded pursuit has left them at the mercy of their base desires. They are trapped in a cycle of war. What if they decided to attack us? I'm not saying they are, but theoretically, if they did. Who's to say they haven't attempted it in the past? Patron Starwood smoothed her hand across the desk. Other halls might flaunt their mottos as limitless or knowledge is power, but for my hall it is building through song for a reason. I've seen too many wars in my lifetime. I want no part of them. I see. I doubt it, said Patron Starwood with a sigh. Unless there is something else you want to tell me, some fact about yourself or the world that could change my mind, I think it's time you return to the student section of the Bloom. The way the patron looked at her suggested she was offering an amnesty of secrets. The story of Montana's had not swayed her, but what if the truth about being Moriganne was revealed? Maybe then she would see her as not an agent of Victor Charmer, but a force all her own. Miss Charmer. As the weight of the decision pushed down on her shoulders, Moriganne gave a tiny shake of her head. Nothing more. Thank you for your time, I'm sorry to bother you. I always have time for my students in times of trouble. Patron Starwood walked her towards the door. But next time you'd like to speak with me, make an appointment. The door closed solidly, leaving Moriganne in the hallway. She respected the patron, but knew that this wasn't the only way to expanding her knowledge. The growing conflict with Mr. Thule, and possibly Victor, would leave her woefully outgunned when it came to magical ability. She would have to find another teacher, or at the least teach herself. Chapter 30. After avoiding the family suite for 2 days, Aries couldn't wait any longer. Victor would want to know that the book was out of reach, stolen by an unknown assailant before it could be acquired. He kept adjusting his tie on the ride up the elevator, reviewing how he would explain the failure to his father. The doors slid open. Aries didn't step forward. His finger reached towards the down button, but before the elevator could close, he shoved his hand into the gap. It wasn't hard to find Victor. He was shouting at someone on the other end of his phone, threatening annihilation, probably over a minor task. Aries stood opposite his father, while he waited for the call to cease. If he'd thought that there might be a better time to break the news to his father about the tome, he would have come back later, but these days Victor was in constant fight mode as he defended the company from lawyers and creditors. Victor clicked off his phone and set it next to his laptop. The deep angry wrinkles smoothed away to a flat expression. Are you here to take my order? Aries pulled his hands from behind his back and rested them on the back of the high-backed chair before him. Spit it out, boy, I don't have all day, said Victor, placing his hand on the phone. The tome, said Aries, the one you asked me to acquire. I almost had it until someone else hit the armored truck and snatched it away. I was really close to getting it. No one cares how close you are until you're bending over at the shower gym, said Victor, a sour expression on his lips. You're right, Vic. I wanted to let you know the update, but also that I have no intention of stopping, but it might be delayed some, said Aries. Victor pumped his eyebrows as he rolled his eyes. Well, there will be no need. I have the tome. The fake smile revealed his father's teeth. I couldn't wait all fucking year after all. His red-rimmed eyes condensed down to a point. You have the tome. Didn't I just say that? Aries looked away, then back to his father. How? I told Mr. Thule to get it when you couldn't, said Victor. The house manager is very resourceful, unlike someone else. His father's attention moved to his laptop at the same time he thumbed his phone. The opportunity was only made possible because of me, said Aries, stabbing his finger in his chest. There's no way Mr. Thule could have gotten the book from Malden's estate. It was impossible. I made that happen. I was about to get the tome that very night. Victor's eyebrows rose slightly. Good for you, boy. When I almost save my company, I'll leave that in your inheritance note. I'm sure that will spend nicely. At the complete disregard for the efforts he'd taken on behalf of his father, the near death on the yacht, the risk of jail at the heist, anger exploded up his throat like a jet of lava from a live volcano. I got that tome for you. I made it happen. I deserve the credit, said Aries, fists at his sides. Victor had begun speaking to someone on the phone, but put his wrinkled hand over the speaker. Fine. You can have the credit. Now kindly fuck off, I have to deal with some important items. Aries' mouth tasted like ash. There was an empty hole in his chest the size of Kansas. Go on, move along, said Victor, making shooing motions, then snapping his fingers. Actually, there's one thing you can do. Shouldn't be too hard for a person of your aptitude. Aries felt like he'd been hit in the head and was suffering from a concussion. The world wavered around him. Yeah, sure. I need you to schedule a meeting with your siblings. Let's say this Saturday. Here in the family suite is fine. Make sure they're all here, especially Moriganne. Should I tell them anything? Asked Aries blankly. Victor shook his head. Whatever you want, son, just make sure they're here. Aries trudged to his room, closed the door behind him and leaned against it, eyes closed and head back. His father had already gotten the tome. If it had been a test, and it surely was, he'd failed it. He'd been so busy with trying to acquire the tome, he had no idea where things were with the company. Was it alive? Was it dead? And more importantly, was he still Vic's successor? All the work he'd done, all the years of constant attention to his father's requests. They felt like water through his fingers. Why would he want to make sure Moriganne was there? The only thing Aries could think was that Victor had changed his mind about who he wanted to take over for him after he passed. The old man wasn't looking good these days, constantly coughing. Doctors visited almost every other day. Had he run a good race, but stumbled at the end and let Moriganne blow past him to the finish line? He'd been so focused on the tome, he'd forgotten about his other project. The one involving his sister. To reassure himself, Aries pulled a heavy trunk out of his closet. A thumbprint released the lock, and a whispered password evaporated the protective energies stored in the lid. Inside the trunk, a jar of silver-infused sea salt sat in protective foam, along with a tome on demonic exorcisms. The items he'd acquired weren't for a regular protective circle. The unusual nature of the demonic presence in his sister required a different approach. Besides, he didn't want to kill her or banish her, he needed to reveal her true self to the family so her influence could be countered. Then Victor would have no choice but to keep him first in line to run Charmer Inc. Aries stared at the items in the trunk. He couldn't just lay them out and expect Moriganne to walk into his trap. She'd be able to feel the presence of the wards, so he couldn't make them ahead of time. He'd have to hide them until the last moment, spring them on her when she and their father least expected it. That way, there'd be no doubt in his mind that his daughter was an imposter. Chapter 31. Dominion Thule took a pair of titanium cutters and snapped a peanut-sized piece from the lightning stone. The smooth rock broke at the fused bleached gap between the darker ochre-brown section. He slipped it into his mouth, swallowing it whole. A trickle of electricity warmed his stomach and soothed his aching bones, which longed to be back in the Eternal City. Living amongst the humans and their pale version of a city was like being stuck in a box for a transatlantic journey. The streets didn't breathe. They didn't grow. With a calmer mind, Dominion flipped through the tasks that Victor had laid out for him. Many of them could wait until later, but there was one that required his utmost attention. The family meeting. Normally, it wouldn't rise to the level that required his involvement, but the surveillance of the girls suggested they were plotting something. Dominion didn't like when he didn't know what was coming. The city was a fractured mess of cross-alliances and power centers, just the way he liked it. He felt like he knew more about the motivations of the major patrons than he did about Victor's kids, but mostly that was because he hadn't been paying attention to them. For a long time he'd thought them ruined by wealth. Victor indulged them too much, let them squander their talents on petty squabbles, but now Dominion saw they were coming into their own. Even the eldest, who'd almost managed to pull off stealing the tome, would have probably if he hadn't sent Cavern to take it. There was too much risk in not acquiring the suzerain, and it was useful to diminish Aries in his father's eyes. If the whelp could ever understand himself, he'd be a power unto himself, but he was too focused on his father's attention. It weakened him. But Aries wasn't his concern. It was the three girls. Dominion had never taken his eye off Moriganne, who had been troublesome even before they'd gotten the soul stealer involved. But the other two, Catherine and Andromeda, Dominion hadn't spared them a second thought in ages, much to his chagrin. Now the three of them were plotting something. He didn't know what, but their interest in the family suite after being absent for months made him curious. Victor had scheduled a meeting with them to discuss the family company's future. Dominion knew all the details, but they didn't interest him right now. For all his frailties, the head of the Charmer family was a tough warrior. Had he been a maetrie, Dominion was sure that he'd be the head of a major family. And maybe one day he'd have that kind of power structure in his own right. Dominion never doubted his reasons for coming to work for a human, when others of his kind thought he was a fool. Underestimate them at your own peril, or better yet, underestimate me, thought Dominion. It had been so long since he'd been in the Eternal City. Too long. But he didn't want to return unless he could do so victoriously. If the family meeting was going to be a point of conflict, Dominion didn't want to be unprepared. He would be cross with himself if he allowed Victor's children to surprise him. He left the suite through his normal exit. Dominion preferred to travel through the city during the night, but a light rainstorm provided enough cover. The men and women on their way to a business meeting or lunch date twitched slightly as he passed, like a rabbit nervously chewing grass while a content fox lounged nearby. The irritation from the stationary city made him want to take a wire brush to his exposed flesh. Walking through Invictus was like traveling through a gargantuan carcass, the buildings bones, the streets dried veins, and the sewers as empty cavities. Nothing moved unless it was meant to. Nothing tried to kill him, which he feared had made him weak. A taxi or limo could have taken him to his destination quicker, but riding in their vehicles made him physically ill. He strode through a mall filled with worthless trinkets and clothes that might as well been funeral shrouds. A man in a suit bumped into Dominion. "Hey you." The words died on the man's lips. He swallowed and ducked his head, hurrying away. Dominion continued his journey. As he headed into a new section of the mall filled with neon signs in foreign languages, he recognized that the humans were giving him a wide berth, even if they didn't understand why. He calmed his fury and the bubble around him shrank to a less obvious size. The hotel he stepped into wasn't found on any internet searches, nor could one book it through a travel agent. The interior stank of industry and time. Dominion inhaled, letting the soothing air of the Shrike reduce the irritation of being exposed to the raw city. There was no welcome counter or pleasant resting area. Glistening black and grey stone with bits of metal sticking out at odd intervals was the decor. A metal bird in the shape of the hotel's namesake was plastered to a wall, the only nod to the human world. Dominion had read about this bird after his first visit. The Shrike killed other birds by snapping their necks and impaled their bodies on sharp objects like twigs and barbed wire. A fitting symbol. Dominion pulled a small metal coin from his pocket and shoved it through a hole in the wall. A firm hand took the object from him. He spoke a single name, which in their language was similar to the word for deathhawk. In the human tongue it was spoken as Caverno. Chapter 32. The dining room table looked fit for a king. Delicately sliced meats had been transformed into realistic flowers, and cheeses had been carved into replicas of the family's hall pins. No staff was present in the family suite. They'd all been sent home, which had left them quietly conversing amongst themselves, speculating on what was going to happen while they were gone. Moriganne was first to arrive, though technically Victor and Aries were already there, waiting in their rooms. The dark blue jacket she wore over a cream sleeveless shirt clashed with the casualness of her blonde hair, pulled back into a loose ponytail. The tips of her fingernails had been coated in a crimson epoxy that matched her lips. If someone looked closely, they'd think she was ready to get in a fight. She circled the table once, checking for the presence of fays, but found nothing besides the normal protective enchantments on the spire-facing window. If there were additives to the food, she couldn't tell with her simple spell. Divining the modifications of alchemy took destructive methods that couldn't be performed without appearing a madwoman. There was only one chair in the room, and there was no doubt who that had been left for. She had an urge to be seated in it when Victor arrived, but decided being antagonistic wasn't the best policy on a day that would already be chaotic. Moriganne was staring out the window at the spire, wondering what secrets it held, when Andromeda arrived. She'd gone full goth, enormous black angel wings that barely fit through the double doors, dark hair pulled high and eyes ringed with enough mascara to make a raccoon jealous. Impressive wings. Thanks, said Andromeda, shifting her shoulders and grimacing. I had to rebuild the muscles in my back to make them work. I didn't make the deltoids big enough, which is putting strain on my neck. Do they work? I'd give you a demonstration, but I'd probably knock half the food off the table, said Andromeda, smirking. Moriganne gave her sister an enormous grin. If Mr. Thule was watching, and he probably was, he'd be bored by their inane banter. The click of claws on the hardwood had them both squinting towards the library entrance. Moments later, Ivan appeared. The unusual approaching noise wasn't understood until Moriganne saw the Beagle Labrador mix Barkley bounding into the room, with his ears up and alert. Barkley, she cooed, crouching down so his dog could lick her chin. Ivan observed the greeting with his head tilted slightly. He's getting so big. I've been giving him a tour of the suite, showing him where all the bodies are buried, said Ivan, who'd picked the kind of outfit expected on a yacht cruise. His normally frosted and spiked hair had reverted to its mousy brown color and hung half in his eyes. There was a strange contentedness on his face that Moriganne didn't know how to pass. Nice wings, said Ivan with a chin lift. Does the Angel of Death know you've stolen them? Barkley had trotted over to investigate Andromeda. The young dog rotated his head back and forth, claws clicking on the hardwood in a dance of suspicion. Andromeda half crouched, the wings didn't allow her to lower all the way to the floor, and reached out with a flower-shaped piece of prosciutto balanced on her open fingertips. Eventually Barkley surged forward and snatched the meat away before retreating to Ivan, who scratched the dog's ears. Don't worry, Barks, your Auntie Andy will only murder your enemies. Andromeda stuck her tongue out, then reviewed the nearly chairless room. I was worried about trying to sit with these. I guess I don't have to worry about that. When's Kitty? Moriganne turned to find the other twin, standing by the window in her black turtleneck. Merlin's hairy tits and balls. Kitty, you scared the life out of me. I nearly crapped on the carpet, said Moriganne, chuckling. That would make two of you, muttered Ivan as he stroked Barkley's back. The corner of Kitty's lip twitched with amusement. The intensity of 1,000 suns burned in her sister. She must have prepared some Assassin's Hall special elixir for the moment. Moriganne hoped that no one else would notice, which was likely the way Kitty normally blended into the background. Even though it hurt to move closer, Moriganne went to her sister's side to quietly ask Kitty what they should do about Barkley. They hadn't told Ivan what they were doing, and no one had thought he'd bring his dog to the meeting. I'll take care of it, said Kitty right as she arrived by her side, glancing to Ivan and his dog. Aries strolled into the room wearing a dark blue suit. If she hadn't been looking up, she might not have caught the creasing of his eyes and the flinch when he saw her. It wasn't like he didn't know that she was coming, but he seemed apprehensive about her presence. Before she could ponder too long, Victor marched into the room and headed straight for the single chair. Look alive, kids, it's time to throw some offerings on the altar. Behind the forced smile, Moriganne could see the straining. His shoddy health wasn't a secret, but he seemed older than during previous interactions. As he reached his chair, Victor noticed the dog at Ivan's feet. What's that dog doing here? He's my drug dog, said Ivan. I'm training him to find all the old drugs I lost in here when I was too high to remember where I left them. Victor grumbled under his breath, clearly not sure if he should take his son seriously. Once he'd taken his seat, he looked across the room at Andromeda and stared for a long few seconds, while she stared back, expectant of a comment. Where were we? He said, looking away. Lots to talk about, lots to go over. When the meeting had been called, they'd all speculated it had to do with the future direction of the company. But no one knew exactly what Victor had settled on, except maybe Aries, but he wasn't sharing with the rest of them. The consensus, they decided, was that he was either selling the company to Celeste or using her for funding. Kitty reported that she'd been seen at the family suite only a week ago. Victor wasn't the only one with surprises. Kitty had prepared something that would give them pretense to enter his private area and look for the skull. She hadn't told them what she planned but said it couldn't be missed. The rest of their preparations were in case Mr. Thule tried to interfere. With that thought, Moriganne wanted to tap on her thick fingernails, but didn't want to trigger anything early. As you know, the company is in poor financial health. He frowned at the table. Go on kids, eat something. The staff spent a lot of time on this spread. Ivan stepped forward until Kitty shook her head. He took a step back. While I've defended us as best as possible after the acquisition of Lifestone, those soul suckers have been buzzing around my head all year. Had to kill a few to get the others to back off. Victor paused, baring his teeth in a grin, expecting laughter as if it was a prepared joke. Not even Aries chuckled. He looked like he was going to be sick or had a lot on his mind. The point is that we're bleeding cash. There are a few lingering lawsuits, but the majority have been paid off or will be paid off, which brings us to the hard decisions. There are layoffs, of course, in the Merlin Trials Test Prep Division and Lifestone. I carved away as much of the necrotic flesh as I could, sold a few profitable but unaligned divisions. It's been a tough slog this year. The old man grew silent. He was a weary warrior, long in the tooth, blade nicked and dull from the constant fighting. If he'd been anyone else, she would have felt sorry for him. Victor gathered his thoughts, checking around the room. When his red-rimmed eyes fell upon her, she saw a speck of humanity deep within. A man whose time on the planet was ending, prompting regrets and the measuring of consequence. Moriganne could almost believe that he cared what his children thought of him. Almost. I'm selling the company to Magnus Dreadmarsh. Chapter 33. Aries hadn't been paying attention to the conversation until that point. He'd been reviewing his plans, thinking through any last-minute adjustments he needed to make to entrap Moriganne. The hardest part had been coming up with a way to create a salt circle in a flash. He had to surprise her before anyone could stop it. The idea came from Sharkfin Cafe, a little street-side place a block over that used lights captured in long plastic tubes. He'd pulled the cheap illumination out and stuffed it full of silver-infused salt, then covered it in specially designed runes. The trap, along with a few other items, was waiting in the family bar, where he assumed they'd celebrate after the announcement. Until that moment, Aries had been certain that Victor was selling the company to Celeste. They'd had countless meetings, been seen having lunch in the financial district, and the Herald reporters were calling it a done deal. Magnus had never been on anyone's radar, even his own, but now that he was named, Aries thought back to the dinner in Paris after he'd left. His father had been using Celeste as cover for his real decision. Aries wondered if the head of alchemists knew that she'd been used. She probably thought she was going to scoop up the valuable asset for a steal. Magnus Dreadmarsh, said Ivan. Did he drag you into his crypt and fuck your brains out until you relented to sell him the company? With Ivan's words hanging in the air, the double doors leading to the kitchen opened wide, revealing the handsome Magnus Dreadmarsh. He looked more like the lord of the manor than a business leader, with a silken waistcoat and wide necktie beneath his tweed jacket. Wonderful to see you all again, said Magnus with a nod. Ivan. Smashing insult. Loved it. Ivan turned to Moriganne and mouthed smashing. There were other undercurrents between his siblings, but Aries couldn't see past the heat rising from his cheeks. The moves should have been apparent. He should have seen this Magnus thing coming, but he'd been too busy trying to earn his father's respect by acquiring the tome. The idea that Victor might have known and sent Cavano after it to knock him down a peg before the reveal wasn't lost on him. Aries stepped to the table. "Excuse me," he said to Magnus before turning back to Victor. "Selling the company to him will require voting share approval, including everyone here." "He's right," said Moriganne, giving him a nod of support. "Are you saying you'd block this move?" Victor had his hands on the knotty curls of the armchair, glowering. The implied threat brought heady fumes to Aries' vision. Spit it out, boy. Do you oppose or are you on my fucking side? It would have been nice to have been consulted. What do you think this is?" Victor wiped spittle off his lip and slammed the napkin onto the table. Magnus watched from the other side with wry amusement, which tempered Aries' anger. Not only did he not want to lose control in front of him, but his easy manner suggested that his father had laid a trap for him. Not wanting to be further humiliated, Aries took a step back from the table. "No, I'm not opposing, but the lack of candor is troubling." Victor chuckled. "I would have been happy to explain this earlier if I thought my children could keep a secret, but as they say, loose lips sink companies on the brink. There's already too much known about what really happened in Lifestone." He glanced at Aries. "Besides, I don't need your votes. I have your mother's share, along with a few of the institutional investors. They were only too happy to see stability with this union, especially with the Dreadmarsh fortunes backing the company. This means Magnus will be the CEO, while I'll be the head of the board. You understand, right?" The change was a spear right through his heart. Aries could feel his blood running down his leg and his head growing dizzy, but he nodded and gave them his most confident smile. That's what the marriage was about. Magnus, probably at the suggestion of his father, had bamboozled his mother into marriage and sniped away her control. "I recognize what this looks like," said Magnus, "but I assure you this was your mother's idea. The thought of the family company collapsing and leaving you all with nothing broke her heart." "Then why isn't she here?" asked Kitty. Magnus opened his palms. "You know how she is. The alternative was to let the company crumble into dust, but without your inheritance, I fear you kids wouldn't know how to survive." "It's okay, Vic, I know how to solo the salami sucker like a pro," said Ivan, putting his hand on the back of his head and forcing it forward. Victor stared back at Ivan with concern and dread. Aries had no doubt that if they'd been born a few hundred years ago, his younger brother would have had an accident on a hunt, or died early from syphilis. He'd had such thoughts before, but the realization felt truer in that moment, like a bedside revelation. They were pawns in Victor's game, nothing more. While his father continued to explain the details of the arrangement, Aries noticed his siblings in their own alternate dance. Across the table full of colorful fake flowers and exquisitely carved cheeses, Moriganne was nodding meaningfully to the others. Something had passed between her and Kitty, possibly Andromeda too, but he hadn't caught all of it. They didn't care about Magnus usurping their position in the company at all. Which on the surface made no sense to Aries, unless Moriganne already knew about Magnus. Old rumors about the Dreadmarsh family surfaced. The whispers had been that they'd made a deal with a demon to enhance their power. Magnus' brother and sister-in-law were considered the most powerful mages in the world. Magnus didn't have that same reputation, but maybe he was more covert in how he used it. If the demonic connection was true, and same for what he suspected about his sister, then Moriganne and Magnus could be working together. His father was going on at the head of the table about the advantages of the new arrangement, other adjustments to the board and the way the stocks would be shifted. There were parts of the changes that didn't make sense to Aries because he knew his father was sick, possibly dying, and they would only matter if he was going to be around much longer, but his father would have never gotten to the place he was without a sense of invulnerability and inevitability. But he couldn't see what was happening around him. The far-sighted Victor Charmer, the untouchable, unbeatable head of one of the longest-running companies in Invictus, all without having a speck of phase in his bones, had been hoodwinked by the being reporting to be his daughter and another who had married his ex-wife. How Kitty and Andromeda fit into the arrangement, he had no idea, but the scales had fallen from his eyes. He could see their plotting. Something was going to happen soon unless he could stop it. "We should celebrate," said Aries, interrupting his father. Victor glowered from his throne at the end of the table. "You know they don't care about those details, Vic, and who knows if Magnus even knows what they mean. It's a good day for the Charmer family. We should have a toast, since no one's going to eat a bite of this delicious spread." Victor sucked on his teeth as he considered the suggestion. He checked around the room, sensing his distracted children. "You're right, Aries. Good eye. A real sense for the pulse of the room." Victor pushed up from his seat. To the bar for a toast. Whatever his siblings were planning, the shift to the bar had upset it, he sensed as their heads turned and they made faces at each other. Aries strode victoriously towards the exit opposite the kitchen. Once they'd gathered around the bar, he'd unleash his trap and maybe he'd catch more than his sister. As he passed Ivan, Aries reached down to pat the young dog on the head, but Barkley flinched away, his ears lifting with irritation. Aries heard it a moment later. The noise at the edge of his hearing was like an ice pick to the brain. Everyone in the room hunched in pain before it shifted to a low droning pulse, like an otherworldly fire alarm. Mr. Thule appeared from the hallway, his lips curled into a snarl. "Someone's broken into the suite." Chapter 34. The hardest part of attending Victor's meeting was keeping her reactions and expressions to a calm normal, despite the raging torrent of inputs assaulting her senses. Kitty had taken an overlapping regimen of elixirs meant for only the most dire situations, and kept her sensing imbuement on high the moment she stepped into the family suite. Kitty knew long before her siblings that Magnus Dreadmarsh was in the kitchen, waiting for Victor's big reveal. His disgusting cologne that reminded her of mothballs and sweaty old men sitting in a sauna reached her through the door. She probably would have picked it up without an ounce of elixir coursing through her veins like a runaway locomotive, but due to it, she could smell his anticipation, and the coffee with cream and light sugar that he'd had that morning. Even the brand of soap that he'd washed with that morning, some minty bro brand that she thought only guys under 30 that lived in gyms used, and then another scent, sickeningly floral, which could only be her mother's perfume. That her mother was sleeping with Magnus wasn't even the strangest thing she sensed. She'd long suspected her father was dying. The meaning of the rheumatoid eyes, the constant coughing, and the slow descent into fragility was clear even to the most unaware. But her hypersenses could smell the cancers in his body like a highly trained dog. It wasn't only that. His body was a mess of competing diseases for which her untrained mind had no names, only that she could smell the rot deep in his core. Kitty didn't know how to feel about her father's impending death. The blackness consuming itself. On one hand, she hated the old man with every cell of her body for how he'd treated her twin, and the rest of her siblings. The only thing that tempered her feelings was that he was her father, and that was a bond stronger than pain or self-loathing. He'd brought her into existence and given her advantages that could turn her into a minor god one day, should she be lucky to live that long. The cold calculation, it could almost be forgiven under the circumstances. Know-nothings might call it privilege, but she knew her world came with pressures and responsibilities that most people couldn't understand or handle. Her brother's sweet soul had crumpled under the onslaught, and only that charmer resolve he held deep inside had kept him from throwing himself off a high place or drowning himself in a pool of his own vomit. As if she wasn't overloaded enough by the feeling of every hair on the back of her neck, or the way her heartbeat drummed on the inside of her thigh, pulsing from the seam in her pant leg, the sensations coming from Moriganne created a tsunami of overlapping confusion. Kitty sensed her sister's heartbeat, the agitation and anticipation for what was to come. Kitty even felt the bonds between them that could only be interpreted as love, whenever they met gazes. But there was more. She'd long known something was off about her sister. There was a stain upon her soul that could never be scrubbed off. There in the room, a universe of inputs roiling through Kitty's mind, she saw it for what it was. Moriganne was different. Not a charmer. Kitty didn't know what to make of the thought. Her sister had been a rock for the family, keeping them together when Victor's machinations pulled them apart. She knew that if it hadn't been for Moriganne, they wouldn't have survived Montana's. It was like shining a light on a vase, but getting the shadow of a lion instead. Her soul smelled like someone else. Kitty didn't know how else to put it in words. Kitty couldn't say the same for Aries, who was like a bristling porcupine waddling through a crowded room. The bitterness of his aura was hard to swallow. Her older brother was clearly plotting something that would impact Moriganne. The way he kept glancing at the door behind Victor was unmistakable. She would have expected the animosity to be directed towards Magnus Dreadmarsh, because he'd just usurped his place in the company, but there were only minor tendrils of discomfort heading that direction. The clock in Kitty's head went off 30 seconds before the alarm sounded. She couldn't hear the hiss of the poltergeist she'd captured a week ago leaking out of the canopic jar, but she imagined its fateful slide towards the fell energies of Mr. Thule's wards. The Geist had been haunting the luxury floor of the majestic Tower Hotel, damaging pipes and chewing through electrical lines, drunk on the enchantments littering the suites reserved for wealthy foreign visitors. The Geist was benign, a nuisance akin to termites or black mold, probably left there by a competitor wanting to take a rival down a notch. She'd heard about it from one of the other fifth years in her hall, and known exactly how she wanted to use it. The Geist would move directly towards the warded private chambers where Victor spent the majority of his days, because it had the highest concentration of magic. The moment it hit the double doors, the initial alarm sounded, which not everyone could hear. She sensed Mr. Thule's approach from the security room, where he'd been watching the meeting unfold. As the secondary alarms blared, the rest of her family was alerted to the change in Victor's meeting. Mr. Thule burst through the door and Kitty sensed two things at once. The first was that as much as a maetrie could, he loved her father. It wasn't romantic love, but the possessive adoration of an important artifact. Much like the curators at the Louvre loved the La Gioconda and the banner, and would do anything to protect them. The second thing was that he wasn't the only maetrie in the suite. There was a violent energy to the city elves, as if they were barely containing their power, a vibration that would tear them apart and everyone around them if they let it go. She'd sensed it in Mr. Thule before, but another liquid ball of hate was buried somewhere else in the suite in one of the hidden chambers she'd never been able to discover. There was only one maetrie that it could be, the assassin Cavano. Either Mr. Thule had anticipated them or brought Cavano as insurance. "Something's gotten into your chambers," said Mr. Thule. Her father stood up, but Kitty moved faster. "Let me help." Mr. Thule stared at her. He knew she'd been behind the Geist. "I'll handle it." Kitty tried to move past him. Mr. Thule had never asserted himself physically before, but his arm came out like a boom, catching her right in the sternum and halting her progress. "I said I'll handle it." Nearly nose to nose, she looked into his coal black eyes. It was like staring into a deep pit and knowing terrible things lived there. As he moved in the direction of her father's suite, she stayed on his tail. The others were in various states of disarray. Aries kept talking about a toast in the bar, Ivan was comforting Barclay as he howled with the alarms, and her sisters were trying to convince Victor it was too dangerous to follow. Hunting down the hallway after Mr. Thule, she sensed Cavano at the entrance. The swooping hair, the awkward angle of his shoulders, and the black blade at his hip had her stuttering to a stop. He looked like an old-school gangster in his black suit with a thin tie. The house manager growled at her as he passed the maetrie assassin. "Let no one in." The smile on Cavano's lips would have made a serial killer proud. She moved to pass him, but he stepped in her way. The blade was still in its sheath, but she could hear its voice like muffled screams. "It's my family's suite." Cavano tilted his head. "I listen to Dominion." It was the first time she'd ever heard Mr. Thule's name. "Move." She tried to leverage him out of the way, but she might as well have been trying to push a mountain over. Victor and her siblings appeared in the hallway. "What's going on?" "This asshole, whoever he is, isn't letting me pass," said Kitty. "I think your house manager is pulling something." "Why would he do that?" "He has access to those rooms anytime he wants," said Victor. Her sisters were behind Victor. This wasn't how the plan was supposed to go. At this point they should be searching the rooms looking for the Geist, but really looking for the skull and whatever was hidden inside. "Tell him to let us pass so we can help," said Kitty, growing more impatient by the second. Victor lifted his chin. She could read the suspicion across his face. She feared that Mr. Thule had already warned him. "Let Mr. Thule do his job. I wouldn't want my children to be injured because of a break-in. We're hall trained mages. Isn't this why we went to school? You went to gather contacts and influence. The things you learned as mages were a bonus," said Victor, finally admitting the thing they'd all suspected. "Do not disobey me." She leaned towards his suite. "There are many things being decided in a reorganization of the company. I would hate for anyone to be left out in the cold." As she stared at her father, she couldn't help but hear Solstice's voice in her head. "He will always hold this over you, use it against you. Look how quickly you jump when he calls, doing the awful things he wants you to do, that he wouldn't do himself. If you really want to know the truth, you're going to have to stand up for yourself." She almost snapped back, "Look where it got you," until she remembered it was only her thoughts, not the real Solstice. She'd grown too used to talking to it in the depths of her hallucinations. But there was truth to what the figment of her imagination had said. When Vic had asked them to help with the Lifestone acquisition, she'd drugged the board and used the pictures to discredit them. Then she'd killed Dresden, which felt like revenge but conveniently helped her father's desperate position. If the head of security had told everyone what really had happened in Montana's, then there'd be no company to fight over. If she wanted proof of her allegiance, she only had to look to the conversation with Priyanka Sai, the head of her hall. Her patron accused her of being an agent of her father, and in retrospect it was hard to argue otherwise, as those weren't the only things she'd done on his behalf. He'd corrupted her down to the core. Kitty had always been the obedient one, the good soldier. Aries followed their father because he was desperate for his respect and had loads of misplaced ambition, but she didn't even have that to fall back on. She'd always been a tool for her father, even when she didn't realize it. She'd placed the collar around her own neck and handed him the leash. "You'll have to kill me." Kitty let the phase flow into her third imbuement, the world turning to a golden haze, the blaring sirens turning to distant echoes. The Veil was a dangerous place on the border between living and death, but it allowed her passage to places no one wanted her to go, as long as she didn't stay too long. Kitty leapt past the assassin as he reached for his blade. Chapter 35. The bar, we have to go to the bar. The words turned to ash on Aries' tongue, his plans falling apart. Whatever chaos was happening in his father's suite was distracting everyone from what needed to happen. What he needed to happen. The stupid dog that Ivan brought was howling, curled around his brother's feet as he tried to calm him. "Shut him up." "I can't hear myself think," said Aries, pressing his fingertips to his temples. Ivan glared from a crouched position as he tried to comfort Barkley. His brother was stroking the back of the dog's neck, whispering calming noises. Aries stormed into the hallway, where a conflict between Kitty and some strange maetrie was brewing. But Aries only had eyes for Moriganne, who was once again going to slip out of his grasp. Couldn't they see what she was? Couldn't they see how she was working with Magnus to take over the family? "Is this normal?" asked Magnus, standing at the furthest point to the conflict, one step away from the elevator. "Maybe I shouldn't be here." "No," snapped Aries. The elder statesman turned up his nose at the chaos. It wasn't regret in his eyes, but something similar. The calculation of long-held plans that needed adjustment. which only made Aries more intent on exposing his sister. Magnus strode to the elevator, punched in a code. The idea that he'd been given access to the family suite made Aries sick to his stomach, and disappeared as quickly as he'd appeared. At least Aries knew that Magnus had no part in what was happening. By the time Aries' attention returned to the hallway, Kitty and the strange maetrie were no longer at the threshold of his father's private area. The sounds of things breaking, glass shattering, furniture being smashed to bits was unmistakable. "What is going on?" yelled his father. Andromeda tried to move past Victor, but the old man grabbed her arm, halting her progress, even as the enormous black wings pushed into his face. As Moriganne stepped forward to help, Aries saw his chance. His plan had involved luring his sister into the bar where the surprise circle was located, but he'd known that he might have to improvise if things didn't go exactly as intended. Aries reached into the inner pocket of his jacket, pulling out a gold and turquoise bracelet and slapping it on Moriganne's wrist before she could surge forward. "What is?" Moriganne's words collapsed as he snapped the bracelet closed, energizing the enchantment field. She dropped to her knees, pain evident in her eyes. Aries scooped her up and carried her out of the hallway as she fought against him. The ferocity of her resistance surprised him, since the level of pain should have knocked her out. It was another reminder of her supernatural background that he would expose to his whole family. "Why are you doing this?" she asked as her muscles convulsed and drool hung from her open mouth. "Because you're not my sister. I know what you're doing. You and Magnus are trying to take over the family." She clawed at his cheek, drawing blood, so he launched her away, and she landed against the old hardback chair at the corner of the bar. Moriganne struggled to her feet, woozy from the pain, so he squeezed his hand into a fist and slammed it against her jaw. The rods fell out of her knees, and she collapsed against the carpet. Aries dragged her into the spot before the bar, leaving her splayed out like a broken doll. The run salt-filled rope had been tucked beneath the furniture, the only indication of its presence a little rise in the rug that would be easily stepped over. He found the gap between the two sections and snapped them together. As soon as the circle was complete, Moriganne's back rose up as if she'd been connected to high-voltage electricity. The ritual couldn't start until he got his family into the bar. Aries checked down the hallway but heard only the sounds of destruction. "Who are you really? Tell me and I'll make your end quick," said Aries. "I know you're not my sister. I don't know how you've duped the others, but you won't fool me." Moriganne looked punch-drunk. She rolled onto her hands and knees. "Release me please, we're trying to find the truth." Her jaw was locked in a rictus. "The only truth is that you're a demon or something worse. I don't know what you are, but if you were my sister, this circle wouldn't hurt you." "Solstice," said Moriganne softly as her muscles twitched. "Someone killed Solstice." "She died because she was stupid," said Aries, not understanding why she brought up the eldest of them. "She shouldn't have been in the Undercity. We all know that. Vic's investigation proved nothing wrong." "Mr. Thule was behind it," said Moriganne, lifting her head with supreme effort. The words came out one at a time as if each required its own unique sacrifice. "We think proof in father's room." "He's not your father." "I know that," spat Aries, lunging at the circle as if he was going to rush in and shake her into submission. "I've always known that. I don't know when it happened. After you joined the halls, but you're an imposter. A fake. You're going to drag our family into whatever demonic hole you come from and drown it. You'll be the death of us all. Please." The helpless curl of her body. The way her sweaty hair stuck unceremoniously to her forehead as she fought to speak. She kept glancing to the hallway as if she were going to return there. Aries hated the way those things made him feel sympathy for her. Doubt crept in. As sure as he'd been before he'd arrived in the suite, seeing Moriganne writhing in pain, spit plastered to her jaw in the attempt to speak, made him wonder if he was wrong. That there was an explanation that didn't involve demonic possession. Moriganne clawed over to the edge of the circle, which would only make the pain worse. Her back was bent at a horrible angle from the constant spasms in her muscles. She opened her mouth, but the words only hissed out, bereft of lubrication. Her red lipstick was smeared onto her jaw. The curled fingers with nails more crimson than her lips were at first a symptom of the agony, until Aries realized they were her attempt to draw him close enough to hear what she had to say. She couldn't hurt him from within the circle, Aries reminded himself. He placed one knee on the ground like a football player listening to the coach speak. Moriganne curled her fingers, the glossy red nails reflecting his face like a funhouse mirror. Aries, there's nothing you can say to me. Moriganne clicked her fingernails, and the thick epoxy dissolved into mist. She rolled onto her side and exhaled, sending the plume into his face. Aries threw himself backwards, slamming into the high-backed chair, waving his hands to keep the mist away from his face, wondering if he'd inhaled any of what she'd tried to poison him with. You bitch! You tried to kill me. The smoke had dissipated, but he feared to get closer. Moriganne rolled onto her back, convulsing as the circle worked on her demonic body. The brief pangs of compassion had been exorcised from his thoughts at her treachery. Aries looked to the hallway, where the sounds of destruction had quieted. Eventually they would come looking for him, and he'd be ready to show them who Moriganne really was. He calmed his beating heart with a series of slow breaths. It wasn't good to start a ritual with jittery hands, and when he felt at peace he uttered his first words in the language of demons. Moriganne screamed from within the circle. Chapter 36. Stepping through the veil had always been Kitty's preferred method of appearing in places that no one had seen her move to. The surprise and concern about what else she might have seen before she was noticed was worth the minor risk at using the place between the living and the dead. The veil had always given her a sense of unpredictability, a way to keep those around her off balance and guessing at what she might do next. When she appeared in normal space in the middle of her father's private lounge, the only thing that saved her from the assassin Caverno was that she faced the bar-length mirror. He stood behind her like a ghoul with his shoulder dipped and his blade still in the sheath, but not connected to his hip. Caverno swung the covered blade at her head. She rolled out of the way, coming up with two short curved blades in her fists, right as he put a boot to her chest, flinging her across the room to land on a coffee table, shattering it into pieces. The assassin glowered over her, cracking his neck with practiced ease. He said, "Let no one in. Either you leave quietly, or I'll bounce you across every surface on the way out." Kitty lay on her back, leaning on her elbows, blades in her fists. The maetrie smirked at her weapons as if she were a child playing with plastic guns. This wasn't how things were supposed to happen. She needed time to find the skull so they could learn the truth of what happened to Solstice. She hoped that he wouldn't know that she could still use the 5 elements with the blades in her fists. Fire was out of the question in the family suite, but force was her preferred tool anyway. A blast of energy at Caverno's right leg had him twisting out of the way. She shot a second one straight at the ground, catapulting herself to a standing position, then ran around him, using her heightened senses to scan the room. The respite lasted a quarter of a second, before a fist caught her in the ribs. Her body was hardened, but his strike cracked a rib and sent her spinning against the wall. Standing above her, she regained her senses. Caverno licked his lips. "I forget how weak you people really are." She feigned the same trick as before, aiming at his ankle, then curling the blast upward at his groin, but he sidestepped the blast, which tore a hole in the ceiling. Caverno winked. The condescending gesture infuriated Kitty. She threw herself at the maetrie, only to find herself thrown into the couch, tipping it over and tumbling against the window that faced the spire. Behind him, Andromeda had entered the room with Victor hanging on her arm, trying to drag her out, but getting stymied by her feathery wings. Kitty couldn't see Mr. Thule, but she heard his curses echoing from the bathhouse as he dealt with the Geist. She couldn't win the fight. She couldn't even reach a stalemate. Caverno outclassed her strength, speed and guile, and he hadn't even drawn his blade. Kitty wasn't going to win that way. "Victor! Father," she called out. Why are you letting this maetrie interfere with your family? Your own children. These are my private rooms and you're ruining them, said Victor, flinching away from the black beating wings. I demand you and your sister get out of here right now. You won't like the consequences. I've been far too lenient of your transgressions. The old man pulled away from Andromeda, then broke into a fit of coughing that had him bent over. During the pause, Kitty had been scanning the room for signs of a skull, but there clearly were no bones present. She'd halfway examined the bottles behind the bar when Cavano grabbed her and whipped her across the room. She hit the wall so hard she bit her tongue, coppery blood filling her mouth. Before she could find her feet, Cavano had her by the collar, leaning in close. I could throw you through the window, an accident. Kitty slashed with her blades, one high towards his neck, the other at his midsection, but found empty air as he stepped back, straightening his black suit coat. As she scrambled up and backed away, she scanned the second half of the bar, seeing a curious dark blue bottle with a skull for a label. That had to be it. She tried to yell at Andromeda and tell her to go after the bottle, but Cavano had her by the neck, lifting her off her feet. The only thing coming out her lips was gasps and spit. His gaze shifted towards the big window. It was enchanted for impact, but having been thrown by the maetrie a few times already, Kitty knew that he could fling her hard enough to go through the glass. His slow, sickening smile announced his intentions. Chapter 37. Being the youngest in the family, Andromeda had always felt like she was late to the party. Her siblings were fully formed people in her eyes before she could talk. They were pushing boundaries and fighting amongst each other for supremacy in their father's eyes, before she'd even been given a chance to decide if she wanted to participate. They were bigger, stronger, wiser, and ahead of her in all the familial conflicts that had afflicted the family. It was easier to stay out of the battles than step into them as a latecomer, woefully outclassed. But the battles had always been symbolic. The Bastille charity event. One-upmanship of achievement at St. Jude's. The 100 Halls and then the secret societies. All involving polite society knife-fighting with words and rumors meant to kneecap their opponents. As she grappled with Victor, trying to get into his private quarters to find the skull they hoped would hold the answers, she saw the bonds that had held them together shattered. Victor had sided with their house manager over Kitty, who had done everything she could to support his tyrannical rule of the company. Even illegal things. And now the strange maetrie was throwing her around the room, and Victor was doing nothing. In another part of the family suite, something was happening between Aries and Moriganne. Andromeda could smell the phase and fell energies in the air, as if the pressure in the suite was increasing. Then somewhere else, Ivan, barely recovered from Montana's, was trying to comfort Barclay, who was howling at the top of his young lungs. Nothing was going right. Everything was falling apart. Father! Victor! He's hurting Kitty. Make him stop. He bared his teeth at her. Mr. Thorn told me you kids were plotting something and he was right. It's happening just as he said. Why are you betraying me? We're not doing anything, pleaded Andromeda. Then why are you so hell-bent on getting into my private quarters, he said. There was blood on his lips from coughing. His eyes were red-rimmed and shot through with injured veins. He bent over, digging for his handkerchief. She wanted to help Kitty, but the racking of her father sounded like it would break bones. The thinness of his skin, liver spots on his arms, they'd never bothered her because she thought he'd lived forever. He'd overcome every other obstacle in his life, why wouldn't he find a way to cheat death? Kitty had been thrown across the room, tipping over the couch and falling into the window. Andromeda's heart leapt at the fear of her sister breaking through the glass and falling to her death. Victor! Father, called out Kitty as she bent over in pain, eyes swollen from getting tossed around the suite. Why are you letting this maetrie interfere with your family? Your own children. Victor pulled away from Andromeda's grasp. These are my private rooms and you're ruining them. I demand you and your sister get out of here right now. You won't like the consequences. I've been far too lenient of your transgressions. Before he could continue, the coffin grabbed hold of him like an enormous hand, shaking him. She leaned down. The idea of looking for the skull seemed ludicrous with everything going on. Should I call a doctor? No, he growled. Get away from me, you freak. Andromeda snapped up as if she'd been slapped, just in time to see Kitty slam into the wall, and before she could blink, Cavano was hauling her into the air, bent over and whispering in her ear. The way he glanced at the enchanted window was a bright red warning signal in her head. She ran towards the maetrie assassin, beating her mostly useless wings to give her a few extra milliseconds of speed. Andromeda never saw him move except as a blur, the swift blow like a 2x4 to the jaw, spinning her into the ground, snapping a brittle bone that she'd connected to a wing. The agony was like having a finger snapped in half. On hands and knees she pushed herself up, the right wing hanging uselessly by her side. The wings were more fragile than normal because she'd built a hidden pocket in the center, where they could hide the skull and remove it from the room without being seen. She was supposed to grab it, when Moriganne created a distraction with the gaseous elixir hidden in her fingernails. She was right behind Cavano, next to one of Kitty's fallen blades. The weight of the heavy feathers was pulling down on the snapped bone. She was used to pain from modifying her body into unusual shapes, but that ache was gradual and easier to block out. The sudden spike was excruciating. Cavano lifted her sister over his head, preparing to throw her through the window. Kitty gasped out, the blue bottle. The meaning of her sister's words slowly worked through Andromeda's mind, but it wasn't what they'd come for that was foremost in her mind. Before the maetrie could throw Kitty, Andromeda grabbed the blade and shoved it into the back of Cavano's knee. Chapter 38. The screams and shouts of battle, the phase jabbing the inside of his nose, these brought him back to Montana's. Barclay howled, a long mournful tone that went right through Ivan like a spear to his heart. It's okay, it's okay, it's okay. He said the words to Barclay, but he knew they were for himself. Kitty's scream of pain cut through the din. He hesitated, not wanting to leave Barclay in the madhouse that was once his family suite, the place that he'd once held a fondness for. Not Kitty. Ivan scooped Barclay into his arms. The dog resorted to whining rather than howling, occasionally licking his chin as he hurried him back to his old room. He set Barclay on the floor. Stay here. You'll be okay. Before he closed the door he added, no sniffing around or eating anything, I don't know what kind of goodies I left. There was an urge to find them under the pretense of protecting Barclay, but he knew how that would turn out, with him locked in his room chasing the high that always slipped through his fingers like rain. At the junction between the bar and the passage that led to Vic's quarters, the horrific sounds of Moriganne screaming made him pause. It sounded like she was being murdered. Aries' voice weaved through the screams, chanting and muttering in guttural tones. Ivan promised himself he'd come back to investigate after saving Kitty. If Aries was there, it probably sounded worse than it actually was. He knew this was a lie. The scene past the barrier, the place their father never let them in, except in times of victory, didn't register at first. The furniture was shattered, smashed or knocked askew. A strange maetrie had Kitty by the shoulder while Andromeda was lying behind them, the right black wing bent awkwardly, blood running down her back. Ivan didn't realize Victor was next to him until he heard the racking cough. His father was bent against the wall, trying to hold himself up. Before Ivan could think to do something, Andromeda shoved a blade into the back of the maetrie's knee. The howl was not pain but anger. A blur of movement, and the youngest charmer flew through the air, arcing over the bar to smash into the glass, shattering it into 1,000 pieces. Andromeda fell out of sight, but the wing that had been broken was snapped off, lying on the bar, leaking blood onto a bar stool. Recognizing that the strange maetrie couldn't have entered the suite without Mr. Thule's permission, which was an extension of his father's needs, Ivan grabbed Victor by the shoulder. Vic. Father. You have to stop this. He's killing them. The anger and betrayal in his father's red-rimmed eyes made Ivan step back. There was no sympathy there. It was like getting a glimpse into his father's soul and finding nothing but a pit of bubbling tar. The maetrie had lifted Kitty up and had her pinned against the wall, striking her in the midsection with his free hand. Her lips were stained with blood and her eyes were hazy and unfocused. "Stop! You're killing her." The matrie's only acknowledgement of his words was the briefest glance and twinge of a smile ghosting the corner of his grey lips. Ivan ran at the maetrie, but found himself spinning away into the bar before he'd even reached him. He was certain his shoulder was dislocated. "No, stop." The words were barely louder than the beating of his heart. He struggled to his knees. What could he do? His talents had never been as direct as his siblings. All the raves and drug brewing had been a wonderful distraction, but now he was going to watch his twin get choked to death, and there was no way to stop it. Kitty was the best half of him. If she hadn't rescued him from the depths of his pain after Lena, he wouldn't even be here. But what kind of joke was it that after all that, she'd get murdered in their family suite, the place that was supposed to be their refuge, their home? It was happening again. Just like Lena. The image of her getting hoisted into the air on a metal pole, confusion and blood on her lips, then flung into the darkness, discarded. It had broken him. He'd barely begun putting the pieces back together, and only with Kitty's help. He wouldn't survive a second. Ivan buried his face in his hands, trying to blot out the horrific scene. He couldn't stop it, and he couldn't watch. He couldn't even breathe. Air labored in his chest as he heaved, trying to get more oxygen, as if he'd been dunked underwater for a long time. He knew he was hyperventilating. He'd probably be unconscious soon, mercifully absent, but with no desire to wake again. Chapter 39. If Moriganne had a hacksaw in that moment, she knew she'd cut off her arm in an instant. Remove the bridge and the bonfire that existed in her elbow, free herself from the prison of pain that Aries had trapped her in. She couldn't see him as she was face down in the center of the circle. But his chanting that guttural language was like getting bludgeoned about the ears over and over. Blood leaked from her nose and eyes. It felt like Aries was trying to cut her away from the body, but she'd been in it too long, and if there was anything left of the old Moriganne, it was a shriveled husk. "Please." The words bubbled to her lips, unheard. Curled on her side, the glow of embers on her elbow reflected against her eyelids. He'd had her remove the jacket. She knew what was coming next but didn't care. None of the training with Professor Zeng prepared her for this level of pain. If the highest she'd ever gone was a 3, then the ritual was a 9 or 10. Then as quickly as it built up, the pain evaporated like mist at dawn, leaving her heaving and soaked in sweat as if she'd run an ultramarathon. She almost expected to find Aries gone, but he was standing outside the circle. A shimmering field was between them, but he wasn't paying attention to her. His head was turned towards Victor's suite, a frown plastered on his lips. The blood in her ears made hearing difficult, but Ivan's shouts of "Stop! You're killing her!" were unmistakable. Confusion wrinkled across Aries' brow. If Moriganne's throat wasn't as dry as a bone from screaming, she might have implored him to investigate, as he was probably the only one left that their father trusted. Aries' expression hardened as if a decision had been made. He faced her, hands curled into fists at his sides. "You and I, whoever you are going to have a nice little conversation, and you're going to tell me everything." Chapter 40. It took Ivan a few moments to realize that the person screaming was him. He'd blacked out for a moment, not unconscious, but the break from reality that was sometimes required when things got too hard. It was like a circuit breaker had been thrown and then flipped back on. The drugs had been like that for him. When it got too hard, he could jam a pill into his mouth, or down an elixir in one drawer, and retreat from the pain that his family had put him through. As he wrapped his arms around his knees and rocked, shattered glass and wood lying to his left where the bar was located, the silver ring on his left pinky caught the light. It was barely big enough to reflect the expression on his face, or hold the phase crystal that he'd attached to it a week ago. He'd taken the ring from Lena's body before he fled Montana's. It was his last memory of her. The last connection. He'd wanted a bottle of her floral perfume, but running back to the plant to get it would have been foolish. It was the best he could do. The brief unconsciousness had reset his thoughts. Like turning a computer on and off to clear out the short-term memory cache. Ivan looked at the phase crystal and then back to the strange maetrie who was killing his twin. A hand was around Kitty's neck and her face was a bright purple, eyes slits and drool hanging from her lips. Ivan was shit at the 5 elements. Kitty always beat him, unless he cheated. The spells he knew from alchemists or well and stone were meant for brewing elixirs or the raw research that went into the study of phase. He'd barely bothered to study for the Merlin trials, and thought it was a minor miracle that he'd passed them on his first try, though once he'd reached the group round he knew Kitty would get them through. The only things he knew that weren't related to his studies were the spells and enchantment fields he'd learned for putting on his raves. None of that would help him here. Except... Ivan found his feet and stumbled forward but stayed out of the strange matrie's reach. He cradled one hand in another, his fingers grasped around the crystal on the silver ring. Sometimes during a rave, he found it useful to be able to speak loud enough for the whole party to hear, even above the throbbing music, but he didn't want to bother with carrying around the equipment. At the beginning of his last rave, the one held at the Glitterdome, he spoke to the entire stadium using only his voice and the spell. He gathered the energy required for the spell, but rather than pull only from his conduit of phase, Ivan grasped the phase crystal and used that to help power the shout. It was like having a battery of magical energy at his disposal. Stop now. The shout made the strange maetrie flinch. With his free hand he reached to his ear, dabbing away liquid. Tossing an unconscious Kitty to the ground, he turned towards Ivan, who was already backing up. He hit a bar stool, sending a spike of pain through his dislocated shoulder, and his shoes crunched on broken glass. The strange maetrie reached for the blade on his hip. The sword hummed with an energy that made Ivan nauseous. The look in the maetrie's eyes was pure murder, and there was no one near enough to save him as Kitty was still on the floor. Before the blade could be pulled from the sheath, Mr. Thule stepped into the room carrying a cage filled with bluish energy that made a faint keening noise. Cavano, stop. When the maetrie with the blade didn't halt the drawing of his sword, Mr. Thule spoke again, this time in the silk and gravel language of their kind. The strange maetrie paused, scowling at the order, but shoved his blade back in the sheath. Ivan gave Cavano a wide berth as he moved around him, finding his twin coughing and rubbing her neck. He breathed a sigh of relief at finding her conscious and alive. I captured this Geist in the lower level near the vault. It stinks of the female twin. I'm certain we would find a carrying device in her room if we searched it, said Mr. Thule to Victor, who had recovered from his coughing fit. Are you okay? Ivan asked Kitty. She nodded and said in a hoarse voice, check on Andromeda. The youngest of them was climbing out from behind the bar by the time he reached it. The severed wing had stopped bleeding, but Andromeda looked to be in considerable pain, leaning to one side and limping. When he moved to hold her, she shook him off. I stopped the bleeding, she said, eyes harrowed. I need to get out of here. The need in her voice was more than the injury. Given what he'd heard Mr. Thule say, Ivan assumed that his sisters had plotted something just as Victor had said. Ivan was about to confront his father about letting his sisters almost be killed, when an awful noise from down the hall had them all looking up. It was Aries. Ivan followed the others into the bar, finding Aries standing outside a glowing run circle with Moriganne in the center. A tattoo on her elbow burned as if it were made of embers. It didn't take much for Ivan to put the pieces together, even if he didn't want to believe what he was seeing. His sister, Moriganne, was a demon. Chapter 41. Stop now. The shout rattled everything in the family bar, including the rows of liquor bottles. He'd been about to question the being that claimed it was Moriganne, before it happened. Listening carefully, he could tell the battle had ended, and they were moving this way. It would be better if they witnessed the truth themselves. A surge of victory rose up in his chest. He would finally out the traitor in their midst and prove himself to victor once and for all. As his family entered the room, he watched as realization dawned in their eyes. Seeing Moriganne at the center of the demonic protection circle did more explaining than any words could. Better yet, was the inhale from Victor as he looked upon Moriganne. There was something of recognition in the way he stared at his oldest living daughter, but there was also surprise. Mr. Thule, on the other hand, licked his lips in anticipation, as if he'd long suspected her treachery. "What have you done?" asked Andromeda, accusation in her eyes as she held her arm to the side. She only had one black wing and was covered in blood. "Behold the impostor!" At the center of the circle, the being that looked like Moriganne knelt as if in penance for her sins, hands on her thighs and covered in a sheen of sweat. The sleeveless cream shirt was stuck to her body and the bridge tattoo burned with embers. "Tell us who you really are, traitor, and remember I will know if you're lying and bring back the pain if you test me," said Aries. Moriganne stared back at them like an animal in a cage that expected to be saved, but when no one moved, she spoke in an exhausted voice. "My name is Minerva Sune. I used to be a singer before your father had my soul stolen and placed it in this body so your sister would have my singing voice, but I won control and have been hiding amongst you ever since." The answer wasn't what Aries had expected. He thought he'd caught a demon, not a washed-up singer masquerading as his sister. He checked back to his father to see recognition in his eyes. No, this wasn't what Aries wanted. It had to be a trick. She had to be lying, preying on their humanity. "I knew it," said Mr. Thule as he turned to Victor. "Shall I have Cavano take her head?" Victor waved his hand. "Not yet. There are more mysteries here. How is it she has the bridge that Rutch so desired returned to him, and should be in my vault?" The new information swirled through Aries' thoughts, creating more storms. It was happening too fast. If it was true, then his father had done a terrible thing on his sister's behalf. Aries bit back his comments and focused on the woman in the circle. There was a strange relief on her face, as if the revealing of her secrets was lifting a heavy burden. "I stole it. The ginger man told me I had to or he'd tell you my secret, but then a few years ago, it came back." Mr. Thule lifted his chin, wearing his maetrie arrogance like a cloak around his shoulders. "I had reports that he perished recently." "Impossible," said Victor, "he was far too powerful." "Yet the bridge on her elbow suggests otherwise," said Mr. Thule. "His fate doesn't concern us here," said Victor. Aries turned inward. That neither his father nor Mr. Thule had denied the attempted theft proved that she was telling the truth. As for the one called Rutch, the bridge tattoo suggested many things. "He was a demon?" asked Aries. Victor held himself with the superiority of a man not to be questioned. There was a brief softening of the eyes before he spoke. "Possibly, but no one knew for sure. He was ancient being, having lived in this world for centuries, millenniums probably, feasting on those who thought he was a god. At least until he lost some of his powers." Victor stepped to the edge of the circle. "You in there where my daughter should be, what happened to her? What did you do?" "Nothing but survive," she said, shaking her head. "As far as I know, there's nothing left of her. The ginger man said I would get her memories and part of her eventually, but she was too stubborn and I was left with nothing but my wits." "Then you tricked my children into opposing me," said Victor. "What were you doing in my quarters?" "Trying to find out who killed Solstice," said Moriganne. "Lies," said Victor. "That was what my daughter was trying to do years ago, before I had to forcefully explain to her that the investigation was concluded, and she was doing nothing but bringing bad press upon the company." He held his fist out. "Tell me what you were doing." From her knees, Moriganne stared back defiantly. Now that he knew the truth, Aries realized he should have seen it before. The signs were there in the early missteps and change of behavior. It wasn't his sister, but she knew things that she shouldn't have known unless she had help. You all knew, said Aries, turning towards his siblings. Not me, said Ivan, grimacing as he held his shoulder. But it makes a lot of fucking sense. Kitty kept staring into the circle, lips pinched to a point. When they met gazes, she shook her head. Before he'd even turned to Andromeda, she said, "It was me. I knew it wasn't her the first day when she was being nice to the in-house kitchen staff. And yes, I've been helping her stay hidden because what you did was wrong. You killed her. You killed this woman because you didn't want Moriganne to get kicked out of Stone Singers and embarrass you and your precious company." "Get out," Victor growled, extending his arm towards the elevator. "You are banished from this family." "No," said Andromeda, shaking her head. "I'm not leaving without her. You'll have to kill us both. You're an awful person, and I'm ashamed that I'm your daughter." "You'd be nothing without me," said Victor. "Good. Better nothing than a party to this." Andromeda turned to Aries. "Free her. She's done nothing wrong but do her best to survive. She could have hurt you in so many ways since she came here. Think about it. If it would have been your true sister, you think she would have kept the secret of what you did with Eloise and Silas? You think you all would have gotten out of Montana's alive? I loved Mori, but she could be cruel and she agreed to take her voice. It's only right that Minerva gets to keep the body. If you free her, Aries, I will be very disappointed," said Victor. "Andromeda has made her choice and I will deal with her accordingly, but the rest of you must make a decision now. Are you with me or against me? There is no middle ground. Tell me now." Aries. This wasn't the result he was expecting. He'd thought exposing Moriganne as a demon would finally prove that he should have been trusted all along, but now he was being questioned as if he was a traitor. As if he was on their side. But she wasn't who he thought she was. He knew the name if vaguely. Minerva was just an old singer at the tail end of her life. Not a demon, but holding the sigil of a being that was probably related. Given what he'd learned in Montana's about them, he shouldn't be surprised. "I've done everything for you. Everything you've asked. Why would you question my loyalty?" he asked his father. Victor stared back unblinking. "I require your answer, boy. Are you on their side or mine?" Aries had always thought his father a ruthless man, but he'd reasoned that the competition was just as bad, and so the behavior was justified. But here was a woman who'd been minding her own business, and had been snatched away from her life. However, if he sided with Andromeda and this woman he knew nothing about, he'd be banished from his father's side and the company. Everything he'd worked for would be for nothing. "You're not going to kill her, are you?" he asked. Victor checked around him, reading the room. "No. We won't do that." Aries looked to the woman that had once been his sister. It wasn't his fault that she was in that body. She'd won it fairly, under horrible conditions. But that didn't mean he needed to give up his goals because of it. "I'm with you, Vic." "Good boy," said Victor with a wry grin. "Ivan. I'll do whatever Kitty decides since I don't have the slightest fucking clue of what's going on, and I'm half convinced that I've finally gone mad." Victor flared his nostrils. "Very well. Catherine." His sister took one look into the circle, an unreadable expression on her face, then turned back to Victor. "I'm with the family." Chapter 42. Behold the imposter. Kitty stared into the circle where Moriganne knelt, looking like she'd been through an ordeal. The strange tattoo on her elbow glowed faintly as if embers were burning inside it. The circle suggested only one thing: Moriganne was a demon. If every bit of her body wasn't one big injury, there would have been a physical reaction to the news. Kitty was aware that multiple ribs were broken, she probably had internal bleeding, and the double vision from before hadn't completely gone away. She should be headed to a hospital, but some things were more important than her own health. As she listened to the explanations and the discussion between Aries and their father, she learned there was more. It revealed many things: the reason why Kitty had suspected something was off about Moriganne, and her ability to influence the gigantus in Montanas. The truth about the soul stealing didn't surprise Kitty. The idea that it was possible was more of a shock than that it had happened to her sister, or that she'd been okay with a theft of that kind. But no matter what had happened, it still didn't explain what had happened to Solstice. They'd come all this way, risked everything, and Mr. Thor's distrust had unraveled their schemes. If she could do more than put one foot in front of the other, she might hurry back to the private area to search for the blue bottle that she'd seen that had a skull on the front. It was probably meaningless. A grasping attempt at finding reason in a world that wasn't required to have any. When Victor challenged their allegiance, she wasn't surprised. He required absolutes. She'd given it every step of the way, furthering his takeover of Lifestone with her blackmail, killing Dresden to remove the truth about what happened in Montanas. It wasn't hard to imagine herself flourishing under his umbrella. Unlike her siblings, she knew she was capable of setting aside the moral questions to get things done. Aries, for all the blustering self-important chest-beating, was always searching for their father's love. Love that would never come. That wasn't what Victor wanted. He wanted obedience and a good soldier. Both things she was aptly suited to provide. In time she could supplant Aries, and eventually take over for her father when his time on the earth was over. It would give her control over the resources to make Ivan's dreams come true. Together they could create an alchemical company to rival Celeste's. She knew in her bones that it was true. All she had to do was agree to support him, and those pathways would open up. Oppose him, and she knew that the fledgling company they'd created, arrogantly calling it great and terrible after their namesakes, would be crushed. Their funding would dry up, their equipment would be sabotaged, awful stories would show up in the gossip pages of the Herald that would make them pariahs of the business community. Ivan's fragile hold on reality would slowly slip away until his drug habits caught back up with him. She wasn't deciding for herself, that was easy, but she had to take care of her twin too. When Aries took their father's side, the weight of decision quickly fell upon her shoulders. Victor had asked Ivan first, thinking he was the next weakest, but that was incorrect. Ivan hated Victor with a white-hot passion. But Ivan listened to her. Very well. Catherine. She took one last look at Moriganne inside the protective circle. The poor woman looked like a caged rat after being almost drowned. I'm with the family. Victor nodded. Very good. I knew you'd make the right decision. Mr. Thule, have Cavano escort her out of the premises. As the maetrie assassin stepped towards Andromeda, Kitty spoke again, but louder. No. I'm with the family. I'm with them. Not you. The uptick of a smile on Ivan's face was proof enough that she'd made the right decision. You're with them. Kitty nodded. And the four of us are walking out of here together without his help. She tried to gesture towards Cavano, but her body was a mess of injuries and merely existing hurt. Aries, I love you, but if you don't break that circle and release her, I'm going to shove my fist up your ass and pull out your brains. A sob of relief came from Moriganne in the circle. Aries checked back to their father, who gave a tight-lipped nod, before dismissing the faintly shimmering barrier and then disconnecting the plastic rope. The pressure in the room immediately dropped. Kitty took a step to help Moriganne to her feet, but her right leg didn't want to cooperate. The muscles around her hip had locked up from when Cavano had thrown her across the room. Ivan. He hurried to the middle, hauling Moriganne onto her feet. Her body was trembling from whatever Aries had done to her while they were battling in Victor's bar. Under the dead eyes of Victor Charmer, the two maetrie and their brother, who looked bewildered by what had happened, they limped to the elevator. I have to get Barclay, said Ivan once he had Moriganne leaning against the wall. He was gone for a minute but came back with his dog bouncing at his side. The elevator was barely big enough for the five of them, especially with Andromeda's one black wing. Kitty faced her older sister. Should I call you Minerva? No. I'm Moriganne now. I have to be. She thought about it, then nodded. I understand. The elevator let them out in the private basement, where the line of limousines would normally be available for use, but not one attendant stepped out to open the door. That was fast. My private SUV is gone, said Moriganne, leaning on the wall. Ivan pulled out his phone. I have a guy. But we'll have to meet him on the street. Or walking, said Andromeda, grimacing with each step. Except for Barclay, who bounded by their side, constantly checking back to see why they weren't moving faster, they trudged through the garage like 4 zombies, past the security cameras that they knew would be watching them. Their progress was slow. Everyone except Barclay was nursing significant injuries. When they reached the street, Kitty was aware of how bad they looked in the late morning light. Andromeda had one giant black wing, and the other half of her body was covered in dried blood. Moriganne could barely stand without Ivan's help. And she was a mess of injuries from Cavano's beatings. But they were alive. A few vehicles slowed to get a better look as they went past, then sped up as if they were afraid they'd be attacked next. It would have felt better if they'd been successful in their father's suite. A few minutes after they reached the street, a giant bus covered in hearts and glitter appeared. The undercarriage shimmered with moving lights, and the interior throbbed with pulse-pounding music. The whole thing looked like a giant pink ad for Valentine's Day if it was being held at a strip club. The door swung open for them, revealing a guy in a ball cap who looked like he'd just woken up. Ivan. Even this is a little weird for you, my man. Do I want to know? Thanks for coming on short notice, Brian, said Ivan as he climbed onto the bus. We've had a rough morning. Brian's wide eyes regarded them with shock as they filed onto the bus. He leaned back on his seat. Do I need to take you to a hospital? No, man. My old place is fine. Kitty stepped onto the bus last. There were 4 poles that went from floor to ceiling throughout the middle, swirling lights and couches all along the outer perimeter. Blackened windows kept the outside world from seeing what was going on inside. There was enough room for 30 people to sit comfortably, but the 4 of them sat on a couch together. Barclay lay at their feet as the bus lurched into motion. As they sat on the couch leaning against each other, Kitty said, I just wish we would have gotten the skull. Then I might feel better about everything that happened. Andromeda straightened. Oh yeah. I almost forgot. I grabbed the bottle when Cavano threw me into the mirror. Well, after I stopped the bleeding. She reached back, dislocating her shoulder, and after rummaging in the cavity at the base of the wings, produced a dark blue bottle, which she swung back and forth. A muted thunk as something inside smacked against the glass brought smiles to their faces. It's a memory gem. Chapter 43. Aries stood amid the carnage of his father's bar, a place that normally required an invite but the wards had been disabled. Mr. Thule and his father were discussing matters in another part of the suite. The strange maetrie had disappeared not long after his siblings, which was a relief because he bothered him more than Mr. Thule. After everything that had happened, Aries felt empty inside, as if he'd suffered a great loss. But it wasn't him that had lost. His siblings had been excommunicated from the family, and he knew there was no returning this time. No amount of blackmail or pleading would bring them back. For all intents and purposes, he was an only child. He couldn't let it bother him. He heard Victor's shuffling gait enter the room. His father was leaning on a cane, weariness in his eyes. I always knew I could count on you. What are you going to do? About those traitors? Victor smiled. Cut them off, leave them to their own devices. They mean nothing to us now. Aries found it hard to believe even he could remove them from his life that easily. They were family. They were his children. Besides, said Victor, we have a new family. With many benefits that were closed to us before. The Dreadmarshes. Victor winked. I don't like Magnus. He's using us, said Aries. And I'm using him, but such is the way of things. We need each other. We both want similar things. I don't understand how Monique is on board with this, said Aries. Everyone has a price, said Victor, leaning against a lone bar stool and closing his eyes. This has been a trying day. Aries stood tall. He might be the only sibling left, but he had a new rival. You gave my position to Magnus. Victor opened one eye. It was necessary. The only way forward. When we're done using him, I want him gone. I want his position, said Aries, sensing his own place had improved. The second eye appeared, along with a tired grin. Very good, boy. I like that kind of thinking. We'll work on that when things get closer. We have a lot of business to attend to. Difficult things, but the future is very bright. We have a chance to get everything we wanted and more. Before Aries could inquire about his father's cryptic response, Victor held out his hand. Help me to my quarters. I'm in need of a long rest. Aries put his arm under Victor's shoulders and helped him along. They hobbled to the warded door. His father dismissed the protective magics that had been attuned to his magicless body. Inside was as opulent as expected. Marble pillars, high ceilings painted with frescoes to rival the Vatican, grotesque amounts of gilding. Except in the space where a bed should have been, there was a large obsidian box hooked to tubes and wires and bottles. Victor raised an eyebrow at the brief hitch in Aries' step. It's keeping me alive. He knew his father was sick, but the enormous contraption suggested an even worse condition. Victor pressed a button on a display and the top of the obsidian box slid open. Aries couldn't help but be reminded of a coffin. He helped his father climb into the box. Victor lay on the cushions and tapped on the screen inside the box. The bottles of light blue liquid gurgled to life along with a few other machines. Victor looked up at him sleepily. I'll be spending a few days in here. I need to rebuild my strength for the trials ahead. Trials? Victor pointed a bony finger at him. Have Mr. Thule give you the tome. That's your priority now. Study it. Know it. Be ready for whatever I ask you to do. A twinge in Aries' chest felt like a hand had wrapped around his heart and given it a little squeeze. And what is that? Be ready, my boy. Great things. Great things. Before Aries could inquire further, his father jabbed the screen and the obsidian lid slid over him. Left alone in his father's room, Aries stared at the strange box and all the wires and tubes and bottles. Great things, said Aries as he left the room. I'm doing great things. Chapter 44. The team of physicians and nurses left, leaving the four of them were sitting around the lower level of Ivan's house. Barclay was lying on the couch, head on Andromeda's thigh, snoring softly. Kitty and Ivan were at the kitchen table, eating honeyed figs and drinking coffee, speaking quietly. Moriganne had sequestered herself in the big comfy lounge chair after a shower and wolfing down a greasy burger, sent from the local diner. She wore a dragon onesie with little shimmering wings on the back, since her clothes had been ruined and soaked with sweat. It was the only thing Ivan had that fit her. The others were in similar onesies, an act of solidarity. Moriganne didn't know how to read the twins. They seemed to accept that she wasn't their sister, but she didn't know if that would change their relationship. All in all, the day had been a whirlwind of epic proportions. She reminded herself it would take days or weeks to sort out what had happened, and they hadn't even reviewed what was on the memory gem yet. Are we going to do this thing? Asked Andromeda, stroking Barclay's head. She was wearing a devil onesie, the felt horn sticking out of the hood pulled over her head. The dog's eyebrows popped up briefly before returning to slumber. The twins, unicorn and jaguar onesies, pulled away from their conversation and joined them around the living area. The pale green gem the size of a plum sat on the table at the center. Part of me doesn't want to look in case there's nothing there, said Kitty. Would you regret what happened? Asked Moriganne. Kitty thought about it before shaking her head. Not one bit. How does it work? Asked Moriganne. We touch it, supply a little phase, and it'll activate it, said Kitty. They crowded around the table. 4 hands touched the gem. The symbolism made Moriganne smile. Someone else must have supplied the phase because suddenly a screen appeared in the air before her with pass image at the center. Oh shit, said Ivan. Not again, said Andromeda. Moriganne thought about it for a moment, then pictured Solstice's desk with the planets and stars and sun painted on it. The screen disappeared, replaced by hundreds of small stationary pictures. Most of them were empty, but occasionally Victor and Mr. Thule appeared in the frame. A touch and Ivan's apartment disappeared, replaced by the scene of the bar. The conversations were typical and sometimes disturbing. A payment to Silas, the details were never discussed, blackmail efforts on rivals of Charmer Inc., funds for companies with shady pasts, other mentions that had no meaning, until they came upon a scene with their father unexpectedly in tears. They turned the recording back to the beginning and watched it in full. Victor sat in the high-backed leather chair facing the spire, sunlight reflecting off the glass. He wore a contented smile as he tapped on a datapad. When Mr. Thule came in, his head was low. He took position in Victor's view. What troubles you, Dominion? Mr. Thule pulled out his phone, showing Victor a picture of Solstice lying on black rock, eyes vacant and blood around her midsection. Victor's hand went to his mouth, then his mouth twisted with anger. What have you done? I asked you to dissuade her from interfering, not kill her. My agent told me that there was nothing he could do to prevent it. She attacked him, and he defended himself. My apologies, Victor. I will understand if you wish me to resign from your service. Tears flowed openly down Victor's cheeks as his hand hovered around his chin. He swallowed hard, then shook his head slowly. No, Dominion. I believe you. Sol shouldn't have been poking around in those things. A regretful result. He closed his eyes briefly. She was much too headstrong, too many ideas in her head. Damn that Arcanium Hall for putting those ideas there. She was easier to control before them. I should have sent her to Coterie, that would have fixed that. Victor looked up at Mr. Thule. What will you do? The body has been staged. It will look like she was attacked by creatures from the Undercity. The dangers there are known, and once she's found, if there's an investigation, I'll make sure there's no sign of anything other than the story we want them to believe. Thank you, Dominion. Victor inhaled through his nose. Now, if you don't mind, I would like to take a moment to grieve. I have a meeting with the board in an hour. No one can know that anything is wrong. Mr. Thule left the way he came. Victor stared out the window for a few minutes, then wiped the tears from his cheeks and rose to his feet, tucking the datapad under his arm as he left the private area. That oily fucker, said Ivan, sitting back on the couch and rubbing his arm. Mr. Thule or Vic? Asked Andromeda. Ivan frowned. Both, I guess. He knew. He fucking knew and covered it up. He blamed it on Arcanium, said Moriganne. Ivan shook his head. As if that was a reason. I bet Mr. Thule had her killed and claimed it was an accident. Kitty leaned forward, her elbows on her knees. It was Cavano. The wound in Sol's stomach was from a sword, and he doesn't make mistakes. He could have defended himself without killing her. Moriganne sat back. What do we do now? What do you want to do? Asked Ivan. She was your sister, said Moriganne. Now that you know I'm not really a part of your family, you all should decide, but I'll back you whichever way you go. Ivan shifted his mouth to the side, glanced at the other two. You can't get out of being a charmer that easily. As far as I'm concerned, we got an upgrade. You're my sister and that's that. You know, I think she was trying to be better towards the end, said Moriganne. That's what got her in trouble with Vic. Ivan waved his hands as if he were shooing away her words. Don't complicate things. I like it nice and easy. Old Moriganne bad. New Moriganne good. Kitty nodded. He's right. You're part of the family. Especially since none of this would have happened without you. You could have taken her place and used our family for your own personal gain, but you've put yourself at risk going against Vic. Andromeda shrugged. You already know my feelings. You still didn't answer me, said Moriganne. What are we doing about it? The intensity in Kitty's gaze told her everything she needed to know before a word was spoken. Mr. Thule has to go down. Cavano too if we can do it. Ivan turned his head towards his twin. He beat you like you would me without even pulling his sword out, and that thing was mad powerful. No offense sis, but you don't stand a chance. We can't go after them that way. I know, but I have to be ready in case something like that happens again. Next time we won't have anyone there to stop the fight. Cavano would have killed us all. Kitty pressed a fist into her open hand. I just wish I knew what Mr. Thule wanted. Why does he work for Vic? What is he getting out of it? All good questions, said Moriganne, but if we're going to go after them, we're going to have to be very careful. What about Aries? Asked Andromeda quietly. No one spoke for a long time until she added, there's hope for him, right? There's always hope, said Moriganne. Sure, and I used to sell it for $50 an ounce, said Ivan. We're all in, right? Asked Kitty. If even one of us is out, we shouldn't go ahead. It's going to be hard enough, even with the four of us. You know I'm in if you're in, said Ivan, placing his hand in the middle, which Kitty quickly covered. Andromeda leaned forward and placed her hand over the twins, and then everyone looked at Moriganne. She smiled real big and placed both hands over the top of theirs, squeezing with solidarity. You know I'm in. Let's take that greasy motherfucking Mr. Thule down. This has been Sonata of Shadow and Thorn by Thomas K. Carpenter.